animal to suffer. It was an evil like nothing Alex had ever faced before. Alex sat in the garden until late into the night, his mind replaying what he had seen in the valley. The dragon had been ashamed about what had happened, but it was more than shame that made it cry. The dragon was in pain. Its very soul had been torn in pieces by evil. The dragon cried, and Alex, alone in the garden, cried as well. Chapter 15. The Sea Elves. Alex was still sitting in the garden when the gray light of morning crept over the horizon. A chill ran through him, but not because of the cold air. Someone else had entered the garden, in spite of Timold's guards at the entrances. Alex didn't look up. He knew who the visitor was, but he wasn't sure why she was there. "I am surprised that Timold's guards let you pass," Alex said without lifting his head. The person stopped short in obvious surprise. There was silence for a moment, and then she replied. "Guards often see only what they are watching for." "And it is hard to see what does not wish to be seen," Alex said, finally looking up. "But why do you come here in secret? What is it that you want from me?" The person standing before him wore a dark cloak with a hood. "To understand," she answered. "Understand? What could I teach an elf such as yourself?" Again the figure paused in surprise. Then she took a small step forward. "We know Vankin's name, and the man you travel with looks like Vankin, but we do not see his magic. Your name is new to us. We see even less about you than Vankin. You both carry staffs. You survived a storm that should have destroyed your small boat, and you came with the mage wind in your sail. We see many things. We see that you carry a great sword from the ancient people. We see that you have come at a time and to a place where you are needed most. We see all this, but we do not see who or what you are, and we do not understand." "And yet you hide yourselves among these men," Alex said. "Your magic tries to hide you from all who might see." "We hide because we must. We hide because of who we once were and what we have become. We hide because of shame," the elf said. "You hide, but not because of shame." "And you do not trust what you cannot see," Alex said. "Trust must be earned." "Trust is a two-way street. If I tell you what you wish to know and show you what you wish to see, will you also tell me about yourself and your people?" "If you speak truly, I will tell you all that I can. I cannot tell you all, though, for I do not know everything you may wish to ask." "It will be enough." Alex sat up straight. "You cannot see what I am because I do not wish to be seen. My magic is hidden from most because to show you my magic in this land would warn my enemy of my approach. I do not wish the evil in Conmar to know I am here, so I remain hidden. I do not wish that same evil to find my friend Vankin, so I hide him as well." "There is wisdom in what you say, but I must doubt your words," the elf said. "Magic knows magic. Power knows power. From a distance, perhaps you could hide your magic from another, but given the distance between us, I do not think that is possible." "It is possible, but few know how to master it," Alex said. "I can show you. It is not hard, but I will need something from you first." "And what is that?" the elf asked skeptically. "The smallest seed of your trust." "Your name," Alex replied. The elf stood in silence for a few minutes, considering Alex's words. The silence grew between the two of them as the sun slowly rose over the garden walls. A bird started to sing nearby, and finally the elf answered. "Very well. I see no hidden meaning in your words, no trap, and any possible danger is to myself alone. My name is Aaliyah of the Sea Elves." "Then look, Aaliyah of the Sea Elves. Look at me and see what you wish to know." Alex concentrated so that his magic would be revealed only to Aaliyah and no other. Slowly he peeled back the layers of his magic that hid him from the world, the unexpected layers that his dragon magic made possible. He would allow Aaliyah to see his wizard's powers, but no more. His powers as Dragon Lord and his dragon self would remain hidden. Aaliyah's sharp intake of breath told Alex that he had been successful. He did nothing for a moment, and then he skillfully hid himself once more. Aaliyah seemed unable to speak, too surprised by what she had seen to even move. "I have never seen a wizard's magic before," Aaliyah stammered. "I did not know that it was so great. You have so much more magic than we elves. I had been told, but having never seen such magic—" "I understand," Alex said when Aaliyah seemed unable to go on. "Do you trust me now?" "I trust you, and I will tell my people that they may trust you as well," Aaliyah said. "Thank you. Now, please, will you tell me why you hide? What shame do your people carry? I do not understand why you hide even among the humans that you seem to trust." Aaliyah sat on the bench next to Alex. "What do you know of the Sea Elves?" Alex shook his head. "Not much. Rumors and old stories mostly." "That is not so strange," she said, nodding. "We are known only to a few, and those few we trust do not speak of us to outsiders." She hesitated a moment, then said, "And because I trust you, I will not hide from you." Aaliyah reached up and pulled back her hood, revealing as beautiful a face as Alex had ever seen. She shook her head once, allowing her long jet-black hair to fall freely over her shoulders. She looked at Alex with piercing gray eyes. Alex was stunned. He had thought sea elves might have hidden themselves because they were disfigured in some way, or bore some kind of mark of their shame. Looking at Aaliyah, Alex knew that he had been completely wrong. "The shame of the sea elves is an ancient one," Aaliyah said, smiling slightly. "So first, you must know who we once were." "You were not always sea elves?" Alex asked. "Long ago, almost before the memory of men and dwarves, my people were known as Dark Elves," Aaliyah answered. "We loved the earth and the riches that could be found deep underground. We loved the things we could make from metals and stone and gems. We created many things of great splendor. We made the finest weapons and armor, and we found many secrets of magic that perhaps we should not have found." Aaliyah paused for a moment as if lost in memories of an ancient time. "Only the oldest of my people know the whole story. None of the sea elves now living were alive when evil came upon the Dark Elves, when creatures of evil hunted and destroyed my people. What none but my people know, and perhaps the eldest of our relations in the known lands, is that the greatest evil and the greatest destruction was summoned by the Dark Elves themselves." "How can that be?" Alex asked. "I have never heard of an elf turning to evil." Some have turned to evil, but I speak of something else," Aaliyah continued. "The greatest evil came because the high lords and ladies of my people thought they had learned enough. They thought they were wise, and that they could control all the known lands. They believed that they could stop all evil everywhere. They thought they could change the land to suit their own needs and desires, and that they could control even the most powerful of creatures with their magic. They believed that they could tame dragons, griffins, and other creatures, making them pets or even slaves." "They were seeking for more power than they should have," Alex said. "Yes, and they would not stop," Aaliyah said. "When they failed to tame and enslave the most powerful of creatures, their pride led them to do greater evil. I do not know what they did, though some say that they summoned up shadows to serve them. They gave solid forms to things that should have remained formless. Some say they gave life to other things, but whatever they did, their creations eventually turned against them. It was their own creations that caused the greatest destruction among my people, as well as the destruction of many who were our friends." "That is the greatest shame of the Sea Elves," Alex said, "the destruction of those you once called friends." "It is," Aaliyah answered weakly, "for trying to take more power than we should have, for thinking we were wiser than the Makers and the Guardians, and for causing so much destruction. We are shamed and cursed." "Cursed?" Alex asked. "We are cursed to live our lives at sea, away from the land we love so much," Aaliyah said. "We have only small towns in hidden places where we build our ships, but nothing more. Our magic was once the source of our pride, and it is now weakened and tied to the sea. The farther from the sea we travel, the weaker our magic becomes. In the lands we once called home, our magic is nearly non-existent. So it shall be until the time of change, when Darlock Est Messer comes, and the nameless dragon with him." "Darlock Est Messer," Alex repeated, remembering the words he had read in the graveyard so long ago. "When will this master of dragons come? When will the nameless dragon appear?" "You know these words?" Aaliyah replied, a slightly surprised look on her face. "It is said that in a time when all the lands are in danger, when darkness threatens to take control and wipe away all that is good, Darlock Est Messer will come and break the power of darkness. Then there will be a great change in the lands, and the curse of the Sea Elves will be removed." "What more do you know about Darlock Est Messer?" Alex asked. Aaliyah shook her head. "Only what I have said. Why is this so important to you?" "I've seen those words before," Alex said slowly. "The time of danger may not be so far away. Darlock Est Messer is a piece of a puzzle I do not understand, but I know that I need to figure it out." "Why do you say the time of danger may not be far?" Aaliyah pressed. "Because the evil of Conmar is only a part of the evil that I'm hunting," Alex answered. "There is a group called the Brotherhood, and they are seeking to gain control over all the known lands." "We have seen many evils come and go," Aaliyah said. "Why should this evil be different than those before it?" "Because the Brotherhood has been working their evil for a very long time. Because they are careful, hiding themselves and taking their time. Most wizards do not even believe they exist. They do not believe that such a group could go unknown for so long." "Pride. Their pride blinds them to the truth." "In part. The Brotherhood is powerful as well as patient. They have been at work for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years, and when one of their plans fails, they simply move on to the next. I can try to find out more about the legend of Darlach Est Messer, Elias said. It will not be easy, as only the elders of my people know the whole story, and they are reluctant to speak of such things. Please, try, Alex said. I will do what I can, Aaliyah promised. May I ask something of you? Ask what you will, Alex said. I will ask that you do not speak of what I have said to anyone. Not Vankin, not another wizard, not even another elf. The shame and the story of the sea elves should not be shared. As you wish, Alex answered, touching his staff to his forehead, the sign of a wizard's vow. Then we should go, Aaliyah said, getting to her feet. Go? There are many troubles in this land, and the kingdoms to the north have called on Darthon for aid. He will need the advice of wizards. It is time for plans to be made. Is Darthon recovered? Alex asked. Darthon has rested, and though he is still weak, he will want to speak to you and Vankin, Aaliyah said. Alex stood up and stretched the soreness out of his body. Aaliyah pulled the hood over her head, but she did not move from the bench. Go to the east entrance. The guard will guide you back into the palace. And you? I will make my own way, Aaliyah answered. I must speak with my people. I will share with them what you have told me and shown me. We may meet again later, when Darthon calls his council. Alex opened the door to a large sitting room and found Waylon next to the fire in deep thought. The old wizard looked up when Alex entered. Then he jumped to his feet and moved toward Alex. I'm glad you're here at last, Waylon said in a lowered voice. Tell me what happened between you and Darthon. You mentioned a dragon. Alex nodded. Jabez has indeed enslaved a dragon, and he forced the dragon to entrap Darthon's mind and soul. I was able to free Darthon and send him back to his body. And the dragon? Waylon asked. I wasn't able to free the dragon, at least not yet, Alex said, frowning. But I have vowed to release him from Jabez's evil. He set his jaw and looked at Waylon. It is a vow I intend to keep. Waylon put his hand on Alex's shoulder and squeezed. And I will help you keep that vow in whatever way you need me to. Thank you, my friend, Alex said. Now, has there been any trouble since last night? No. Our hosts have been kind enough, and they have provided everything we might hope for. Waylon looked at the door and then back to Alex. We've been invited to join Darthon for the midday meal, but you and I must speak before then. These men of Westland are not a talkative lot, and I've discovered almost nothing that might help us defeat Jabez. Then there's the question of the elves. I'm sure you've realized that the hooded figures we've seen here are elves. Yes, they are sea elves, Alex said. Sea elves, Waylon repeated in wonder. That explains why the elves in Darthon's room have said nothing to me. They can't tell you're a wizard, Alex explained. I've hidden you too well, my friend, and the elves can't see your magic. I think that scares them. Yes, it would, Waylon said. He paused, then frowned. How do you know all this, Alex? One of the sea elves, a maiden, came and talked with me this morning, Alex said, though I'm not sure the rest of her people will be happy that she did. Probably not, Waylon agreed. What did you tell her, this elf maid, who may have defied her elders to speak with you? I let her see my wizard powers, Alex replied. I explained why we are hidden and planted a few seeds of trust. She's going to talk with her people and let them know they can trust us. I hope that the rest of these sea elves will be friendlier to us. Dangerous, Waylon said. While I don't believe any elf would work for Jabez or the Brotherhood, what you have done could be dangerous to our mission here. Perhaps, but danger is part of the game we play, Alex agreed. Since I saved Darthon from the dragon's trap, he should be willing to grant us passage through his land. But I have the feeling that we might need the help of the sea elves to finish things here in Jarrow. It would be very helpful if they trusted us."
"Yes, I imagine you are right,"
Wayland said. "Now, I don't suppose you know where I can take a bath?" Alex asked. He gestured to his clothes, which were the same ones he'd been wearing while they had been at sea. They were dry, but stained with salt, and they smelled of old fish and seaweed. Wayland gave a slight laugh and showed Alex around the rooms that had been prepared for them. Apart from the large sitting room, there were 2 bedrooms, each with a smaller sitting room attached to it, and a fair-sized bathroom with running hot and cold water. Alex was pleased to see that the bathroom also contained a massive brass tub. Alex spent much longer in the bath than he really needed to. The size of the tub allowed him to stretch out and relax, and the hot water and steam helped ease the tension and soreness in his body. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt so clean. The only thing missing was food. As he left the bathroom, his stomach growled loudly, reminding him that even wizards needed to eat. He and Wayland hadn't eaten much while fighting the storm at sea, and he'd had nothing at all since arriving the day before. He quickly dressed, and then laid his sword and his magic bag on the bed, as was customary for guests in most places, and went to find Wayland. As he entered the main sitting room, a knock came at the door. A guard had come to escort them to Lord Darthon. Alex noted that the guard was courteous when asking them to follow him, but, like the other guards he'd met, this man did not try to talk with them at all. For some reason, the silence and standoffishness of the guards troubled Alex. He knew that they were unsure of Wayland's and his motives, and, as wizards were not common, not sure how to talk to them, but it seemed odd that they didn't even try.
"Leave your staff," Wayland whispered. "It will be safe enough, and we don't want to frighten these people."
Alex leaned his staff next to the fireplace, and then he and Wayland followed their guide through the palace. Alex looked closely at everything he could see as they walked. He noted the rich decorations in the rooms they went by, the thick rugs, colorful tapestries, and comfortable furniture. Most of all, he noticed how much gold was used as decoration. There were trinkets of different kinds on the tables, golden lamps hanging from the walls and ceiling, and gold-crusted armor and weapons all over the place. If nothing else, Darthon's kingdom was a wealthy one. "My lords," the guard finally said, opening a door and bowing. The room they entered was not a large hall or room. It was more like a family dining room, with a round table in the middle and 10 or 12 chairs along the table's rim. The far wall of the room was made up of windows that were open, letting in both air and sunlight. Darthon was seated at the table, Timold beside him. Places were set for both Alex and Wayland, but no one else, which surprised Alex. He had assumed there would be more people who had questions about how and why he and Wayland had come here.
"Ah, my friends,"
Darthon said, standing up and leaning on the table for support.
"I hope that I may call you friends. You have done me a great service."
"Lord Darthon," Alex said, bowing slightly. He was pleased to see that the color had returned to Darthon's face.
"We are at your service,"
Wayland said, also bowing.
"Please sit,"
Darthon said, waving his hand at the table.
"Timold, ring for the servers. We will eat and talk, if that's agreeable to you."
"We did not expect to dine so privately,"
Wayland said, taking his seat.
"I'm sure that many of your lords will have questions for us."
"Oh, I'm sure they do," Darthon said with a chuckle. "But their questions will have to wait. I am still king, and my questions come first. I may not keep many secrets from my lords, but as most of my questions are of a private nature, I thought this would be best."
"A private nature?"
Wayland asked.
"Ah, here is the food," Darthon said. Not the common fare of a midday meal, but not a great feast either. I hope you see something you like."
The servers entered, and what they brought both looked and smelled wonderful. There was bread and cheese, roasted meat that Alex thought was venison, fish, some type of roasted bird, and several platters of vegetables. Alex's stomach growled again, and he was glad the servers were making enough noise to cover it. The table was quickly laid, and the servers departed before Darthon spoke again.
"As I mentioned, my questions for you are of a private nature," Darthon said. "My sickness, for lack of a better word, is a private matter to me. What were you told about it?"
"Only that you had been sick for several weeks, and had been lying senseless in bed for 10 days,
Wayland replied.
"Yes, weeks of sickness that was not sickness," said Darthon. "I was plagued by dreams, nightmares. I could get no rest at all. Then, one night, I became trapped in the nightmare. I was lost, unable to wake or find my way home."
"It was an evil spell," Alex said, "sent from Conmar to keep you and your people in check, and then to destroy you."
"Keep us in check?"
Timold asked. "Darthon was unable to speak, to command. Your people had no leader," Alex said.
"Yes, I see,"
Timold said.
"We could take care of our own kingdom, but
there were calls from our friends and allies to the north, seeking our aid,"
Darthon said.
"Without my word, my people were unable to send assistance." "That was what the Lord of Conmar wanted," Wayland said, "to delay you, to keep you from sending aid to those in need."
"But then you came into my dream,"
Darthon said, looking at Alex.
"You told me that my people needed me. You reminded me of Valora."
"Yes," Alex said. "Remembering your people and your home was all you really needed to find your way back."
"It was a terrible place,"
Darthon said, some of the color draining from his face.
"A place so empty and desolate."
"Do not think of that now," Alex said. "Such dreams are best left in the shadows and forgotten, if possible."
"Yes, of course," Darthon said. "I will try to forget the dream, but I will not forget the debt I owe you, Master Taylor, for coming to my aid."
"I am glad that I could help," Alex said.
"Now, for another matter, which is also very close to me," Darthon said. "I am told that you claim my nephew Joshua as a friend, that you met him during your travels in Eastland, and you were companions until you reached Midland."
"Yes, that is true," Alex said. "I am troubled to hear that Joshua is missing. Do you suspect he could be a hostage of the Lord of Conmar?"
"The Lord of Conmar would not be so bold as to openly say he is holding Joshua hostage," Timold said. "No, not so bold as that. Not yet, at any rate," Darthon agreed. "Still, he hints that Joshua may be among the hostages. He says that he will check, and if Joshua is there, he will review his case and try to get him released."
"Case? Released? I don't understand," Alex said. "Has some law been broken?"
"No law that we are bound to obey," Timold said angrily.
"A ploy," Wayland said. "Jabez no doubt pretends to have some legal claim on his prisoners, so he can hold them without actually calling them what they are. Hostages."
"And he can also deny holding anyone, as he never makes a real claim stating what crime they have committed," Darthon said. "If he made a claim, he would also have to name a punishment or a price to set the person free. He has been doing this for some time, and I have to wonder how many people of Westland he holds in his dungeons."
"Something will have to be done about that," Alex said.
"In time,"
Wayland said.
"Yes, in time," Darthon agreed. "But first, will you tell me the story of how you met Joshua, and about your travels together? I have not seen my nephew in almost 2 years, and to be honest, he is more a son than a nephew to me."
"Of course," Alex said. So Alex told the story of how he and Joshua had met, and how they'd escaped the men sent by the Lord of Conmar to capture Joshua. He told the story up to the point when they'd met Waylon in the city of Shinmar. Waylon then told of their voyage across the sea and the encounter with the sea serpent, being sure to give Joshua credit for his courage in fighting the monster.
"Joshua was unaware that we are wizards," Waylon explained. "We have been in hiding since coming to this land. When we parted, he was going to make his way home by the fastest route possible. If we had known—"
"You might have been able to protect him," Darthon finished, "though I see that you did keep him safe for a time, and I am grateful for that. I also see that I have been a poor host, keeping you talking and leaving you no time to eat."
"We've managed to eat a fair amount,"
Waylon replied with a smile, looking at Alex, who had his mouth full.
"You have given me some comfort, and that is a gift in such troubled times," Darthon said. "Now, I should rest. The healers don't like that I'm up and about so much already."
"You need to move around to get your strength back," Alex said.
"So I tell them, but they have their own ways," Darthon said. "You've seen some of them. Our friends, the ones who tried to heal me before you came."
"The sea elves," Alex said. "Yes, we've seen them."
"We do not name them so openly," Darthon said. "We normally just say our friends. They don't like to be talked about, or have outsiders know about them."
"And we are outsiders," Waylon said.
"Yes," Darthon said. "I will tell you plainly that they have expressed some doubt about you two."
"Their doubts may be less now than they were before," Alex said. "But if their doubts remain, we will find some way to answer them."
"Good. Very good," Darthon said. "I may not know much about wizards or magic, but I do know about men. I can see in your faces and hear in your words that you are good men. I don't know what troubles our friends, but I, at least, am willing to trust you."
Darthon stood to leave, and Timold was quick to help him. Alex and Waylon stood and bowed slightly as a sign of respect.
"Tomorrow,"
Timold said softly.
"What? Oh, yes," Darthon said. "Tomorrow I will call a council of my lords. I would be pleased if both of you would attend as well. There are many things to be discussed, and plans to be made."
"As you wish,"
Waylon answered. Darthon left with Timold, and a guard escorted Alex and Waylon back to their room. Alex's mind was full of thoughts. Darthon trusted them, but the sea elves had doubts. Alex thought that some of the sea elves would trust them once Aaliyah had a chance to explain what he'd told her, but he couldn't be sure. The sea elves had been hidden for many years, taking little or no part in the greater matters of the lands they lived in. They would not trust quickly, and he didn't think they would be willing to come out of hiding.
"Not what I expected,"
Waylon said when he and Alex were back in their rooms.
"I suppose we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see where we stand."
"I don't know what to expect anymore," Alex replied. "I think Darthon will let us pass freely through his lands, but our quest has become something more. It's no longer just about you and I reaching Conmar and facing Jabez. Most of Westland is at war, and we have to help them. It wasn't part of our plan, but we can't leave them to fight alone."
"It wasn't part of my plan, you mean,"
Waylon said.
"You've learned a great deal, my friend, and you are right. We can't leave them to fight alone, not now, and not against the Brotherhood."
Waylon fell silent as he took a seat beside the fire. Alex stood for a moment, and then picked up his staff. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say or how to say it.
"Tomorrow,"
Waylon finally said,
"we will make new plans tomorrow.
Chapter 16. War Council. As tired as he was, Alex had trouble sleeping that night. His mind kept going over the plan that Waylon had made for them when they first came to Jarrow. It was a simple plan, easy to follow, and it wasn't going to work. The plan had been too sketchy, and things had changed more than Alex had expected. Somewhere in his half-sleep, Alex heard his own voice speaking to him. Waylon made a simple plan because he knew it would change, his own voice said, almost laughing as it spoke. Just because you couldn't see that things would change doesn't mean that Waylon couldn't. Alex's sleep was filled with strange dreams that he couldn't see clearly, and when he woke, the images and memories slipped away from him. Awake, his mind was instantly filled with questions that he couldn't answer. How big was Jabez's army? How many hostages did he have in his dungeons? Where was the Axe of Sundering hidden? If Jabez had made a dragon a slave, what other creatures might he have under his control? He had seen those wolf creatures in Midland. How many of them did Jabez have? And how would he use them here in Westland? There was so much to do, too much that was unknown, and no time to waste. Finally, in the hours before sunrise, Alex fell into a light sleep. His mind slipped into a dream that was so real that he wasn't sure that he was dreaming. He stood on the shore of a vast underground lake, but it wasn't pitch dark as it should have been. The rocks in the cave seemed to glow with a pale green light, making the water look inky black. Something in his dream pulled him toward the water, but he resisted. He could see his breath puff like clouds from his mouth, and he was certain that the water of the lake would be deadly cold. This was not a lake for swimming, not if you wanted to stay alive. His dream still pulled at him, forcing him to step to the edge of the water. His hand reached out and touched the still water. Pain shot up his arm, and he jerked back, but his dream dragged him forward. Fighting with all his strength, Alex clawed at the rocky beach, trying to crawl away from the lake, but nothing he did seemed to work. He was being dragged into the cold, cold water. He was sure he would die. He heard a splash as his body fell into the water, and with a gasp, Alex woke up. He had fallen out of his bed, his legs tangled in his blankets. He looked around wildly, but he was in his bedroom, and everything was dry. Pulling his legs free of the blanket, Alex stood up and looked down at his right hand. It was dry, just like everything else, but the icy cold pain lingered. He stretched his fingers to work some blood into them, and at the back of his mind, his Ogash whispered to him, "The lake is the key. That is where you will find what you seek. But will you pay the price to claim it?" Alex sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing warmth and life back into his hand. He trusted his Ogash, but he didn't like what it told him. The icy cold lake scared him, and he had no idea what price he would have to pay if he ever found his way there. Unwilling to risk another nightmare, Alex got dressed. He made his way to the large sitting room that he shared with Waylon and piled logs in the cold fireplace. With a wave of his hand, he ignited the logs. He sat down close to the fire, holding his still cold right hand out to the heat. "I slept on my arm," Alex told himself. "It's just gone numb, that's why it's cold." He knew that wasn't true. Somehow it was his nightmare that had caused his arm to ache with cold, but in the pre-dawn darkness the thought made him feel better. He flexed his fingers, and even though he didn't want to, he thought about the lake in his dream. An underground lake that was deadly cold would be a good place to hide the Axe of Sundering. Nobody would willingly go into such a lake, so the axe wouldn't be found by accident. If Jabez hid the axe there, however, he must have some way of recovering it. If Jabez was forced to leave Conmar Castle, he certainly wouldn't leave the axe behind. Could he hide it at the bottom of a lake without having a way to get it if he needed it? He wouldn't dare leave any clue to where the axe was, so how? Alex thought for a long time, but he didn't find any answers. It was possible that Jabez had some servant or slave who could go into the lake and get the axe for him, but no, that didn't seem likely. Anyone holding the axe was a threat to Jabez. The dark wizard wouldn't trust anyone with it. So, if not a slave, then who? Or maybe, what? About 2 hours later, Waylon came into the room. He looked stern, as if he'd already spent a great deal of time thinking about things he didn't like. When he saw Alex, the look on his face changed to concern.
"Trouble sleeping?"
Waylon asked, putting more wood on the fire. "Too many thoughts and dreams," Alex replied, "though nothing that won't find its own answer, in time."
"I imagine we'll get some answers today, though I can't guess what those answers might be," Waylon said. "Still, no sense worrying about it until we know how things stand."
Alex nodded and remained silent. Waylon went to the table and took several papers and scrolls out of his magic bag. He shuffled through them, occasionally muttering to himself. An hour later, servants appeared, bringing Alex and Waylon breakfast. Waylon moved his papers to a chair, and the table was quickly filled with all kinds of food. The servant, while polite, said very little. Alex got up from his chair beside the fire and joined Waylon at the table.
"Are you finished thinking yet?"
Waylon asked as he filled his own plate. "Thinking, and yet not thinking at all," Alex answered. "My mind is too full and completely empty at the same time."
"Well, let it be empty for now. I suspect it will be full again before this day is done."
"Do you think anything will be decided on today? Matters of war can often take a lot of time and even more discussion before anything is decided."
"True, but I think the decisions, or most of them, are already made. Darthon and his people will go to war, I'm sure of that. As to where they go to war, well, I hope that decision has not yet been made."
"Why?"
"The attack against Darthon came from Conmar. Some, maybe even most of Darthon's lords will want revenge for that. Conmar also holds the hostages, including Joshua, and Darthon will want to free them if he can. We will need to guide him away from anything so foolish as an assault on Conmar Castle."
"Would it be foolish? Maybe a direct assault would be best."
"Without knowing the size of Jabez's army, I don't think going straight to Conmar is a good plan. Apart from his army, Jabez is a wizard. A dark wizard, yes, but he still has a great deal of power, and who knows how many magical friends as well."
"Without more information, we can hardly move at all," Alex said with a sigh.
"Oh, we can move,"
Waylon said, biting into a sausage.
"We just want to make sure our first move is not also our last."
Alex let the conversation drop and concentrated on his breakfast. Waylon was right. Of course they could move. Jabez probably expected them to move, but maybe not so soon. If he still believed that Darthon was trapped in the dragon's spell, then he wouldn't expect the southern kingdom to move until Darthon was dead and a new king appointed, which could take a long time, depending on if Darthon had any heirs. If they moved when Jabez didn't expect them to, they might be able to surprise the army of Conmar. As Alex was pushing away his plate, a knock came at the door. Waylon, who had finished his breakfast and was back to studying his papers, got up and answered it. A group of 7 soldiers stood outside. 6 of the soldiers stood against the wall, 3 to either side, and the 7th in front of the door.
"Masters," the soldier in front began, "Lord Darthon calls you to his council, if you will please come with us."
"As Lord Darthon wishes,"
Wayland answered, picking up his staff and turning slightly toward Alex. Alex understood what Wayland meant. Today they were not simply guests, but wizards, and they would carry their staffs to show who and what they were. Alex quickly went to his room and retrieved his staff, and then he and Wayland followed the soldier. As they moved through the door, 2 of the soldiers turned to follow directly behind their guide. The remaining 4 men waited for Alex and Wayland to pass by, and then they turned and followed behind them.
"Ceremony,"
Wayland said quietly to Alex. Alex didn't reply. Ceremony was an important part of a peaceful kingdom, and as this was Darthon's kingdom, he made the rules. They followed their guide through the palace, finally stopping outside a pair of massive wood and metal doors. Many people were crowded in front of the doors, but they moved aside for the men leading Alex and Wayland. To Alex's surprise, they did not enter a hall or meeting room, but walked into the open air of a garden. Darthon sat in a massive stone chair, backed by several soldiers and flanked by Timold on his right, and a man Alex didn't recognize on his left. There were 2 empty seats to the right of Timold, obviously meant for Wayland and himself. The remaining space was taken up with chairs set up in a half-circle, facing Darthon. Important-looking men, clearly Darthon's lords, occupied most of the chairs. Standing behind the lords were about 20 men dressed like travelers, all wearing weapons. Alex also saw a small group of 12 people standing off to the side. They were all hooded, and Alex knew instantly they were sea elves. He also saw 8 dwarves in full battle armor. 2 of the dwarves had removed their helmets and were sitting down, but they all looked more than a little grumpy.
"I didn't know there were dwarves in Jarrow,"
Alex whispered to Wayland.
"Not many that I know of. They live in the far north,"
Wayland whispered back. Darthon rose from his stone chair.
"Ah, my friends, now that we are all here, we may begin."
"'Bout time to," one of the dwarves grumbled, none too quietly.
"We all know the reason for this meeting," Darthon went on as if he hadn't heard. "The question is not if we should go to war against Conmar. The question is where do we make our stand, and when?" "My lord," Timold said, rising to his feet, "our armies have been preparing for some time. We are ready to face the battle whenever and wherever you command." "My lord," the man to Darthon's left also rose to his feet. "May I speak?" "Yes, Lord Belford. What course do you suggest?" Darthon asked. "We should take the battle to Conmar," Lord Belford answered. "Conmar has assaulted you directly, and such an attack must be answered. Conmar is also where our hostages are being held, and we must attempt to rescue them if we can." "The mountain passes will be hard, if not impossible, to cross this time of year," Timold answered. "Our armies in the east could march to Conmar easily, but they are too few in number, and we have no way to supply them." "The way over the mountains may be closed, but the roads to the north are open," one of the travelers said, standing up. "Both the middle and northern kingdoms are under attack, and they call for your aid. You know that for nearly a year there has been trouble in the northern kingdom, and even more trouble in the kingdom of the dwarves. What you may not know, Lord Darthon, is that a great army from Conmar crossed the mountains before the snows came, to attack the middle kingdom as well. Already they have destroyed much, and your allies in the north need your help to drive them off." "Not just crossed the mountains," the oldest-looking dwarf there said. "Conmar has worse evil working for it than you think. My people are holding off a horde of goblins in the far north, I've no doubt that the foul creatures have tunnelled under the mountains and are bringing supplies to the armies of Conmar in the west."
"Have calls for aid been sent to Midland?" Darthon asked.
"Some, but we've no way to know if they arrived," Timold answered. "Even if they have arrived, it will be 2 or perhaps 3 months before ships can sail from Midland."
"A fact well known by Conmar," Lord Belford said. "Caryll, do you have any advice? What do your elders say? Will your people come to our aid in this time of need?" Darthon asked, looking at the sea elves.
"We have had little to do with the affairs of men for many years," the tallest elf answered. "A direct assault on Conmar seems impossible, but most or even all the army of Conmar is already on the western side of the mountains. It would be foolish to let them remain here, and worse than foolish to let them return to the east."
"Aye, and what will the sea elves do to stop them?" the old dwarf asked. "Will your people come on land and fight, or will you sail away and leave the poor mortals to their fate?" Alex noted the dwarf's half-hopeful, half-angry tone. Dwarves were not always friendly with elves, and the old dwarf's words were a kind of challenge. At a different time, they might have led to a fight on the spot. But the sea elves, it seemed, were not so easily angered as other elves that Alex knew.
"Lord Grimgold, we know well your feelings toward our people," Caryll answered slowly. "We cannot blame you for what you feel, but you do not know our history. At this time I cannot say if my people will come in force. The elders of my people are debating the matter even now, though I think that some will come to your aid no matter what the elders say."
"Debate?" the dwarf scoffed, shaking his head. "If they talk long enough, this war will be over and there'll be nothing for your people to do but look at the bones." "Enough," Darthon said sharply. "We have heard from most, but not from all. Master Vankin, Master Taylor, it is said that wizards have wisdom that other men lack. What advice do you offer, now that you see how things stand?" "A difficult question, to be sure," Wayland said, getting to his feet. "Our original quest in coming here was to deal with the man you know as the Lord of Conmar. We know him as Jabez. For Master Taylor and I, stopping him must remain our primary goal. We did not expect war to begin so soon, and it appears that our plans must change to meet the current situation. The kingdoms to the north need aid. The armies of Conmar must not be allowed to destroy them. For myself, I think that my path lies north."
"If you go north and reveal yourself to Jabez, he will send everything he can to destroy you," Alex said quickly. "The kingdoms to the north need aid, yes, but Jabez must be dealt with. So long as he remains in command of his armies, there is no hope for a lasting victory. With Jabez destroyed, his armies will become less of a threat. We must also consider the hostages that Jabez holds. We cannot abandon them to death, or worse."
"You are right," Wayland replied with a slight smile. "Yet to win this fight, we must take risks. We must all do what we can. It is a risk, but what I can do is go north. I would advise you, Lord Darthon, to send your armies there as well. We will face the armies of Conmar together, even if our victories will be short-lived. We cannot win a complete victory while Jabez remains unchecked, but we can hold off his armies, at least for a time."
"Then we will go north," Alex said.
"Oh no, my young friend," Wayland said. "You must continue to Conmar Castle. That is your risk. If we can distract Jabez with our battle to the north, then it will be easier for you to find the Axe of Sundering and stop Jabez once and for all."
"Alone?" Alex asked. He trusted Wayland, but he wasn't sure that this was the best plan. It was a terrible risk, but what other plan was there? Jabez had to be stopped. His armies had to be stopped. Perhaps splitting up was the only way to accomplish both things and have any hope of victory.
"Distraction and deception are fine plans," Grimgold said. "But Jabez is also a wizard. He will know where you are, Master Rankin, and he will surely detect young Master Taylor long before he approaches Conmar Castle."
"No, he won't," said Wayland. "We are hidden from him, at least for the time being. Jabez knows that I am in Jarrow, but he does not know exactly where I am. He will only be able to find me when I set my magic loose against his army."
"And Master Taylor?"
Timold asked. "I am unknown to Jabez," Alex said. "He does not know I am in this land, and he will not know who or what I am until I reveal myself to him."
"You are certain of this?"
Darthon asked. "Ask Kirill," said Alex. "Elves are better at seeing magic than either men or dwarves. Tell them, Kirill, what do you see when you look at Wayland and myself?"
"I see 2 men, and no magic at all," Kirill answered slowly. "I have some doubt that a wizard would see as I do, but he might. I would not have believed that magic could be so completely hidden, but it seems to be so."
"Very well," Darthon said after a pause.
"I will think on all that has been said. We will meet again after the midday meal. I will announce my decision then."
Everyone stood as Darthon left the open area. Alex watched him go, and then turned his attention to those that remained. Grimgold and the other dwarves stood in a group, speaking quietly. The men from Darthon's kingdom broke into small groups, mixing with the men from the kingdoms of the north. Most of the sea elves had left, but Kirill remained standing in the shade of a tree, watching Alex and Wayland.
"That went as well as could be expected,"
Wayland said. "Do you think Darthon will go north?" Alex asked.
"He doesn't really have much choice,"
Wayland answered.
"With the passes over the mountains closed, he must either go north or do nothing until spring comes, and he does not seem like a man who likes to do nothing but wait."
"With the passes closed, I may have a hard time getting to Conmar myself," Alex said.
"I doubt that,"
Wayland chuckled.
"You can use your magic practically right in front of me, and I can't see it. I feel sure that you can use whatever magic you need to in order to get to Conmar, and Jabez won't be aware of it."
"For myself, yes, I can work any magic that is needed," Alex said. "I have a feeling, however, that I won't be going to Conmar alone."
"Why is that?"
Wayland asked. "Because once I reach Conmar, I will be trying to rescue any hostages that are there," Alex answered. "If they are still alive, I doubt they will be in any condition to run away on their own. Darthon will think of that, and he will want to send men with me to help with their escape."
"Probably,"
Wayland agreed.
"Still, you can use magic on your companions. Hide them as you've hidden me."
"To travel there, yes, but once I go to face Jabez, I'm not sure what protection I can offer them."
"When you face Jabez, he will be too worried about you to even think of the escaped hostages."
"He will, but we don't know who or what else might be there helping him."
"Yes, I understand. I'm sorry to say it, but the men and hostages will have to fend for themselves. Once you have freed them, they will have to find their way home without you. You have to find the Axe of Sundering, and I have no idea how long that might take."
"And if you are captured while I'm searching?"
"I am not so easy to capture as that. I'll be able to buy you some time at the very least."
"Remember my vision, the Orion stones. If he has them and can use one of them—"
"I'll be careful,"
Wayland promised.
"And it's no good worrying about all the what-ifs and who-mights and such. We could plan for every possible thing that Jabez might do or have or throw against us, but if we did, we'd never get anything done. Instead of spending our time trying to guess all the answers, I suggest we concentrate on something more important.
And what might that be?
The midday meal, of course.
Food was brought into the meeting area, and several small tables were set up for the council guests. The meal was another good one, though a surprisingly quiet affair. Groups around the tables spoke in low voices to one another, and very few people moved between tables. Alex and Waylon found themselves alone at a table set to one side. Alex wanted to be friendly and get to know Darthon's people, but it seemed that no one else felt that way.
"May I join you?" Kirill asked quietly.
"Of course,"
Waylon replied. Alex looked up from his plate as the elf approached.
"Most of the men here fear us,"
Kirill said mildly as he pushed back his hood so they could see his face.
"And you have seen for yourselves how the dwarves feel about my people."
"You can hardly blame them," Alex said. "Your people are separated from the world of men for the most part. The troubles between elves and dwarves are ancient, and I do not see them changing soon."
"We are separate," Kirill agreed. "One might say that we are cut off from the world, though I wish it was not so."
"I know little of your people," Waylon said, "mostly stories and rumors. Tell me, Kirill, do you think your people will aid the men and dwarves of Westland? Will they come to the land and do battle with this evil?"
"You did not tell him?" Kirill asked, looking at Alex. "It was not my place. I made a wizard's vow to not share what Aaliyah told me," Alex said. "Not even with my friend."
"I see," Kirill said, nodding. "To answer your question, Master Vankin, some elves will fight, I am sure of that. The elders may not like it, but some will come, though not enough, I fear, to change the tide of battle."
"The young will come," Alex said, "those who don't understand why the elders want to remain cut off from the world."
"Yes, mostly the young, but others as well," Kirill said. "Times change, and many of my people feel that we should be more connected than we are."
None of them spoke for a time, each one lost in his own thoughts. Alex's thoughts were filled with questions about the sea elves. He wanted to know why they tried so hard to hide themselves. It seemed like madness to cut themselves off from the world simply because of their past. They were part of the world whether they liked it or not, and hiding themselves away would do no one any good at all.
"Darthon will return soon with his decision," Kirill said, breaking the silence. "He will go north, to war."
"You know Darthon better than we do,"
Waylon said.
"I have known him since he was a boy, as I knew his father and his father's father," Kirill answered. "He is a good man. He trusts when others might doubt. He will go north because his allies there call him, but his heart will go west with Master Taylor."
"West, to Joshua and the other hostages," Alex said.
"He cares for all his people, as a true king must," Kirill said. "But if he were not king and responsible for all, he would burn all of Jarrow to save Joshua from the evil clutches of Jabez."
"Then Joshua must be saved," Alex replied. Their conversation was cut short as Darthon returned to the council area. He looked tired, and Alex thought he might be pushing himself too hard.
"My friends,"
Darthon said when the crowd grew quiet,
"it seems that war is upon us, and we have no time to waste. The armies of the southern kingdom will march north as soon as possible. Ships and supplies will be made ready and move as soon as the winds of Jarrow allow them to sail north."
There was a general cheer for Darthon's decision, but it was not a joyful cheer. Everyone on the council knew that this war would be a long and hard one, and even with Darthon joining the other kingdoms of Westland against Conmar, they were unsure of what the future might hold.
"Master Taylor," Darthon continued, "you will travel west, to the seat of our enemy's power. All our hopes rest on you, and I would not send you there without others to help you on the road, and once you get there."
"Lord Darthon, a small group of men would be welcome," Alex replied. "I do not know the paths of this land, and once the hostages are rescued, they will need assistance to make their escape."
"A small company, then. No more than 20 men," Darthon said. "Is there anything else I can do to aid you in your quest?"
Alex thought for a moment. "The passes over the mountains will be difficult for men, maybe impossible for horses. Is there some other way we can travel? Can we not sail around the southern end of Westland and then go north to Conmar?" Darthon turned slightly to look at Kirill, and there seemed to be some unspoken communication between them. Darthon looked back at Alex, but it was Kirill that spoke.
"The seas to the south are dangerous at all times, and in winter most dangerous of all," said Kirill. "To sail south and then north would be a slower path than you think. I cannot imagine you making that journey in less than 2 months."
"And how long before your armies join the battle in the north?"
Wayland asked Darthon.
"Once we set out, we can reach the Middle Kingdom in 2, maybe 3 weeks," Darthon answered.
"Too long," Alex said. "It seems that every path leading to Conmar will take too long."
"There is another way,"
a soft voice said from behind Alex.
"Aaliyah, no," Kirill said sternly. "That path is not open. To take that road courts folly and invites death."
"He asked for a faster way, not a safer way,"
Aaliyah replied.
"The road through the Black Lands is the only other path. I will guide Master Taylor to his goal."
"You will not," Kirill said fiercely. "I forbid you to even think about such madness."
"My fate is not in your hands, Kirill,"
Aaliyah answered defiantly.
"This is my destiny, and I will follow it, whatever the cost."
"What is this path?" Alex asked. "What are the Black Lands?"
"A terrible place, a place no one goes to, not any more," Darthon answered. "Those who have gone there never return."
"It was once the home of my people,"
Aaliyah said. "I understand," Alex said, remembering what Aaliyah had told him in the garden about the history of her people. "I would like some time to consider this. How long before the armies move north?"
4 days,
Timold replied. "And how long would it take us to travel through the Black Lands and reach Conmar?"
7 or 8 days, if you can get through the Black Lands at all," Kirill said. "After that, 10 days to 2 weeks to the castle of Conmar."
"Very good. I will try to find some other way, but in the end, if there is no other option, I will travel through the Black Lands to Conmar," Alex said.
"Find another way,"
Kirill said quietly, leaning close to Alex.
"By all we hold dear, find another way."
The council was concluded, and the lords of the southern kingdom departed to deal with the business of war. The dwarves and men from the north had their own preparations to make. Grimgold approached Darthon as the groups were leaving and spoke quietly with him. Wayland watched everything but said nothing, and Alex didn't know what to say. He had to find a way to move himself and 20 men west as fast as possible, and he didn't know how he was going to do it without daring the deadly Black Lands.
"Master Taylor, may I ask something of you?"
Kirill whispered in Alex's ear.
"You wish me to refuse Aaliyah?"
Alex said. "If I take this road across the Black Lands, you wish me to forbid her to come with me?"
"I do, but that is not what I want to ask you now,"
Kirill said. "What then? How may I be of service to you?" Alex asked.
"Tonight, the elders of my people will hold a council of their own,"
Kirill said.
"As you may guess, our people are scattered across the seas of this world, but we have ways, magical ways, to speak to each other in times of need. Tonight we will talk about all that has happened, about what might happen to Westland and Jarro. Will you come and speak with them? After our council, you can ask about Darlock Est Messer. You might be able to learn something that will help you."
"Aaliyah told you about my interest?" Alex asked.
"She told us all that passed between you,"
Kirill said.
"I cannot tell you more than she did about this ancient legend, but the council can. Will you come?"
"Yes," Alex said. "I will come."
"It's total madness, you know, this path through the Black Lands,"
Wayland said later that afternoon when they were alone in their rooms.
"No one can say what evil is there, but it's clear that both men and elves are terrified of the place."
"Maybe they fear the unknown," Alex said.
"Yes, and maybe there's something worse than you can imagine waiting there,"
Wayland shot back.
"When you rescued Skeld and the other adventurers from Carmus and Nisa, didn't you transform into a bird while they were inside your magic bag? Couldn't you do something similar now and fly over the mountains?"
"Maybe," Alex said, "but that is a lot of magic. When I transformed with Skeld and the others in my magic bag, there were only a few of them and no horses, and it was only for a short flight. Hiding 20 men and 20 horses while I transform into a bird, and while still protecting you from Jabez, and while hiding my own magic, would be difficult. There are other problems as well."
"Like what?"
"What if we run into a storm over the mountains and I can't fly? How long will it take to cross the mountains as a bird? Do I change back and forth every day? The men and horses can't stay in my magic bag for the whole journey. You know how dangerous transformations can be for a wizard. How much more dangerous might it be for men and horses?" Wayland sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat and agreement.
"But the Black Lands sound too dangerous to even consider."
"How can you say that when we know almost nothing about them?" Alex asked. "They do have something in their favor, though it is a small point. It might, however, be the small point we need to win this fight."
"What is that?"
"They are the last place Jabez will be looking," Alex said, smiling. Wayland frowned, thinking.
"You're probably right. I'm sure he knows about the Black Lands, but Jabez cares nothing for his men. So, if he is unwilling to send his own army there because he knows they will be destroyed, then we should take that as a warning."
"Does he know, or is that just what he believes?" Alex asked.
"I heard what Kirill said, Alex. We need to find another way, though I don't have any idea what that might be."
Chapter 17. Legends. It was late, and the palace halls were mostly empty. Alex had told Wayland what he was doing and where he was going, and Wayland had simply nodded his understanding and said nothing. Now Alex followed Kirill out of the palace and into the streets of Valora. They went downhill toward the harbor, and Alex understood why. The magic of the sea elves was tied to the open sea, and they would need all the power they could summon to communicate with their elders who were scattered across the oceans of Jarro. "This way," Kirill said, leading Alex away from the docks. They walked along the shoreline for a mile. When they came to the city wall, Kirill produced a silver key which he slipped between 2 stones. There was a soft click, and a section of the ground and lower wall moved aside, revealing a stairway leading down, though not directly through the wall. Alex found himself in a passageway, expertly carved but poorly lit.
My people built this when we first landed here, Kirill said. It was so long ago that only the king and a few of his lords knew that it is here, and they would be hard-pressed to find it without a guide. The passage was straight and had a gentle downward slope. They walked in silence for another mile, and then the passage started sloping up. Alex wondered where they could be, because by his reckoning they were moving eastward. After climbing a long set of stairs, they came out of a stone arch and into an open, bowl-like area. The top of the chamber was open to the sky, and Alex could see the stars high above him. He could hear the gentle waves slapping against the rocks, but looking around, he could see nothing but stone. "We are surrounded by water here," Kirill said. "From the deck of a ship, this place looks like a small stony island. It is a place for ships to steer well clear of." Alex nodded his understanding and took a closer look at his surroundings. The hollowed-out space was like a small amphitheater with stone benches carved along the walls. The wooden chairs in front of him were already filled with sea elves, their hoods removed and their faces revealed. Set in front of the elves were 9 silver stands, each one supporting what looked like a very large and finely cut crystal. Alex followed Kirill to the front of the group of sea elves and took the seat that Kirill offered him. "We are ready," Kirill said to Alex. "You don't need to do anything. The elders will appear shortly." "How?" Alex asked. "Ancient magic that we have protected for a long time," Kirill said. "Each of the crystals has a twin, which is held by one of the elders. When they will it, their likeness will appear, and they will be able to see and hear all that happens here." Alex waited and watched. For a time it seemed that nothing was happening, but he soon noticed that each of the crystals in front of him began to glow with a dim light. The magic of the crystals was very different than Alex imagined it would be. The lords of the sea elves did not appear above the crystals as he thought they would, nor were they the semi-transparent figures he'd imagined. Instead, each of the crystals, along with the silver stands, vanished from sight, and in their places sat very real and solid-looking elf lords. As soon as all of the lords had appeared, the elf in the center spoke. His voice was musical and strangely sad, and while the words that he spoke were not exactly the same as the elven language Alex knew, he was still able to follow what was being said. Alex thought that maybe he should say something, because the elves appeared to think he could not understand them. "Good. He's agreed to come," the Sea Lord from the middle crystal commented. "We were not sure that he would." "That he would dare," another lord to Alex's left added. A spark of anger flared inside Alex. He knew that the elves had doubts, and that they had lived in fear for many years, but the part of him that was a dragon did not take kindly to the comment about his not daring to come here. "He appears to be all that he claims," Kirill said. "Things are seldom what they appear to be," one of the lords to Alex's right answered. "And sometimes things are more than they appear to be," Alex said in perfect Elven. "I have dared to do many things in my short life, and I hope to do more. What, may I ask, have you dared to do in your long lifetimes?" The elf lords fell silent. Some seemed surprised that Alex spoke their language, while others frowned in anger that he had challenged them so directly. "Forgive our doubts," the elf lord at the center said after a pause. "We have not been introduced. I am Navarre, the eldest remaining of my people in Jarro." He gestured to the elf on Alex's right. "This is Sarrak, my advisor. I can see you are angry about our doubts and perhaps at our fear as well. We have lived in fear for a long time. Too long, I think. We must protect ourselves,
Sarok said.
To hide in fear is not the best path to protection,
Another of the elf lords commented.
Enough, Navarre interrupted. We have debated for a long time, and we have not agreed on a path. That is not the reason for this meeting. Master Taylor, we know what you have shown to Aaliyah. She may never have seen a true wizard, but what she tells us reassures us that you are what you say you are. We asked you here to offer you what we can. We will share with you the legends of the distant past, if you think they can help you in your quest.
Thank you, my lords. I am grateful for your help, Alex answered. To be honest, I wish to hear more about the Black Lands before we speak of Darloch Est Misere. Tell me, if you can, what is there? What is it that you and all others fear in that place?
The Black Lands, Navarre replied slowly. A path I would advise against, and yet—
The elf fell silent, as if lost in memory or deep thought. After a moment he shook himself, glanced quickly at the other elf lords, and then settled his gaze on Alex.
Aaliyah told you what she knows, and I will tell you more. In ancient times our people sought for more power than was wise. They wished for things that were not meant to be. In their pride they used magic that they did not truly understand, and that was our ruin. They gave more life to things than they should have, and worse, they gave solid form to shadows.
More life? Alex asked.
Perhaps those are the wrong words, Navarre answered. They could not truly give more life, but they made things more alive. For example, they gave plants the ability to move from place to place when nature decreed they should remain. This was a small thing to them, and perhaps no greater evil would have come if they had stopped there. Sadly, they did not stop. They learned to give form to shadows, allowing them to move freely on their own. When the shadows remained below ground, working in the mines, things were fine.
Wait, said Alex. To give shadows form requires no great magic, and there is no evil in such an act.
Perhaps not, said Navarre. The ancient dark elves, however, wished for something more than mindless shadows that could do little for them. They wanted servants, slaves, to be honest, who could work without being constantly controlled. They tried their magic on many things, but in the end they decided that the best slaves, the most useful, would be something like themselves. So they gave their own shadows solid forms and set them to work in the mines. As I said, if they had remained in the mines, below ground and away from the sun, things might have been fine. The shadows, however, had been given the ability to think for themselves almost as living beings. They were beautiful creatures in the beginning, pale, silver-grey shadows in the forms of elves. But with their ability to think came emotions and desires, something their creators had not considered. The shadows longed for freedom outside of the mines and the sunlight they had never seen. So they came up out of the mines, into the world, and then—
They could not remain in the sunlight, Alex said when Navarre seemed unable to continue. Direct sunlight would undo the magic that gave them form.
It did not undo the magic. It changed it, said Navarre. The light of the sun twisted the shadows the elves had created, distorting their forms, changing them into monsters. Seeing what they had become, they turned against those who had created them.
They hate the elves, and they hate anything that reminds them of what they once looked like. Men and even dwarves are not safe from their hate or their desire for vengeance."
"They still remain?" Alex asked. "They did not fade away when those who made them died or faded?"
"Many of the remaining dark elves have faded, and many more have sailed to the undying lands in the west,"
Navarre answered.
"Or at least they tried to sail west. We have some doubts if they could reach the undying lands, leaving their evil alive behind them. As far as we know, the shadows remain in the Black Lands, but none of our people have gone there for many ages of men."
"And this happened to all the dark elves in all the known lands?" Alex asked.
"Yes," Navarre said. "They did not see their folly until the practice had spread to all of our people. Now those of us who remain must pay the price for their mistake."
He gestured to the other elves in the room.
"Our price is paid by a life tied to the sea."
Alex didn't say anything for a minute. He considered everything he'd been told and what he already knew about giving shadows a solid form. To create thinking creatures, living beings from shadows, would require some very powerful magic. That the creatures had remained for so long, even after their creators had vanished, was hard for him to believe. No magic that he knew of would remain for so long, unless something or someone renewed the magic from time to time. The Brotherhood? Alex wondered. Could the Brotherhood be connected to these shadows? Has the group existed for so long, unnoticed? "You believe that in time this curse will end," Alex finally said. "Tell me, if you will, how you think the curse will end."
"That brings us back to the legend of Darloch Est Misere," Navarre replied. "Simply put, it is believed that in a time of darkness, when evil threatens all the known lands, the Master of Dragons will come. This master will fight the evil with the aid of a nameless dragon, and if he can defeat it with his dragon ally, a great time of renewal will follow. Many wrongs of the past will fade away, and better times for all the known lands will follow."
"And if they fail?" Alex asked.
"Then evil will rise and darkness will consume the known lands," Navarre answered. "I and many of my people believe that failure would mean our end. It would be the end for many good things, to be sure."
"I don't suppose the legend says when all this is going to happen," Alex said.
"Legends cannot be marked on a calendar," Navarre replied. "We must hope that the Master of Dragons and his nameless ally will come soon. For now, we hope and we wait."
"Nameless ally," Alex repeated softly to himself. "All dragons have names, even if the names they go by are not their true names." Navarre held up his hands in helpless surrender.
"I can only tell you the words of the legend, and they say only that a nameless dragon will come and aid the Master of Dragons."
"Very well," Alex said, his mind trying to see how the pieces fit together, and failing. "I thank you for telling me what you have, though I feel I have more questions than answers."
"Answers are always harder to find than questions," Navarre said.
"Press them to join this battle," Alex's Ogash suddenly whispered, "as a sign of goodwill. Show them what you are, your wizard powers, the fact that you are a dragon lord, everything except your dragon side. Show them and ask them to fight." Alex hesitated, but he knew his Ogash was right. If the men and dwarves of Westland were going to have any real chance to win the coming war, they would need help from the sea elves. "As a sign of good faith, I will show you what many of you wish to see," Alex said as he stood up. He moved forward to stand between the elf lords and the elves seated behind him. As I did for Aaliyah, I ask you, see me for what I am. Alex bowed his head for a moment, concentrating on how much he would reveal. Then he looked up at the stars of Jarro, and a surprisingly strong feeling of hope filled him. Somehow he knew that he would reach Conmar Castle, and that he would defeat Jabez and his evil. He did not know how he would get there, and he could not see how he would win. He simply knew that he would. Alex uncovered his magic for all the sea elves to see, and this time he did not hide his power as a dragon lord. There were a few gasps of surprise, but mostly there was a stunned silence. He didn't think many of them had ever seen a true wizard, and he knew none of them had ever seen a dragon lord. He stood for several minutes, allowing the elves to see his true power, sure that none of them would reveal his secret to Jabez.
"You spoke truly," Navarre managed to say. "Some things are more than they appear to be, as we now see that you are. I do not recognize all of the magic I see in you, as some of it seems very strange."
"That is the magic of a dragon lord," Alex said, returning to his seat. "I am a dragon lord, named such by a lord of dragons, and the eldest of that race in all the known lands." The elf lords didn't say anything for a time, but Alex could see they were talking to each other. Something in their magic allowed them to speak together while preventing Alex from hearing their words. After a few minutes of debate, Navarre broke the silence.
"If you are a dragon lord, then are you not also the master of dragons that the legend speaks of?"
Navarre asked. "I do not know," Alex said. "To my mind, dragons have no masters, except possibly the ancient dragon of whom I spoke. That is why this legend is so puzzling to me. I would not claim to be a master of dragons, though I believe that any dragon I faced would speak to me before attacking."
"Clearly you know more of dragons than we do," Navarre said thoughtfully. "You have shown us your power, and have been honest and true with us. Is there something we may do for you? Ask of us what you will. For myself and those of my house, we will try to do whatever you may ask."
"I would ask that you come to the aid of your friends here in Westland," Alex said. "The war that they are facing will be a hard one, and I am not sure that they can win it alone."
"As a united race, we have not meddled in the affairs of mortals for ages," Sarak said quickly. "To do so now would expose our people to the evil in this and other lands."
"Tell me, Sarak, do you think your people are safe because you do not meddle? Do you think they are safe because evil does not know you exist?" Alex asked. "Stories of the sea elves are told in many lands, and the evil facing us all surely knows where your people are. It may not see you as a threat because you do not meddle, but sooner or later the evil will come looking for you."
"Perhaps," Sarak replied, "but that is simply more reason to remain hidden. Provoking evil seems a foolish course to follow."
"Yes, that may be," Alex agreed. "Yet I ask that you answer one question. What would you call an elf or a man or even a dwarf who would not help when a friend was in dire need?"
"You would shame us further and call us cowards," Sarak answered angrily.
"Your word, not mine," Alex said. "If the title fits, you must live with it."
"Wizards are known for their cunning ways and their ability to twist words. What will you say to those of our people who will die if we join this battle? You know, as we all do, that many will die. What words do you have for them?" Sarak asked.
"Yes," Alex said sadly, "many will die in the coming fight. Such is the price of life, even for the ageless elves. Those who die, however, will die with honor. They will die without the shame that your people have lived with for so long."
"Enough of this," Navarre said loudly. "This is a choice that every elf must make individually, and for me and the members of my house who wish it, I will join Lord Darthon in this war. If the other houses wish to join us, they will be welcome. If they wish to remain hidden, as Master Taylor said, you must live with the title that fits."
Kirill stood and bowed to Navarre. "I will tell Lord Darthon of your decision, my lord." "Thank you," Alex said to Navarre. "I know joining this war will be a sacrifice for your people, but I know we will not be able to defeat this evil without your help." Navarre nodded his head to Alex.
"Perhaps we can begin to help you right now. There is one more thing you should know about the Black Lands, though I cannot say how true it might be, or if it is simply legend."
"Something more about the Black Lands?" Alex asked.
"There are old stories about our ancient home," Navarre explained. "They say that at certain times strange lights appear in the night. Some say that the lights are the shadow's magic, used to mislead travelers and cause them to become lost forever in the darkness. Others say that the lights are the lost souls of those who have died, those who created the shadows in the first place, and who are unable to leave the Black Lands until the shadows they created are undone. Whatever version of the story is true, I urge you to avoid the lights if you see them. All the stories say that the lights bring madness or even death to any who get too close to them."
"Thank you for this information, Lord Navarre," said Alex. "It will be helpful when I cross the Black Lands."
"You still think the path through the Black Lands is the best way to travel, even knowing all that you do?"
Navarre asked with concern. "It seems the only path open to me," Alex answered. "I wish it was not. It will be a dangerous journey, and I would rather face that danger alone instead of taking others with me into such a place."
"Then take only those who choose to go of their own free will," Navarre said. "Those who will be most likely to withstand any evil you may meet."
"I hope that we all may withstand the evil," Alex replied. "Thank you again for what you have shared with me."
"I wish you luck in your quest, and I hope to meet you face to face one day very soon," said Navarre.
"A hope that I share," Alex answered, standing and bowing slightly. All of the sea elves stood and bowed to their lords until their images faded and vanished. Without a word, Kirill turned and motioned for Alex to follow him. They remained silent until they were almost back to the city walls.
"I would not have you think badly of Sarok," Kirill said. "He is not the fearful sea elf that he appears to be in council."
"I do not think badly of any elf," Alex replied. "I understand that he is only trying to protect his people."
"Not in the way you are thinking," Kirill said. "It is Sarok's job in council to take a stand for the old ways, to uphold the traditions of my people. His own true feelings are very different. I think if he had his way, we would be far more involved with what happens in the land of Jarro than we have been for many lifetimes of men."
"So he really wants to help, even though it means going to war? Even though he knows many of your people will die?" Alex asked.
"Death is not always to be feared," Kirill answered. "Most of my people believe that to die in a good cause is better than to live forever in hiding. Few of my people, however, would say such a thing out loud. We have been in hiding for a very long time, and old ways are not easy to change."
"Let us hope that the change will not prove too costly for your people," Alex said.
"Yes, let us hope," Kirill agreed.
"The elves are going to fight?" Waylon asked.
Alex had found the old wizard sitting next to the fire in their rooms, waiting for his return. He had a worried look on his face, and a huge pile of papers scattered on the floor around him. "Some of them, at least," Alex said. "Maybe even most of them."
"How did you manage that?"
Alex quickly told Waylon about what had happened during the Council of the Sea Elves. When he finished, Waylon leaned back in his chair.
"You have done well, Alex. With the Sea Elves on our side, our chances of winning this fight without destroying most of Westland will be better. But—"
I know, Alex said. "Nothing will really matter if I can't get into Conmar, find the Axe of Sundering, and finish Jabez."
"Yes, and I've been trying to find something that will help with that,"
Waylon said, waving his hand at the papers around him. "A magical way to find the axe?" Alex asked hopefully.
"No, nothing as simple as that,"
Waylon said, shaking his head.
"I doubt that Jabez would use any great magic to hide the axe, as that would simply act as a sign to anyone who knows how to look. Don't forget, the axe is a magical weapon as well, and any magic used on the axe may react in unexpected ways."
"What are you looking for, then?"
"A way for you to get to Conmar without traveling through the Black Lands," Waylon answered. "Given what Navarre told you about the dangers in the Black Lands, I feel even more strongly that you should avoid them."
"Yes, there will be danger traveling in the Black Lands, but the magic the Sea Elves used there is not necessarily evil. At least it's not the same evil that we are trying to defeat at Conmar."
"The magic the elves used may not have been evil, at least not directly, but it was powerful, and it has caused a great deal of evil to follow."
"Most of that evil has been done to the Sea Elves," Alex said.
"Hardly," Waylon said. "Oh, I know the Sea Elves have suffered because of what they did. But what about the Shadows?"
"The Shadows?"
"They were given life," Waylon said. "Maybe not life as you and I know it, but life just the same. The Shadows could think and feel and make their own decisions. What they were not given was a choice in what they would become. They were also not given an end, a way to die and become simply shadows once more. That, to my mind, is a greater evil than anything the Sea Elves have had to live with."
"I hadn't thought of it that way," Alex admitted.
"You should," Waylon said. "If you must travel through the Black Lands, you should look at things from all angles."
"It seems like there is always something more to think about," Alex said with a yawn.
"Yes, there is,"
Waylon agreed.
"So, when you think you've thought of everything, you can be sure you are wrong."
Alex said good night to Waylon and went to his bedroom. He wasn't really tired, but he wanted to be alone to think. He took off his boots, stretched out on top of his bed, and looked up at the dark ceiling of his room. He thought about his main enemy, Jabez. Jabez would know something about the Black Lands, but how much? If he thought no one could travel through the Black Lands, then he wouldn't worry about guarding them. It was a chance, maybe the only chance that Alex would have to get close to Conmar Castle as quickly as he needed to without being seen. Unfortunately, traveling through the Black Lands sounded like a way to vanish and never be seen again. Was it a risk worth taking? Could he gamble his life on it? What about the lives of the 20 men who would be joining him? Alex tried to think of what he would do if he were in Jabez's place, which was difficult because he wasn't sure how much Jabez knew about the Black Lands or about the Sea Elves. But Alex knew that Jabez was worried about his ability to retain control of Westland. He had wanted to keep Darthon and the Southern Kingdom out of the fight for as long as possible. Perhaps Jabez was moving sooner than he had planned to. Perhaps something was forcing him to try to take control before he was really ready. "The Brotherhood must be pushing him," Alex Ogash whispered. Why? Alex asked, and then thought through the answers. The Brotherhood took their time. They were patient. They had taken hundreds of years in their attempt to conquer Nisa. Had their failure in Nisa changed their plans here in Jaro? Did the Brotherhood have some deadline for taking control of all the known lands? Questions that Alex couldn't possibly answer began to pile up in his mind until it was hard to think clearly about anything. Slowly, he forced himself to clear his mind, to refocus on the one problem he had to solve immediately. How could he reach the castle of Conmar quickly? Traveling through the Black Lands was the fastest way, but was it the right thing to do? After a short time, Alex let his mind empty and tried to sleep. The next few days would be busy ones, and he would need to be ready. He would find out soon enough if his decision to travel through the Black Lands was a good one or not. Chapter 18. The Black Lands. 3 days after his meeting with the Sea Elves, Alex headed south, leading a group of 19 away from Valora. They would follow the edge of the mountains, trying to remain unseen by any of Jabez's spies that might be in the area. Waylon and the men of Darthon's armies would be moving north the next day, but Alex wanted to leave while the weather was still clear. He was sad and worried when he said goodbye to Waylon, but knew that dividing their forces at this point might be the key to destroying Jabez and the evil he had unleashed. "You will see Waylon again soon," Alex's Ogash whispered, which made Alex feel better. Alex and his small group had traveled for several miles before the sky darkened with storm clouds. Alex could smell the rain before it started to fall, and the sound of it dripping from the trees calmed his mind. The rain didn't care about the evil of Conmar, and it didn't care about the war in Westland. The seasons went on, unchanged, and that fact gave Alex hope. In 2 or 3 days, if the rain cleared up, they would reach the southernmost pass over the mountains. Alex had promised Waylon that if the way over the mountains was clear, he would travel that way. But if snow blocked their way, then Alex would lead the group further south and through the Black Lands. Alex didn't look back at the group he was leading, but his mind called up each of their faces. 17 men whom Alex had chosen from the more than 200 of Darthon's army who had volunteered. He had taken Navarre's advice and had not let Lord Darthon order anyone to go with him, but the number of men willing to go had made things difficult for Alex. He had chosen just 17, and now he hoped that he had chosen well. Alongside the men was Dagmar Longdrink, a dwarf who had also volunteered to go with Alex. Grimgold had reminded Alex that there were almost sure to be dwarves held captive in the dungeons of Conmar as well as men, and seeing the face of another dwarf would make any rescued dwarves more trusting and possibly more helpful as well. The final member of the group was someone Alex had not wanted to bring along. Aaliyah, who was riding just behind him, had insisted on coming. Alex didn't like the idea at all, and Kirill had begged Alex not to allow her to go. Aaliyah had insisted, however, and declared that if Alex wouldn't take her as part of the company, then she would follow behind them on her own. Alex had tried to reason with her, and when that didn't work, he had asked why she should come. Aaliyah would not give any reason why. She simply said that she would stay with the company wherever it might go. Alex turned his thoughts from his fellow travelers and concentrated on the trail before him. Aaliyah rode up beside him. "You are still set on this path?" she asked. She kept her hood up, not only to keep the rain away, but to hide her face from the other travelers. "I am," Alex answered without looking at the sea elf. "It is not too late for you to turn back." Aaliyah shook her head.
How far do you think we will travel today?"
"A few more miles before the sun sets," Alex said slowly, not really wanting to talk. "The sun will be down in an hour or two. We'll make camp before we lose the light."
"There is a small cave up ahead that might be a good place for camp," Aaliyah said.
Alex looked at her. "You've traveled this way before?"
Aaliyah smiled. "Though we live our lives on the sea, we have not forgotten the land we once loved."
"I know the Black Lands were once your home. I wish I could have seen them as they once were."
"I wish that too," Aaliyah said. "The Black Lands are a strange place, a place where you always feel that you are being watched."
"By the shadows?"
"And the lights that linger there."
Alex didn't ask any more questions. It was clear that Aaliyah had been close to the Black Lands. It was also clear that her people had seen things that were both frightening and painful to remember. They continued to travel through the rain until the dim light from the setting sun lit up the tops of the trees. Aaliyah motioned to Alex and led him away from the trail they had been following. They moved into the woods, riding around a large boulder. The boulder was much larger than it first appeared to be, and behind it Alex found a deep cave with an overhang that could be used as a shelter from the rain. The spot had been used many times, and Alex was grateful that Aaliyah had guided them here. "We will rest here for the night," Alex said to his men. "We are safe here from weather and any prying eyes that might be looking for us." Some of Alex's men settled onto the dry ground, while others tended to the horses. Dagmar gathered kindling to start a fire, mumbling to himself. Alex was glad there was enough real wood in the cave that they could use for a fire. He didn't want to use his magic. He needed to conserve his energy so he would be ready for whatever lay ahead. While Dagmar and two of the men fixed a meal for the group, Aaliyah came to sit beside Alex. "Were you able to learn what you needed to know about Darloch Est Messer?" she asked. "I know more now than I did," Alex said, "but not everything I wish to know. I still do not know if it means Master of Dragons or Destroyer of Dragons." "Is there a difference?" Aaliyah asked. Alex nodded. "I believe there is, and I believe the difference might matter more than I might guess. I need to think about it some more." Aaliyah tucked her hands under her cloak. "I used to dream about dragons, you know." "You did?" Alex asked. "When I was young, I always dreamed the same dream about a dragon," Aaliyah went on, talking more to herself than to Alex. "I thought it meant that I would meet a dragon one day." "A strange dream for an elf-maid to have," Alex said. "I still believe it. Sometimes, at least a little." She looked at Alex. "Have you ever met a dragon?" Alex thought about Slathbog, the Red, Salanor hidden on the Isle of Bones, and the golden dragon he'd seen in Darthon's mind. Lastly, he thought of his own second true form as a true silver dragon, and he simply smiled and said, "I have." Aaliyah sighed. "Then perhaps the dream of a little elf-maid might come true." As the group settled in for the night, Alex found a comfortable spot to lie down, then closed his eyes and tried to clear his thoughts. He didn't expect to run into any trouble, at least not yet, and as he listened to the sounds of men around him, Dagmar grumbling about having to sit next to Aaliyah, and the rain falling outside, Alex fell asleep. It was near dawn when Alex woke, but the sky was darker than it had been the day before. The rain was still falling, but it was a colder rain than before, and it would probably turn to snow before the day was over. Alex put his blankets away and took a heavy cloak from his magic bag. "Winter is closing in on us," Alex commented, wrapping his cloak around his shoulders. "Winter comes early in Westland," Aaliyah answered. "We should eat and move on." If we move swiftly, we can reach the Black Lands before the weather becomes too cold." Alex nodded his agreement and helped Dagmar gather wood to make a fire to cook their breakfast. Aaliyah remained hidden in her cloak, lost in her own thoughts. Alex looked at her from time to time, wondering what she might be thinking. A few hours after breaking camp, the rain changed to wet and heavy snow. Though the winter storm made traveling difficult, Alex knew the bad weather would also make it harder for Jabez's spies to see them as they traveled. He and his friends pushed forward through the snow and the growing cold without stopping. The sky grew thick with thunderclouds, and the wind blew harder as the day went on. In the early afternoon, the storm grew so wild that it was difficult to make any headway. The ground was slick with mud and snow, and it had grown so dark that it was hard to tell which direction they were going. Alex thought about magically pushing the storm away, but decided against it. It would take some powerful magic to push this storm away, and so close to Conmar, Jabez was sure to notice. An hour later, Dagmar rode up next to Alex.
"We should try to find some shelter,"
he yelled over the wind.
"I doubt there's a dry spot to be found,"
Alex yelled back. Dagmar nodded.
"If you're thinking of crossing the mountain passes, we'll have to turn to the west soon."
Alex had promised Waylon that he would first try to use the mountain pass, and for a moment he hesitated.
"The storm is too bad, and there is too much snow," he finally said. "We'll never make it over the mountain pass."
Dagmar brushed snow from his beard.
"We'll follow where you lead, Master Taylor. But are you sure you want to attempt crossing the Black Lands?"
Alex looked at Dagmar, then at Aaliyah, then at the other men who had volunteered to come with him.
"We have no other choice," he said. "We have to save the hostages, and I must face Jabez. Otherwise Darthon's army, our friends, and all our hopes will fail."
Dagmar nodded and rode back to his place in line.
"You're a good leader," Aaliyah said. "The men trust you."
Alex squinted up at the endless storm.
"I hope they still do once we enter the Black Lands."
There was no shelter on the trail, so they rode on into the night. When the storm finally ended, it was almost dawn, and the horses and men were too tired to go much further.
"We are almost there," Aaliyah said. "Almost to the Black Lands."
Alex nodded his understanding, too exhausted to say anything. He simply followed Aaliyah's lead as she turned off the path.
"Careful," she said. "The way through the woods will be slippery after the rain and snow."
Alex followed Aaliyah into the woods. They rode for almost a mile before Aaliyah stopped at the bottom of what looked like a cliff. She got off her horse and stepped close to the rock wall. Alex dismounted and joined her. Aaliyah spoke an elven word, and the rock face slid back, revealing the dark opening of a tunnel.
"A well-hidden door,"
Alex commented.
"And one that has not been opened in many years,"
Aaliyah said, a note of fear in her voice.
"I wish we did not have to open it now."
"Will it lead us to the Black Lands?" Alex asked.
Aaliyah nodded. "The other end opens on the northern edge of the Black Lands. It is almost dawn. We can shelter here for now. Tomorrow night we will be in the Black Lands."
Alex nodded his understanding and helped to set up their camp. They all needed to rest, and he knew that traveling through this dark tunnel would be harder for them all than the storm of the previous night. After a quick but warming meal, the men settled into their blankets to get some much-needed sleep. Alex stood for a time, looking at the tunnel that would lead them to the Black Lands. The darkness was forbidding, but darkness was the last thing Alex was worried about. So much about the Black Lands was still unknown, and he wasn't sure that he could protect all of these men from the unknown dangers ahead of them. "You should rest," Aaliyah said quietly as she stepped up beside him. "How long will it take to pass through this tunnel?" Alex asked. "Half a day," Aaliyah answered. "Or half a night. Rest now. You will need all your strength when we reach the Black Lands." Alex turned to look at Aaliyah, giving her what he hoped was a reassuring smile. He walked away without speaking, finding a place to rest, leaning against the roots of an ancient tree. He let his body rest while his mind continued to spin with questions. Slowly, his mind emptied of questions, and without really falling asleep, he rested. From under his mostly closed eyelids, Alex watched the camp and the men who were trying to sleep. None of the men were sleeping well, and most would jerk awake from time to time, glancing at the dark opening they had to enter, and then rolling over to try to sleep once more. Only Dogmar appeared to be sleeping well, and Alex wasn't surprised. A dwarf would have no fear of traveling underground. Alex also kept an eye on Aaliyah. She hid her fear well, but he could tell that she was terrified. For long periods of time she would stare at the dark tunnel, as if seeing what was waiting for them all at the far end. A slight shiver would shake her from head to toe, and then she would turn to look at Alex. It seemed, at least to Alex, that his presence there gave Aaliyah strength and the will to go forward. He wondered once more why she had insisted on making this journey, and once more he found no answer. Late in the afternoon, Alex got up and put away his blankets. He didn't wake any of the others, but quietly started gathering wood for the fire. Aaliyah, being an elf and not needing to sleep, had kept the fire burning. She soon joined Alex, helping to gather wood without speaking, but Alex knew what she was thinking. "Let them sleep a little longer if they can," Alex said in a low voice. "This might be their last chance to rest for a few days." It wasn't long before the men were up and moving around. A large hot meal was prepared, though the men didn't eat as much as they could have. When the meal was being cleared away, Alex stood to address the men. "It is time," Alex said, looking at the faces around him. "We now must travel through darkness into the Black Lands. I must ask you all to search your hearts and decide if you will move forward with me, or turn back and ride with your people to war in the north. Once we pass through this magical doorway, it will close, and there will be no turning back for any of us. So if you have any doubts, if your hearts tell you to find another path, then I ask that you turn back now. No man will ever speak against any of you for the choice you make now, but for myself, I must go forward into darkness." The men all nodded their understanding, but none of them spoke. After a few moments of silence, a man named Robert Torson, who had been one of King Darthon's guards, stepped forward and spoke. "We shall follow wherever you lead, and pay whatever price we must to save our people and our land from evil." "Thank you," Alex said, bowing to the company. "Thank you all." Aaliyah now moved forward toward the tunnel opening, but Alex stopped her by raising his arm. "What is it?" she asked. "I will go first. We don't know what dangers might be waiting in the darkness." Alex summoned several weir lights, and the small, glowing orbs hovered around his head. What are these strange lights?" Aaliyah asked nervously. "They are called weir lights," Alex answered, surprised by Aaliyah's reaction. "They will go where I command them to, and remain as long as I need them." "Send them away," Aaliyah said, her voice shaking slightly. "They look too much like the lights here in the Black Lands. I would rather take my chances in the darkness than have these lights close by." Alex nodded and didn't ask any questions. With a wave of his hand, the weir lights vanished. and once again the two of them faced the pitch-black darkness of the tunnel.
"You must think me foolish, being afraid of your small lights," Aaliyah said after a moment.
"Not foolish," said Alex. "I think you were worried about what might lay ahead of us in the Black Lands."
"Perhaps we could light some torches," Aaliyah said several minutes later, the nervousness gone from her voice.
"I doubt we could find anything dry enough to burn," Alex said. Alex knew what kinds of things lived in dark caves, and he didn't want to lead his men into unwanted trouble. For a few moments, Alex stood looking into the darkness, thinking about what he could do. His magic sword, Moonslayer, glowed blue in the moonlight, but that glow wouldn't be bright enough to help him now. He could, of course, ignite the end of his staff into a brilliant light, but that would help only the men at the front of the company, leaving those at the back in darkness. This was an unexpected problem, and though it wouldn't end his adventure, it needed to be solved. The horses behind him shuffled and stamped impatiently, waiting to move forward. They didn't like the cold or the wet any more than the men did. Alex looked over to where his horse was standing beside Aaliyah's horse. "I have an idea," he said. He approached his horse and held out his hand. The animal sniffed his fingers and didn't move away. Alex ran his hand over the horse's nose and up toward the top of its head. He needed to make sure he didn't use too much magic, but a little bit would still go unnoticed by Jabez. Whispering a few words, he patted the horse's head right between its eyes, and then slowly drew his hand up and away, pinching his fingers as he went, as if pulling on an unseen thread. A thin, spiraled horn rose out of the horse's forehead that glowed with a clear, white light. Aaliyah gasped. "Don't worry," Alex said. "It is made of magic and won't do the horse any harm. This will allow us to have light while we pass through the tunnel." Once the horn was about a foot long, Alex stopped and said a few more words. The horse tossed its head, but seemed unconcerned about the horn or the light coming from it. "Good boy," Alex said, running his hand down the horse's neck and patting its shoulder. He moved from horse to horse, repeating the spell, until all 20 horses had glowing spiral horns rising from their foreheads. "I have never seen—" Aaliyah started and stopped. "Are there no unicorns here in Jaro?" Alex asked. She shook her head. "Perhaps they exist in other lands, but not here. They are beautiful. How is it done?" "Horses are brave and loyal creatures, and they have strong hearts. I simply asked them if they would share their inner light with us for a time." He remembered his first horse, Shari, who had been killed in the Lost Mountains. Her name had meant Great Heart, and she had been a true friend to him. He still missed her. "The horns should give us enough light to make our way through the tunnel safely." Aaliyah looked at Alex and then bowed her head. "I knew you were a wizard, but I did not know you had such power." "Sometimes the strongest magic comes from asking for help," Alex said, swinging into his saddle. He smiled down at Aaliyah and started into the tunnel, the light from his horse's new horn leading the way. The group followed Alex into the tunnel, and when the magical door closed behind them, it made no sound. The tunnel was expertly made and large enough for riders to pass through easily. There were a few twists and turns as the path descended into the mountains, but nothing more. Time underground seemed to drag on, but the light from the horses helped the men keep their nerve. The fact that the air in the tunnel was fresh, and that there were no cobwebs or even dust to be seen, surprised Alex, but he didn't say anything. After about 4 hours of riding, the tunnel began to slope upward, and before long the rock walls and ceiling of the tunnel vanished. They were now riding along a stone path that led them through a dense pine forest. When they reached the edge of the forest, Alex stopped and looked up. The stars were shining above them, and a cold winter breeze blew across his face. Ahead of him, down a small hill, Alex got his first look at the Black Lands. "We will stop here," Alex said. He turned to look at the men following him. "Prepare a light meal, and rest a little if you can. Then we must go into the Black Lands." The men dismounted and went to work building a fire and preparing a meal. Dagmar stretched his back and ran his hand down his beard. He looked out into the Black Lands, sniffed the air with an unhappy look on his face, and then turned to help with the meal. Alex dismounted and ran his hand down his horse's forehead and rubbed his nose. The horn slowly vanished under his touch. "Thank you, my friend," he said. His horse nickered softly in reply. Alex did the same with all the other horses, removing the magical horns and thanking the animals for their help. When he was finished, he went to see what there was to eat, leaving his worries about what lay ahead of them at the back of his mind. Whatever dangers there were would come soon enough. Aaliyah sat down beside him as they ate, and he smiled at her. Alex could sense her fear, and he was amazed by her willpower, a power that allowed her to move forward no matter what. He reached out and took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, hoping to let her know that everything would be all right. He wasn't really sure that everything would be all right, but he wanted to do something, anything, to help his friend. The wind was blowing harder as they finished eating, but the sky remained clear. Alex wondered if another storm was coming, but it didn't really matter. Storm or no storm, the Black Lands were waiting for them. "Onward, then," Alex said as he led his horse to the edge of the forest. Aaliyah was already standing there with her horse, but she didn't move when Alex spoke. Alex looked back at the men following him, then back to Aaliyah, but she didn't move at all. It seemed as if she was frozen in place. "What is it?" he asked. Aaliyah pointed into the Black Lands. "The lights. Look at the lights." Alex looked to where she was pointing and saw hundreds of lights winking off and on in the distance. They were small, like his weir lights, but even from where he was standing, Alex could feel their magical power. Alex looked away from the lights, studying the land he and his friends would have to cross. At first, it seemed that everything was normal except for the strange lights, but he slowly began to see how not normal everything was. For the first time, Alex understood why the area they had to travel through was called the Black Lands. Shadows lay thick on the ground, somehow even darker than the night. No moonlight or starlight reflected off the ground or anything else, yet it seemed to Alex that the ground rippled like water was moving over it, or maybe just beneath it. It made him dizzy to look at it directly, so he looked at the lights again, but that wasn't much better. The lights moved randomly at different speeds and in different directions. Just when he thought he could see a pattern to their movements, the lights would shift or disappear unexpectedly. New lights, or perhaps the old ones, would suddenly appear in places where no lights had been, and for some reason, Alex thought that they were searching for something. "It's worse than I expected," Aaliyah said. "What do you mean?" Alex asked. "There are more lights than I thought there would be, and they are moving faster." "Do you think they sense our presence?" "I don't know," Aaliyah answered, sounding worried. "We must cross," Alex said. "We have come too far, and we have no other choice." "I know, but I am afraid." The men had gathered around Alex and Aaliyah. The reflection of the lights danced in their eyes, and they swayed on their feet as if half asleep and still dreaming. A couple of the men shuffled forward, trying to move toward the lights. "Stay back!" Alex ordered. He pulled the men back toward the forest, away from the lights, afraid that his friends would suddenly rush forward. Speaking a few words, he put a spell of protection on the group, and then he turned his attention back to the lights. They were beautiful to look at, and their power seemed to call out to him. Alex resisted the call. Standing perfectly still, he let his mind reach out toward the lights, searching for the source of the magic that created and controlled them. As he suspected, there was nothing there for his mind to find. Still, the lights seemed to call out to him. He wasn't sure how long he stood there staring at the lights, searching with his magic and thinking. He heard Aaliyah say something, but the words were distant and unclear. She spoke again, and slowly her words made sense to him. "Alex, come back to us. We need you." He turned to look at the sea elf, surprised to see tears in her eyes. He blinked, and she smiled in relief. "What happened?" Alex asked. "Why are you worried?" "I thought we had lost you to the lights." Alex shook his head. "No, I was trying to understand them and the magic that makes them, but I am too far away. If I can get closer, I think—" He looked at his men. "Enough of this. We should leave. Now." "The lights?" one man asked. "I will deal with them if I must," Alex said. The man shook his head. "I know I said I'd follow you, and I want to help rescue the hostages, but if we go down there, I don't think we'll make it out alive." A few other men muttered their agreement. "Let's at least wait until dawn," Aaliyah said. "The lights are less powerful during the day." "That's exactly why we must leave now," Alex said. "I sense something, and I'm not sure what. What I do know is that we must hurry, or something far worse than lights may find us." "What?" Dagmar asked. "I don't know," Alex admitted, "and I really don't want to find out if I can help it. We've all come too far to turn back now. To remain here means death, or worse. Forward is the only choice we have." The strange lights continued to move in the distance, and Alex climbed on his horse and started toward them. The others followed without a word. He knew it was risky to approach the lights in the middle of the night when they were at their strongest, but it was also when they were most visible. He hoped it would be easier to avoid the lights if he could see where they were, rather than trying to weave his way through them during the day, when the sunlight would render them all but invisible. As they rode forward, Alex motioned for Dagmar to ride up beside him. The dwarf came forward with a puzzled look on his face, but didn't ask any questions. "I have a favor to ask of you," Alex said quietly, in dwarfish. "You need only ask," Dagmar answered. "We haven't known each other long," Alex went on. "I can see, however, that you are a dwarf to be trusted in all things. I do not ask this lightly, and I know your feelings about the elves, but—" "But?" Dagmar prodded. "I want you to promise me that you will stay close to Lady Aaliyah," Alex said. "I want you to stay close and to keep her safe no matter what happens." "You fear something?" Dagmar asked. "You fear that you cannot keep her safe?" "Nothing I can name," Alex answered slowly. "I just feel that she should have some extra protection, perhaps even protection from herself." Dagmar looked troubled as he ran his hand down his beard, but then his eyes brightened, and a slight smile crossed his lips. "Because you ask this as a friend, and do not command me as leader or wizard, I will promise to stay close to Lady Aaliyah and keep her safe," Dagmar answered.
I will keep this promise until you and only you, or death, release me from it."
"Thank you," Alex said, smiling at Dogmar. "And let us hope that death has nothing to say in this matter." Dogmar gave a grunting laugh and then returned to his place behind Alex. As they moved forward, the disorientation Alex had felt on the hilltop returned, stronger now that they were actually in the Black Lands. The ground rolled and pitched like the deck of a ship in a storm, and the lights moved faster as Alex and the others moved closer to them. Alex thought that he could just hear the hum and buzz of them as they whizzed past. "Stay close," he ordered his men, "and stay alert. Don't touch the lights and don't let them touch you. If you see one coming close, get out of its way."
"Shall we draw our weapons?"
one of the men asked. Alex looked at Aaliyah, who shook her head slightly. "No," Alex answered. "We don't know how the lights will react to sword or steel. Perhaps if we approach carefully, the lights will let us pass." Alex took a deep breath and urged his horse forward. The path was dirt now, not the well-made stone it had been on the hilltop. It didn't take Alex long to realize that the rippling was just an illusion, a trick of the eye caused by the shadows that the lights created. He moved forward with more confidence, but still cautious of the lights. Alex tried to stay calm, hoping that the lights would leave them alone if they moved slowly and with care. Almost immediately, however, a swarm of lights came rushing in their direction. "Watch out!" Alex yelled, ducking as the lights darted over his head. The men closed ranks, changing from one or two riders following in a line behind Alex to a close group. Alex wasn't sure which was the better approach. Single file might make it easier to avoid the lights, but riding together meant they could try to protect each other. More lights flashed and swooped toward the group. A man screamed and nearly fell off his horse trying to get out of the way. "Steady!" Alex called. "Keep moving forward!" The air seemed to hum around them, and the darkness had a weight to it. The lights continued to buzz and flicker, but Alex noticed that more and more of them were clustering around Aaliyah than any of the others. It looked as if the men at the back of the group were traveling without any lights bothering them at all. Alex frowned. Aaliyah was a sea elf. The lights must be able to sense her, and for whatever reason, they were drawn to her. Aaliyah crouched low over her horse's neck, trying to keep track of the lights flashing above her, but there were too many. Her horse stamped and quivered, and Dogmar moved to the outside of the group in an attempt to shield her. Alex was afraid that some of the horses might bolt, scattering the company across the Black Lands. "Quickly, surround Lady Aaliyah!" Alex shouted. "We must protect her! The lights are targeting her more than the rest of us. If we surround her, they might leave the rest of us alone." The men obeyed, drawing their horses into a tight circle with Aaliyah in the center. She was still terrified, but at least the lights were no longer appearing right over her head. Alex could still hear the hum of the lights as they dove and spun around the company. He thought he could hear words in the darkness, but if so, he couldn't understand what they were saying. "Keep moving forward," Alex ordered. "We'll never make it," one of the men shouted. "Yes, we will," Alex shouted back. "Just stay together and keep moving." The horses snorted in fear, and the circular formation began to break apart as the men on the outside of the ring had to move in order to dodge the swooping lights. "Hold steady!" Alex called. One ball of light, larger than the others, suddenly appeared right in front of one of the horses. The animal reared back, and the man on its back fell off, landing on the ground with a loud and painful-sounding thud. As soon as he hit the ground, The man was surrounded by lights, some large, some small, but all of them flickering madly and swooping closer and closer to him. Alex spun his horse around, rushing forward to help, but he was too late. He bent low in his saddle, reaching out to pull the man to his feet, but before he could help the man, one of the balls of light struck the man's chest. An inhuman scream ripped through the darkness, and something darker than the shadows around them spread like oil across the man's body. The blackness grew, swallowing the man slowly, bit by bit. Alex watched in horror as the darkness covered the man, and he simply vanished into the night. All that was left were the echoes of his scream, and a ball of light that suddenly winked out.
"Alex," Aaliyah whispered, "what happened? What should we do?"
Alex looked around at the swirling lights. "Close formation," he ordered. "Get as close to each other as you can." The remaining men obeyed without question, though Alex could see how afraid they were. Alex joined the group, his horse pressed up against the others. He stood up in his stirrups and reached his hand into the air. 6 balls of light immediately flew toward his hand, as if it were a beacon of some kind.
"Alex, no!"
Aaliyah screamed. Alex gathered his magic and lifted his staff into the air. A ring of silver light expanded from the head of his staff, expanding outward to cover the company. When it had grown large enough to cover the entire group, the edges of it dropped downward to the ground. Alex had enclosed the company in a shimmering dome of light, a dome that he hoped would protect them. The balls of light hit the dome softly at first, like a gentle rain, but they could not break through. Not being able to get through the dome seemed to anger the lights, and soon they were crashing wildly into the silver dome, perhaps trying to break it, but the dome held firm. Alex sat back down in his saddle and rubbed his eyes with his hand. He had not wanted to use so much magic, but he didn't have a choice. If Jabez was watching the Black Lands, he would almost certainly have noticed. But Alex had to protect the men who had chosen to follow him.
What have you done?"
Aaliyah asked.
"The lights!" one of the men said. "The lights touched Dongle, and he disappeared."
Alex nodded. "I am sorry for that, but we're safe, at least for now."
"How long will the dome hold?"
the man asked nervously. "As long as I wish it to," Alex answered. "But it can't travel with us. It's fixed in this one place."
"So we either stay here, safe and protected, but unable to move, or we take our chances with the lights," Dagmar commented, shaking his head. "I don't much like either of those options."
"There is a third option," Alex said. He looked through the dome at the lights. They were gathering into larger and larger groups, and to Alex it looked like they were starting to take a more solid shape.
"No, Alex, you can't go out there,"
Aaliyah said, suddenly seeing what Alex saw.
It's far too dangerous. You can't."
"I have to," Alex said calmly. "We can't stay here, and we can't move forward. Maybe I can drive them away, or maybe I can strike some deal with them." Alex dismounted and patted his horse's neck. He turned to face the curve of the dome and took a deep breath. He tried to remember everything Navarre had told him about the dark elves, the shadows they created, and the lights of the Black Lands. It wasn't much, but it was all he had. Navarre had thought that the lights were either the magic of the shadows the dark elves had created, or they were the lost souls of those who were somehow tied to this place. Now that he had seen the lights for himself, Alex wondered if both stories might hold some truth. "It will be all right," Alex said. Stay inside the dome. Don't try to follow me." He put his palm against the inside of the dome, which felt as solid as glass but as soft as water, and pushed. The silver light bulged outward, and Alex stepped forward. Walking through the wall of light was like walking through ice-cold water, but after the first few steps he was outside the dome, alone in the black lands with the lights. The humming noise had grown louder, and the whispers he had heard before sounded more like words than before. Alex still couldn't understand what the words were, but he knew they were words, ancient words that had long been forgotten. Moving forward, away from the dome, he called into the darkness. "I am Alexander Taylor, wizard and warrior. I ask for safe passage through this land for myself and my friends." If the lights heard him or understood what he said, they gave no sign. The largest group of lights had gathered together into a shape about as tall and as wide as a man, and that figure floated closer to Alex. "We seek to destroy a great evil beyond these lands," Alex continued. The figure was close enough to touch Alex, but it paused. The shape remained in place, hanging in the air. Alex understood the outline of the figure was all light, but the inside was all dark, darker than the blackest night Alex had ever seen. The whispered words that had been teasing Alex finally formed into a word that he recognized. "Evil." "Yes," Alex said. "Show us," the figure hissed. Alex felt the pull of magic against his mind, and he was moving toward the lights before he knew it. He heard Aaliyah screaming behind him, but it didn't matter. All Alex knew was he had to communicate with this figure of light and darkness if he or any of his company were going to survive. Slowly, Alex stretched his hand out to touch the darkness. The man-shaped figure reached out as well, and the two hands met. Alex felt a cold chill run up his arm, and there was a moment of total silence. The lights stopped moving and flickering. He felt magic all around him, and Alex suddenly realized that he now could see what stood in the darkness surrounded by light. Navarre had said that the light of the sun had twisted the shadows into monsters, and Alex wasn't sure what else he could call the creature that stood in front of him. This shadowy figure was as tall as an elf, but its skin was a mottled gray and slightly yellow-green in color. Where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been were pits of swirling darkness, and the long fingers of the creature were twisted and curled like claws. A sudden and unreasoning fear took hold of Alex, and he reached for his sword, Moonslayer. He tried with all his strength to pull his magic sword from its sheath, but the sword wouldn't move. Moonslayer was a powerful sword, forged long ago by dark elves. With his fear melting away, Alex suddenly wondered if the sword knew that these creatures had been created by the dark elves, and was now refusing to be part of the pain its creators had caused. "You cannot destroy us," the creature said. "Not at this time." Alex let go his sword and faced the creature that stood in front of him. "Show us this evil you fight," the creature whispered. It stepped closer and touched Alex on the forehead. The magic engulfed him once more, and in his mind everything he knew about Jabez, the Axe of Sundering, and the war coming to Westland rushed by. It felt like one jumbled mess, but somehow he knew the creature understood everything as well as he did himself. The pressure on his forehead increased, and suddenly everything he knew or suspected about the Brotherhood also flooded into his mind. The creature of shadow paused, and then Alex heard a sizzling sound, like cold water hitting a hot pan, and he was thrown backward. He hit the wall of the dome and slid to the ground. He groaned at the impact and pressed his hands to his head. His entire body ached, but his head most of all. Under the light of the dome, Alex could see the terrified look on Aaliyah's face. It was clear that she didn't know what to do, and at the same time, she desperately wanted to do something, anything, to help. Her eyes searched Alex's face, begging for some explanation of what had just happened. He wished he could explain, but he wasn't really sure what had happened.
"We grant you safe passage, Alexander Taylor, wizard and warrior,"
the creature hissed. "I thank you," Alex started to say, but the creature cut him off.
"For a price,"
the creature went on. Alex got to his feet and brushed himself off. "What price do you ask?" The creature pointed a clawed finger at Alex's heart, and then moved past him to point at Aaliyah. Aaliyah's face went white with fear, and she shook her head. Dagmar moved in front of her, pushing her away from the dome's edge. The look on the dwarf's face was easy to read. "You'll have to go through me first." Alex moved to stand between the creature and the dome. "I cannot pay that price."
"She is a sea elf. We can smell her. She must come with us."
The black pits swirled faster in the creature's empty eyes. "No," Alex said firmly.
"She is one of those who created us, who twisted us and left us here to suffer through the ages. She is a sea elf. She must pay the price."
"It was not her doing. She is innocent."
"All are guilty!"
the creature roared.
"All must be destroyed!"
"No," Alex said again, his temper and his voice rising. "I warn you, if you ask this again, it will be you and the other shadows that are destroyed." He recognized the heat building in his chest as the power of the dragon, and he felt his skin hardening as it had when he'd fought the wolf creatures in Midland. He knew that if he unleashed his power now, it would scour the Black Lands clean. He couldn't do that. Not now. Or Jabez would be sure to flee. He didn't want to destroy these shadows of the Dark Elves because he felt pity for them. He remembered Wayland's words about how they hadn't had a choice in what they had become. He thought about how long these creatures had suffered, never able to find an end. There had to be another way. He calmed himself, and out of habit, his hand rested on Moonslayer's hilt. Suddenly, he knew what he had to do and say. As if the sword knew what he was thinking, the blade slid out of its sheath, free now, when before it had been stuck. Alex let the point of the sword drop to the ground in a gesture of peace. "I will give you this sword," he said, "to hold in good faith while we cross the Black Lands." The creature seemed to take a step back as it looked at the blade, and the runes written in the language of the Dark Elves shone in the darkness as if they were made of white fire.
"We know of this blade and its power,"
the shadow hissed. "Then you know that I will return to claim it, once I have defeated the evil that is spreading across Jarrow and the other known lands." The creature hesitated. "You have seen my thoughts. You know that I believe the Brotherhood is working to keep you trapped here in this half-life. If I am free to destroy the evil in Jarrow, I will also strike a blow against the Brotherhood, and when the Brotherhood falls, you and your kind will be free." "Free," the creature whispered, "to become what you once were, to find a lasting peace." The lights pulsed around the figure as if the creature was thinking. "And the sea elf?" it asked. "She travels with me, unharmed." "And if you fail?" "Then I will return in his stead," Aaliyah's voice said softly from just behind Alex. "And I will pay whatever price you name." He turned in surprise. Aaliyah had somehow passed through the wall of the dome. Behind her, locked inside the dome, Dagmar was trying madly to follow her. Aaliyah pulled her cloak tightly around her shoulders, but her back was straight as she faced the shadow. Alex was impressed by her courage and her offer. "Are you sure?" he asked in a low voice. She nodded once. "I know you will not fail, Alex," she answered in an equally low voice. The creature reached out, taking Moonslayer from Alex's hand. "We accept your offer," it said. "We will guard Moonslayer until such time as one or the other of you returns to claim it." "And we are granted safe passage through the Black Lands," Alex said. The creature bowed its head. "Agreed." "I thank you then," Alex said, bowing slightly. The creature of light and shadow flashed once more brilliantly than the sun, and then winked out. One by one, all of the lights winked out, until finally Alex and Aaliyah stood alone in the darkness, while the rest of the company remained inside Alex's silver dome. Aaliyah turned to Alex. "I feared for a moment that all hope was lost." "No, hope is never lost," Alex said. "It can seem far away sometimes, but there is always hope." "When you touched the lights," Aaliyah started and then paused, her voice shaking with fear and wonder. You touched the lights and did not lose yourself in them. How is that possible?" Alex didn't know how to answer except to tell Aaliyah the truth, the whole truth. "I was not lost because I am not just anyone." "You are a wizard, a dragon lord," Aaliyah said before Alex could finish. "I am both of those things and more," Alex said, taking a deep breath. "I am also a dragon, and it seems that your dreams have come true." Chapter 19. The Castle of Conmar. For several more days, Alex and his companions rode across the Black Lands, but they never saw any sign of the shadow creatures or the strange lights. Though they all continued to feel that they were being watched, their fear had mostly vanished. The weather continued to be unpredictable. One day it would rain, the next day snow, and then sunshine and warm breezes the day after that. Their traveling was easy enough as the road was a good one. This left Alex with time to think, and his mind was full with worries about Waylon and Darthon's army. How far had they gotten on the road to war? Had they run into trouble? Did Jabez already know they were marching to attack his armies? Who was Jabez watching, and where would he strike next? Were they all too late to help? Was he already too late to stop Jabez? Aaliyah rode next to Alex as they moved north, and Dagmar always rode just behind her. After Alex had told Aaliyah that he was a dragon, he had sworn her to secrecy. It was not something he wanted just anyone to know. She asked a few questions when they were alone, but when Alex was reluctant to talk about it, she let the matter drop. She stopped asking questions, but Alex noticed that she would watch him, turning away whenever he looked at her, smiling slightly to herself. Once they had left the Black Lands behind them, Alex knew it would take another 10 days or 2 weeks to reach the castle of Conmar. He wished they could travel faster, but he was already pushing the group as fast as they could manage. Every night when they stopped, the men were a little slower to make camp, and a little slower to prepare their evening meal. As they moved closer and closer to Conmar, Alex started to hope that the stormy weather would return. The bright sunlight was nice, but it made the company far too visible as they moved across the grasslands. Alex tried to keep them hidden, moving behind hills and the few small clusters of trees that dotted the land, but he knew that anyone watching the lands would soon spot them. Late one afternoon, Alex called a halt. Something had caught his attention, but he wasn't sure what it was. He knew they needed to be careful so close to Conmar, and he wanted to take a good look at the area before moving forward. He climbed off his horse, told everyone else to stay where they were and rest if they could, and then moved ahead on foot by himself. He climbed the hill to the left of the group and found a spot between 2 boulders that allowed him to look north and west. His eyes searched the land, but there was nothing to see. The grasslands appeared to be empty, but Alex knew they were not. Jabez would have spies, maybe even guards posted to watch these lands so close to his home. Alex shifted slightly and looked toward the north once more. There were no buildings to be seen, no smoke rising from fires, and no roads breaking the rugged landscape. None of that was as troubling as the fact that there were also no animals to be seen and no birds to be heard. The land was empty, but Alex wasn't sure why it was so empty. A movement to the north caught his eye. It was distant and unclear at first, and it continued to move. Whatever it was, Alex noticed that the sunlight was flashing randomly off of the moving object. He sat stone still and watched. The hills to the north suddenly came alive, but what Alex saw didn't encourage him. An army was on the move, climbing up the low hills and making their way to the mountains. It was clear that they were moving toward one of the high mountain passes, which they were apparently hoping to cross even with the snow that had already fallen. The elves and men of Darthon's army would be hard-pressed if this army found its way over the mountains. Alex sat watching as the army passed, wondering what he should or could do. The most important thing was to destroy Jabez, but he thought there must be something more he could do for his friends. As the last of the army vanished into the hills, Alex made up his mind. His thoughts changed as he made himself think more like a dragon, and as the dragon inside of him woke, he worked his magic. The magic was powerful, but he was acting as a dragon would, and he believed that this magic would go unnoticed by Jabez. He waited and watched for a few more minutes to make sure that Jabez's army had all gone by. Then he set his magic loose, summoning a massive storm from the west. When Alex started back down the hill, the wind was already picking up, and clouds were gathering in the west. The storm he had summoned would begin that night, but it wouldn't reach its full power for a day or two. Alex guessed that Jabez's army would be high up in the mountains when the full force of his storm hit them. By then it would be too late for the army to retreat, and impossible for them to move forward. They would be trapped. Alex led the company into the growing darkness, moving slowly from shadow to shadow. The castle of Conmar was only a day or so away. He was sure of that, and he didn't want to be seen now that he was so close. Jabez's attention would be on the east, where his war was raging. He would be hoping for a quick victory, but also troubled by Wayland's sudden appearance. The feeling had come to Alex about a week ago as he was riding through the rain. At the time, he hadn't really noticed it, but as the feeling grew, he realized what it was. Wayland had used his magic, breaking the spell of hiding that Alex had put on him. Jabez would know exactly where Wayland was and possibly what he was up to. What troubled Alex was that Wayland had used his magic so soon, and that there was nothing he could do to help the ancient wizard. They made camp for the night several hours after darkness fell. Alex let the company sleep for as long as he could, but they were on their way again before dawn. As they rode, he worked to keep his mind focused, holding off the excitement and worries that were growing inside of him. The storm he had summoned had grown stronger and was already pressing against the mountains. The dark clouds and rain left the land in a twilight gray, and it was hard to see very far in any direction. Slowly, Alex and his men worked their way up one more hill, but Alex motioned for the men to stop before they reached the top of the hill. He continued forward until he could see just over the hill, and then he stopped as well. To the north, across a wide valley and up an ancient-looking hill, stood the castle of Conmar. The castle was built to overlook the surrounding country, but while the hill gently sloped downward from the front, the back of the castle stood at the top of a cliff that dropped into the sea. Jabez had been careful in choosing his home. There were dozens of tents and wooden shacks set up around the castle, and groups of guards were making their way around the castle walls. As he watched, Alex saw that the guards on the ground weren't the only guards Jabez had. Several large winged creatures were flying around the towers of the castle, but it was almost impossible to see what they were in the rain. Finally, after several minutes of watching, one of the winged creatures flew far enough away from the castle for Alex to see it clearly. "Gargoyles," Alex whispered. He counted at least a dozen of the stone monsters circling around the castle. This was going to be more difficult than he had thought. Even though he had never seen one before, Alex knew about gargoyles and just how dangerous an enemy they could be. Slipping back down the southern side of the hill, Alex led the company west toward the sea. "What is our plan, Alex?" Dagmar asked. "The castle is well guarded," Alex said. "I don't see a way of getting close without being seen." "Then how do we get in?" Dagmar asked. "I'd like to take a closer look at the cliffs at the back of the castle," Alex said thoughtfully. "The cliffs?" Dagmar shook his head. "Dwarfs are not known for climbing, and we don't have the tools or the time to tunnel our way in." Alex smiled. "We won't be tunneling. First, let's find a safe place to set up camp. Once that's taken care of, I'll slip away and have a look at the cliffs." "I don't like it, but we have to find a way in," Dagmar said, mostly to himself. "I hope there is a way, apart from assaulting the main gate, that is." When night fell, Alex slipped away and walked carefully toward the beach. He was careful to watch for any guards, but it seemed Jabez wasn't worried about the beach. Alex did keep an eye open for gargoyles. He wasn't sure how good their eyesight was, but it wouldn't do to be spotted now. When he finally reached the base of the cliff, Alex looked up, trying to see if there were any cracks or openings that might allow him to get into the castle. High above him, maybe 200 feet up, he could see a stream of water that looked like it was coming out of the cliff face. The storm was still growing, but it wasn't raining hard enough to create the stream that was falling from the cliff. Where was the water coming from? Alex guessed that this was a drain for the castle, and if he was right, he and his company might be able to slip into the castle without being noticed. Checking to make sure he was alone, Alex quickly changed into a small bird. Flying was difficult as the winds from the storm pounded against the cliff face. When he finally reached the source of the water, he found an opening. The opening was roughly carved, but it was large enough for a man to walk through, and it appeared to stretch deeper under the castle. The only problem was that the opening was covered with bars. As a small bird, Alex could dart between the bars easily, but no one else could. He thought about it, and then he flew between the bars and into the tunnel, transforming back to his human form. As soon as he changed, he noticed the terrible smell. The tunnel wasn't so much a simple drain. It was the outlet for the castle's sewer system. Alex tried not to breathe too deeply as he looked around. There was plenty of room, and Alex moved forward a short way, hoping that this tunnel would lead him to the dungeons and the hostages. Alex didn't have to go far before he found what he was looking for. He had summoned a dim weir light to guide him, and 60 feet or so into the tunnel, he found an ancient stone door. The door was cut a few inches above the floor so water and other debris could pass under it. Pushing against the door, Alex found that it was locked from the other side. He reached out with his magic, and finding nothing and no one on the other side of the door, he let that same magic unlock the door. The ancient hinges creaked loudly as he pushed the door open. Alex waited for several minutes to make sure that the noise had not been heard. When he was satisfied, he stepped through the door and closed it behind him. It was almost too quiet, and the sudden lack of noise made Alex nervous. His ears strained to hear any sound, but the only noise was the dripping of water. Slowly he moved forward, and soon the tunnel walls ended, and he found himself in a large, mostly open space. He had been right. The tunnel did lead to the dungeons. 10 cells that he could see in the dim light lined each side of the room. Looking closer, he found that one hostage was sleeping inside each cell. In the cell closest to him on the left, he saw his friend Joshua. He took a step toward the cell door, intending to open it and save Joshua while he had the chance, but the sudden sound of approaching footsteps stopped him. The guards were coming back. Alex wanted to stay and rescue the hostages, but this wasn't the time. He knew that if he saved Joshua and the others now, Jabez would know about it. He wouldn't have time to find the Axe of Sundering, and his real quest at Conmar Castle would fail. He needed his men to take care of the hostages while he dealt with Jabez. Alex didn't like it, but he knew he had to wait. He gave Joshua a last look, and then hurried back through the stone door and magically locked it from the outside. Alex returned to the bars, and without thinking, he reached for Moonslayer. Not finding the sword at his side, he remembered he had given it to the shadows in the Black Lands. Instead, he pulled out his dagger. Mr. Blackburn had said the steel was some of the strongest he'd ever made. It was time to see if that was true. Alex had put his own magic into this blade, and it wasn't long before the blade found a groove and began to cut. He cut through the bars, creating an opening large enough for a person to crawl through. He left the last 2 bars, one on either side, standing. Reaching into his magic bag, he pulled out several lengths of rope. Tying one end to one of the remaining bars, he tossed the other end of the first rope out and down the cliff face. It was long enough to reach the ground. He did the same with the second rope, attaching it to the opposite bar. After double-checking his work, Alex looked out of the cave's opening. The storm was growing stronger by the minute. He could see lightning not too far away. Climbing the cliff at night and in a storm would be dangerous, but it was the best plan he had. He took a moment to look around, and from this high vantage point he could see a handful of boats on the beach to the north. It gave him an idea. He transformed into a bird again and flew most of the way back to camp before returning to his own form. "What did you find, Alex?" Dogmar asked as soon as he saw Alex. "A way in," Alex answered. He called the company together and magically ignited a small and oddly dim fire. The magical fire was very warm, but Alex knew that it could not be seen by anyone that was more than 20 feet away. "There is an opening in the cliff face. It will be hard and dangerous to climb to, but it will lead us directly to the hostages," Alex said when the others had settled around him. "Did you see the hostages? Are they alive?" Aaliyah asked. "Yes, I saw some of them, and yes, they are alive," Alex answered. "But if we are going to rescue them, it has to be tonight, while the storm lasts."
"At night?" one of the men said. "In this storm?"
"I hope the storm and the darkness will work in our favor." Alex picked up a stick and drew an outline of the castle in the dirt. "We must make our climb at night so the guards won't see us. While Jabez may not be worried about an attack from the sea, his guard still patrols the walls on that side of the castle. We will be harder to see at night and under the cover of a storm."
"And how are we supposed to climb the cliffs?"
Dogmar asked. "I left climbing ropes for us to use. That should help." Dogmar looked relieved and nodded his head. Alex looked around the circle at his men. "Not everyone is coming into the castle." "Why not?" asked Aaliyah. He smiled at her. "Because some of them will be helping you." "Me? What do you need me to do?" "We need to get the hostages to safety as soon as possible. They have been held prisoner for some time and they look weak. They won't make it far without our help. I saw some boats on the beach north of where we'll climb. Aaliyah, I need you and most of the men to take those boats. The rest of us will get the hostages out of the dungeon and into the boats. Then you can all sail swiftly to the south." "And you?" she asked. Alex shook his head. "You know that I must confront Jabez, and I must do it alone."
"A wizard's battle is no place for dwarf or man," Dogmar said grumpily. "Still, if a few of us went with you, it might help the odds."
"Thank you, my friend, but the odds are what they are," Alex replied. "Besides, I need you all to rescue the hostages. They need your help more than I will." Dogmar ran his hand down his beard, an unhappy look on his face. After a minute, he reluctantly nodded his agreement. Alex looked up at the sky. "We have a few hours before we need to go. I suggest everyone try to rest. We have much to do before the night is over." Alex didn't sleep, but he let his body rest while his mind continued to work. The wind had picked up, and the trees around them creaked and groaned. He was trying to picture what the inside of the castle would look like. Where would Jabez be? Where was the golden dragon he'd promised to save? Where was the Axe of Sundering hidden? When it was time, Alex woke the others. They made their way down to the beach, following the path Alex had taken earlier. Alex chose 6 men along with Dogmar to help him rescue the hostages. The rest went with Aaliyah to help her take the boats. "We won't have much time," he warned everyone. "Once the hostages make it to the beach, they'll need to get into the boats as fast as they can. Can you help them, Aaliyah?" Aaliyah nodded. "On the water, my magic is stronger than on land. The boats will be ready, and I will care for the hostages. I promise." Alex gave her a nod of understanding and a quick smile. The ropes Alex had left earlier were still in place, and he pulled on the end of one of them, testing it. The rope held firm, and he noted that the rope, now wet, was easier to grip than when it had been dry. He started climbing, one of his men holding the end of the rope to keep it tight. Dagmar pushed his way forward and started up the second rope. It was hard to see in the darkness, and the rain lashed at the cliff, making the rocks slippery. Alex kept climbing, pausing now and then to wipe the rain out of his eyes. Thunder rumbled behind him, and lightning flashed, throwing light onto the cliffs. Alex was about halfway to the stone tunnel when he heard a different kind of rumbling. It was lower than the thunder and more rhythmic. The wind against his back felt closer and more directed than the gusts he'd been fighting. He wondered what was happening and turned to look over his shoulder when a giant stone claw punched into the cliff wall right next to him. The gargoyle screeched and pulled its claw back, taking a chunk of rock from the wall with it. The man climbing the rope below Alex shouted in fear. The gargoyle swooped close once more, and Alex felt the rope slide in his hands. Alex tightened his grip and watched every move the gargoyle made. Another gargoyle appeared out of the darkness, and then a third. Their shrieks sounded like rocks being split apart, and the beat of their wings was deafening. The gargoyles flew closer and closer to Alex and the men on the ropes. They repeatedly hit the cliff with their claws, knocking stones down onto Alex and the others. It was only a matter of time before a gargoyle would try to pluck one of them off the rope. Alex didn't have many options. He couldn't draw a sword because he had to keep both hands on the rope, and what good would a sword do? His staff was safely stored in his magic bag, and there was no time to retrieve it, and hanging on the rope, he couldn't use it anyway. "What do we do?" the man below Alex shouted. "Hold on!" Alex shouted. "All of you, hold on!" He climbed up a few feet and found a place to brace himself against the cliff. He looked at the black storm clouds filled with lightning and rain. He had to use magic, but he had to be careful as well. He forced himself to think like a dragon, knowing it would shield his magic from Jabez. He reached out to the storm with his magic, summoning the power that was already there. "Close your eyes!" he shouted. "Look away!" He didn't have time to see if the men obeyed him or not. A lightning bolt ripped through the darkness, slamming into the gargoyle closest to him. An explosion of stone hit the cliff where the monster had been, showering down on Alex and the others like broken glass. The two remaining gargoyles moved backwards, away from the cliff. They hovered in the air for a moment, unsure about what had just happened. A second bolt of lightning came racing out of the clouds, and again Alex used his magic to direct it. This time, the flash of light was as bright as the sun, and the explosion was deafening. A second gargoyle was gone, leaving nothing but falling stone where it had been. The third gargoyle now realized that it was in danger, that the storm might destroy it as it had its two companions. The last gargoyle moved away, flying higher against the wind, hoping to reach the safety of the castle. Alex couldn't let the monster escape. His plans would be ruined if it reported what it had seen and what had happened to the others. As the gargoyle moved away, it was harder for Alex to see, harder for him to hit with a lightning bolt, but he had to stop it. Focusing all his thought, Alex called down a third bolt of lightning, but this one was different. Half a dozen threads of lightning reached down from the clouds like blue-white fingers searching for something. As the gargoyle raced to the castle wall, the fingers found what they were searching for. The threads of light closed around the monster, the crackling of raw energy filled the air, and a sudden explosion shook the cliff where Alex was hanging. Alex looked down and counted his men. They were all there. No one had been taken by a gargoyle or lost to the storm. He let out a sigh of relief. The climb was a difficult one, but everyone made it. Once they were all inside the tunnel, Alex led the way to the stone door that would let them into the dungeons. Pushing the door open, Alex led the group quietly up the tunnel and to the dungeon. Alex peeked out of the tunnel to see if any guards were in the room. There were 2 guards, men, playing cards at a table by the far wall. Alex gathered a thread of his magic and quietly whispered, "Sleep," in their direction. After a moment, the first guard yawned and laid down his cards. The second guard rubbed his eyes. Alex added a little more magic to his spell and spoke again. "Sleep." This time, both guards slumped in their chairs, their heads falling backward. One guard started to snore softly. Alex moved out of the tunnel and into the dungeon, his men close behind. He moved quietly to the sleeping guards and unhooked the key ring from the first guard's belt. He didn't need the keys to open the cells, but once he had them, he went to Joshua's cell and unlocked it first. The gate swung open with a loud squeak, but the sleeping guards didn't move. Alex gave the key ring to Dagmar. "Unlock the others." The dwarf did as he was told, and Alex entered Joshua's cell. "Joshua," he said softly. Joshua was asleep on a low, dirty cot, his face turned to the wall. Alex touched his friend's shoulder to wake him up. Joshua flinched at the contact and rolled over to face Alex. His face was dirty and looked much thinner than it had before. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and he had grown a beard since the last time Alex had seen him.
"Alex,"
he whispered, his voice cracking from disuse.
"How did you get here?"
"It's a long story," Alex said, "and one best saved for another time. Hurry, my friends and I are here to rescue you." Joshua tried to push himself up from the cot, but only made it part way. Alex had to catch him before he fell back on the bed.
"I don't know what's wrong with me,"
he said. "Don't try to speak," Alex said. "Save your strength. You'll need it for the climb down to the beach."
"No,"
Joshua said, clutching at Alex's arm.
"No, this is important. Jabez—"
"He doesn't know we are here." Alex helped Joshua stand up, but his friend swayed on his feet. His skin felt cold to the touch.
"Jabez did something to me,"
Joshua said as if Alex hadn't spoken. Alex frowned. "What did he do?"
"He kept asking me to tell him about someone named Wayland. I told him I didn't know anyone of that name, but he wouldn't believe me. He asked me again and again. He wanted to know what plans this Wayland person was making. He did things to me. He was inside my mind."
"It doesn't matter now. That ordeal is over," Alex said softly, using his magic to calm Joshua and to lend him some strength. Slowly he helped Joshua toward the stone door. Dagmar had finished opening all the other cells, and he and the men were helping the other hostages. Many of the hostages had beards like Joshua, and their clothes were in tatters. It was clear that they had been in the dungeon for a long time, but they all seemed stronger than Joshua. Once they had gotten everyone to the opening in the cliff, Dagmar pulled Alex slightly away from the group.
"None of them are strong enough to climb down on their own,"
Dagmar whispered.
"They'll fall off the ropes long before they reach the bottom."
"I have more rope. We'll rig a sling and lower them," said Alex. It only took a few minutes for Dagmar to work a rope into a sling, and while he did that, 2 of the men climbed down the cliff to help the hostages once they were down. Alex, Dagmar, and the other rescuers lowered the hostages, sometimes 2 at a time, down to the beach. Joshua was the last one to be put in the sling, and before he was lowered, Alex sent 2 more of his men down the ropes. "When you're all in the boats, tell Aaliyah to use the mage wind to speed you south," Alex said to Dagmar. "I'll make sure that Jabez doesn't notice."
You're not coming with us?"
Joshua asked. Alex shook his head. "I can't. I need to stop Jabez, and I must do it alone."
"But he's a wizard,"
Joshua said.
"A powerful wizard."
Alex smiled. "So am I." Alex helped Joshua into the sling and then helped him climb out of the tunnel. As he and the others slowly lowered Joshua to the beach, Alex turned slightly to look at Dagmar. "Joshua may need more help than the others," Alex said. "Warn Lady Aaliyah not to try and break any spells she might see. They will break once I destroy Jabez."
"As you wish,"
Dagmar answered.
"Are you sure you don't need my help?"
"No, my friend. As I said, I must do this alone." Dagmar nodded his understanding, and then he and the remaining men started down the ropes. Alex turned and returned to the dungeons, closing and locking the stone door behind him. He was alone except for the 2 sleeping guards. He didn't want to leave by the main door of the dungeon. It would be too risky. He thought there would be more guards there, and he couldn't keep putting guards to sleep. He looked around the room, remembering stories he'd read and other castles he'd been in. This was a solid dungeon, and the stones fit together without leaving any gaps. As he studied the dungeon, Alex saw one stone in the ceiling that seemed to be a different color than the rest. It was in the corner near to where the guards were sleeping. Alex walked over to the guards and climbed onto their table. Reaching up, he touched the stone. The stone moved as he applied pressure to it, and he was able to push it to one side. This was exactly what he'd been thinking of, a secret passage. He didn't know where the secret passageway would lead him, but at least it would be away from the dungeon. If he was really lucky, it would take him somewhere useful. Alex gripped the edges of the open hole and pulled himself into the ceiling. The guards were still asleep as he replaced the stone and started off into the unknown. Chapter 20. The Secret Passageway. Alex soon found himself in a long hallway that was only broken by short sets of stairs that always went up. It was clear that this passage would lead him into the castle. At the top of a long spiral staircase, the passage suddenly split into several other passageways, and Alex was certain that each one led to a hidden door somewhere inside the castle. He quickly checked the first few passageways, but one led to the kitchen, and another led to a room where guards were sleeping. He went back to the main passageway, sure that if he followed it, there would be other paths to follow. Careful not to make any noise, Alex made his way through the secret passages. The feel of dust under his feet reassured him that Jabez had not discovered these passageways, and that for the time being he was safe. As he moved deeper into the castle, he paused to listen and look through spy holes that he found hidden in the castle walls. He saw a few gargoyles inside the castle as well as men and goblins. He listened to everything he heard, but as he suspected, nothing he heard had anything to do with the Axe of Sundering. Eventually, one of the spy holes Alex checked revealed what had to be the throne room. Alex paused for a moment, and then quickly moved along the passage to find a new spy hole, one that would give him a better view of the throne room. This was his chance to see Jabez and possibly find out what he was up to. Jabez's plans were in full motion now, and it made sense that Jabez would command his armies from the ancient throne room of Conmar. Alex found a spy hole that let him see most of the room, and as quietly as he could, he leaned closer to learn as much as he could. The room he looked into was dimly lit, but there was enough light for Alex to see most of what was going on. More important, he could hear what was being said, and what he heard gave him hope. Jabez might let something slip that would help him with his quest.
"An army of elves has attacked our southern army," a cold voice was saying. "They appeared without warning and have destroyed most of our supplies."
"More supplies are already moving across the mountains,"
a voice that had to be Jabez's replied.
"You'll have all you'll need to continue the battle."
"The elves do not stand and fight like the men," the cold voice whined. "They hit us and run away, and we don't have enough warriors to chase them."
"Enough of your excuses!"
Jabez shouted.
"I've sent more supplies and more warriors with them. You will push on to the coast and destroy the cities of men. When that task is done, you can push south and destroy the troublesome elves."
"It would be better to destroy the elves first," a sly goblin voice commented. "They are cunning, and leaving them free to attack us is dangerous."
"Silence!"
Jabez snapped.
"I've considered the elves and what they might do. They are an inconvenience, nothing more. Once the cities of men are destroyed, we will hunt the few elves that remain in Westland."
It was clear from Jabez's tone that the discussion was over, and that he wouldn't listen to any suggestions about changing the plans he'd made. Alex thought that Jabez was being foolish, because he knew the elves would do more than just cause trouble.
"Now, what word from the north?"
Jabez asked.
"Our armies continue to advance,"
a large goblin answered.
"The men of the north fight hard, but our numbers are too great for them."
"Your numbers are being cut down too quickly,"
said Jabez, his anger growing as he spoke.
"My gargoyle servants have reported your losses to me. You lose 10 warriors for every human you cut down." "The losses mean nothing,"
the goblin answered with a growl.
"We have more than enough warriors to complete our mission." "What about after that mission is over?"
Jabez asked, rising from the throne where he'd been sitting.
"What about after Westland is ours, and it is time for us to move on to Midland?" "There are always more warriors to be found,"
the goblin answered, fear creeping into his voice.
"No, there are not!"
Jabez shouted. He slammed his staff against the floor, and a blast of red light shot out of the top. Jabez's spell hit the goblin like a giant fist. The goblin was thrown backwards, landing hard and sliding across the stone floor. It cried out in pain, but none of the other goblins in the room moved to help it. Jabez stood watching the goblin, and Alex could see him clearly in the torchlight. A look of evil joy covered Jabez's face, and he cast a second spell that crushed the goblin into the floor.
"Tell his second in command that he is the leader now,"
said Jabez as he returned to his throne.
"And tell him that he'd better not waste my army, or he will face a worse punishment than his former leader."
There was a mumble of acceptance from those gathered around the throne. It was clear that all of these creatures both feared and hated Jabez. It was also clear that they would not fight against him. They wanted the power that Jabez offered them, and they were happy to do whatever Jabez ordered, for at least as long as they were winning. Alex watched for several more minutes, but nothing was said that might help him find the Axe of Sundering. He didn't expect Jabez to openly mention the axe, but maybe he would mention a treasure room or the underground lake. Alex replaced the spy hole cover and moved away from the throne room. He had one idea about where the axe might be, but it would be difficult and dangerous to check. He was sure Jabez would have plenty of guards stationed outside the treasure room of Conmar, if he could find it. Alex waited by the hidden doorway, listening as the guards moved up and down the hallway beyond the door. It was important to know how often the guards passed by, so he could sneak into the castle proper without anyone noticing. He wasn't exactly sure where the treasure room was, but he could sense the presence of a dragon. If his guess was right, this would be the golden dragon he'd seen in Darthon's dream. It made sense that the dragon would be in or at least near the treasure room, as that would probably be the only place large enough to keep a dragon. Of course, there would be other guards between here and the treasure room, but Alex thought he could slip past them without being noticed. After a few hours of waiting and listening, Alex slowly pulled open the hidden doorway that he'd been waiting behind. It had been several minutes since the last set of guards had passed, and he knew it would be some time before more guards came his way. The castle was dark, the only light coming from torches placed every 20 or 30 feet along the passageway. Alex wiped away the dust that his shoes left on the stone floor. He didn't want to leave any clues that he had been in the castle or how he'd gotten there. Certain that the secret passage was safe, Alex started off as fast as he dared. He made his way down 3 levels without meeting anyone or anything, and he was starting to wonder where all the guards were. He was on his way to a 4th stairway when he heard heavy footsteps coming toward him. Alex looked for a place to hide, but there wasn't one in the long hallway. With no other option, Alex pushed open the closest door and jumped into the room beyond it. He looked wildly around to make sure the room was empty, and then stood next to the mostly closed door, watching the hallway outside. The footsteps came closer and closer until Alex could see a massive gargoyle stop just outside the door he was hiding behind. The gargoyle looked from one side of the hallway to the other, sniffing the air as if it smelled something it wasn't sure about. Alex held his breath, afraid that the gargoyle would start checking the doors along the hallway. For a minute, the gargoyle stood perfectly still, taking a long, deep breath. Alex tensed his muscles, ready for the worst, but the gargoyle simply snorted and started moving down the hallway as if nothing was wrong. Alex waited a few minutes to make sure the stone monster had gone, and then slipped back into the hallway. He hurried on, desperate to reach the lower parts of the castle where he would be less likely to run into anything dangerous. As he quietly rushed along one of the lower halls, he knew he had made a mistake.
Well, well, well. What have we here?
Jabez. Alex spun toward the voice and cursed himself for being so stupid. He should have checked more closely, making sure the hall was empty before entering it. He allowed his desire for speed to blind him, and now he would have to face Jabez without the Axe of Sundering, and without any real hope of destroying him.
Ah, the young warrior my uncle brought with him,
Jabez commented with a wicked smile.
I congratulate you on getting this far. My uncle must have put quite a spell on you so that you could slip past my guards.
Your uncle is a great wizard, said Alex, drawing his scimitar as he spoke. He wished he had Moonslayer in his hand, but he would have to make do without it.
Ha!
Jabez laughed, spitting on the floor.
My uncle is an old fool, and it seems his powers are not as great as they once were. There was a time he would have come here himself to face me, and not sent some hireling to do his dirty work for him.
a hireling that slipped past your guards, and even now holds your fate in his hands," Alex replied.
"Surely you don't believe that," said Jabez, laughing again. "My fool of an uncle must have told you that your weapons would be useless against me. Did he really let you believe a mere sword could hurt me? What did he promise you? What have you sold your life for?"
Alex didn't say anything as he felt Jabez's spell wash over him. Jabez was using magic to probe his mind, looking for reasons and clues about Wayland's plans. Alex could have blocked his mind from the spell if he'd wanted to, but that would mean giving himself away and letting Jabez know that he was also a wizard. Instead, he hid parts of his mind from Jabez, only letting him see what he wanted him to see. At the same time, Alex tried to find his own way into Jabez's mind, hoping to find the hiding place of the Axe of Sundering.
"You are brave to come here alone," Jabez said calmly. "I'm sure my uncle planned things well, allowing himself a way out once you reached Westland. Still, I value bravery, even when it is misplaced."
"What do you mean?" Alex asked, holding back the rage that was building inside of him.
"My uncle has sent you here to die. That much must be clear even to you," Jabez answered with a sneer. "I can always use good men. Give up this foolish quest of yours and join me. I could use a man like you, and I am always generous to those who serve me well."
Alex knew that his words were a lie. As soon as he discovered what he wanted to know, Jabez would kill him, just as he had killed the goblin leader in the throne room. Alex held back, showing Jabez more of what he wanted to see, while continuing to pry into Jabez's deepest thoughts. He was close to the answer he needed, but he didn't understand what he saw in Jabez's mind.
"Join me,"
Jabez said again, moving closer to Alex as he spoke.
"Give up your foolish quest and serve me. It is the only way you can save your friends. It is the only way you can save the elf maid Aaliyah."
Alex was shocked that Jabez knew about Aaliyah. He was shaken by how deeply Jabez had been able to look into his mind without his knowing. Anger rose up like a serpent inside Alex, and he acted without thinking. In one sweeping move, he stepped forward, drawing his scimitar and striking out at his enemy. Alex felt the edge cut into Jabez's side, his dragon magic adding power to the blow. Jabez looked stunned, shocked, and for a moment, afraid. Then Alex felt Jabez's magic push him back, fire and ice filling his right arm. He fell, his scimitar dropping to the stone floor and ringing loudly as it hit. Jabez staggered away from Alex, clutching at his side. Alex struggled back to his feet, his right arm numb with cold and pain. His head was spinning as if he'd been hit on the chin. The two of them looked at each other for a long moment in silence, and then they both moved. Alex ran forward, scooping up his scimitar with his left hand. Jabez staggered back into the chamber, calling loudly for his guards to come. Alex could tell that Jabez was enhancing his voice with magic. Soon, every guard in Conmar would be rushing to this hall, and Alex had only one chance. He had to reach the treasure rooms of Conmar. From there, he might be able to find some way to escape. Alex ran as fast as he could, his right arm swinging uselessly as he went. He ran down another set of stairs and down the long tunnels, heading for what he hoped would be the treasure room. He struggled to get his scimitar back in its scabbard and focused on a source of magic he could feel and almost smell. He came upon another long set of stairs and paused. There was a dragon waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. He had been right to follow his instincts. As Alex ran into the treasure chamber, the dragon moved back, a puzzled look on its face. Alex skidded to a stop. He recognized the golden dragon that had attacked Darthon's mind, and was relieved that it wasn't an unknown dragon. The dragon was still enslaved by Jabez's magic, unable to speak or even make a sound. Alex had promised to break the curse and return the dragon's voice, but he could already hear Jabez's guards racing down the tunnel behind him. There was no time, and he still couldn't let Jabez know that he was a wizard. "I can't free you yet," Alex said, his eyes moving around the treasure room as he spoke. "Once I destroy the wizard who has done this to you, then his spell will be broken, and you will be free." The dragon looked sad, but nodded its understanding of Alex's words. "Will you help me?" Alex asked, his eyes meeting the golden dragon's gaze. The dragon nodded, and for a moment Alex could see into the dragon's mind. He saw a pathway leading away from the treasure room and down to an underground lake. A shimmer of magical light glowed in the center of the lake. Alex understood perfectly where he needed to go and why. He also knew that the dragon would do whatever he asked it to. Alex started to move toward his hope for escape, but before he could look away from the dragon, a vision flashed into his mind. Buried on the other side of a stack of treasure was an old iron box. Alex immediately recognized it from the vision he had had in the Cave of Dreams when he and Waylon had been traveling with the caravan. Alex blinked his eyes, breaking his connection with the dragon, and hurried to the spot the dragon had shown him. He found the iron box and lifted the lid. Inside was one of the Orion stones he had seen in his vision. It glowed like a pearl in sunlight, and Alex could sense the magic surrounding it. He quickly lifted the stone out of the box, but hesitated before putting it into his magic bag. He didn't know how the magic of the stone would react to the magic of his bag, but he couldn't leave it behind. The Orion stone was too powerful, and he didn't want Jabez to be able to use it as a weapon against him. Alex slipped the stone into his shirt pocket instead. "Thank you, my friend. If you can, give me time to reach the end of this tunnel," said Alex as he moved to the smaller opening on the far side of the treasure room. "When Jabez's guards enter this room, breathe fire down the tunnel after me. I will leave an image of myself to burn in the flames. Then I will be free to destroy your enemy and mine." Once more the dragon nodded, and Alex ran for the tunnel. He didn't have a lot of time, but he thought he would be able to work the magic he needed without Jabez noticing. The fact that the dragon was so close would help, because Jabez would not be able to detect Alex's magic with so much dragon magic in the room. Halfway between the treasure chamber and the far end of the tunnel, Alex stopped. He focused his thoughts on a large boulder that was lying next to the wall and worked his magic. The boulder changed into a body that was almost an exact duplicate of himself. It was dressed the same as Alex was, and even had a magic bag and a scimitar, both of which looked like his own. Weakened by his injured arm, Alex stumbled to the end of the tunnel where the path ended in a large half-circle. The beginnings of a stairway remained attached to the right side of the platform, but there were only 5 worn and broken steps, and then nothing. He was stuck. There was no way down to the underground lake, and no way for him to go back. As the light of dragon fire filled the tunnel behind him, Alex did the only thing he could do. He jumped. He felt the heat as a giant ball of flame passed over him, and then the cold rush of air as he fell. The icy black water tried to rip Alex's breath away from him when he hit the surface of the lake. He managed to hold his breath as he sank into darkness, His right arm throbbed painfully as he tried to swim, and his lungs burned from a lack of air. Swimming as hard as he could with only one arm, Alex forced himself down toward the bottom of the lake. The air had almost entirely left his lungs before he reached his goal. He struggled to move a large rock and then forced his magic bag under it. Struggling with the straps, he managed to pull the bag close to his face and, with his last breath, he whispered the password. Without a sound, Alex vanished into his bag, wounded and cold, but alive and undefeated. It took several hours before Alex felt ready to leave the safety of his magic bag. His right arm was still numb, and he had trouble holding anything, but the pain was mostly gone. Alex took a deep breath, and then reluctantly spoke the magic password that would release him from his magic bag and return him to the icy water of the lake. The water of the underground lake was so cold it burned, and with some difficulty he retrieved his magic bag from beneath the rock. Wrapping the straps of the bag around his numb right hand, Alex pushed off the bottom of the lake, swimming as hard as he could for the surface. Alex gasped for breath as he broke the surface of the water. He let himself float for a moment to let his eyes adjust to the darkness and get a sense of direction. He conjured a single faint weir light just to make sure he was alone. Alex swam to the edge of the lake and pulled himself out of the water. He rested on the rocky beach for a few minutes, catching his breath and trying to warm up. Far above him was the platform he had jumped from. Magic was the only way he could get back onto the platform, and he was sure Jabez wouldn't notice. He probably wasn't even looking for magic now. He concentrated and rose from the surface of the lake to the platform. Alex could see the glow of the dragon in the treasure room, and the stones of the tunnel he'd run down were still warm from the dragon's fire. He started back down the tunnel, noticing that the body he had left behind was gone. Jabez's guards must have carried it away, probably to prove that the warrior had not escaped them. As Alex entered the treasure room, the light coming from the dragon increased. He smiled and moved further into the room. The dragon watched Alex as he moved, waiting patiently to hear what Alex had to say. For several seconds, Alex didn't say anything, and when he did speak to the dragon, he did not use his voice. "I am grateful for your help," Alex said, his thoughts entering the dragon's mind. "I am in your debt, and I will do everything I can to break the curse Jabez has put on you." The dragon nodded its understanding, but was unable to reply. Alex sat down on a pile of gold coins and let his mind move closer to the dragon's. He wanted to know how the dragon had gotten here, and how Jabez had managed to steal its voice. As he opened his mind, the dragon was able to show him the answers to his questions, and the more Alex saw, the more he understood. For a long time, Alex sat in the treasure room, sharing thoughts with the dragon, until he came to the question he needed to answer most. "Where is the Axe of Sundering?" Alex thought, his own mind recalling what he'd seen in Jabez's thoughts. "I need it if I'm going to end this evil." The dragon did not show Alex an answer in his thoughts, but instead it turned its head and looked at the tunnel leading to the underground lake. Alex looked at the opening as well, and then at the dragon. He didn't understand what the dragon was trying to tell him, and then suddenly he realized what the dragon was saying without words. The axe was not hidden in the treasure room, and it was not guarded as Alex thought it would be. Jabez had put the axe in the one place he thought it would be safe, the one place that no warrior would ever be able to reach it. With a laugh, Alex stood up and bowed to the dragon. When Alex moved toward the tunnel, however, the dragon shifted as if to stop him from leaving. The dragon looked around the treasure room and then at Alex. "You want me to take all of this?" Alex asked. The dragon nodded its head. "If Jabez returns before I have the axe, or if I fail to destroy him, he will be angry with you for giving his treasure away," Alex said. A light flashed in the dragon's eyes as Alex spoke, and its meaning was all too clear. If Jabez should discover the loss of his treasure, he might try to destroy the dragon, which would be one way for the dragon to escape its prison. "Very well," Alex said. "I will take this, and hope that Jabez never returns to this room." It only took a few seconds for Alex to move all of Jabez's treasure into his own magic bag. With that task completed, Alex looked at the dragon once more. The look on the dragon's face told Alex all he needed to know, and once again he bowed to the dragon. "You will be free, I promise," Alex said as he turned to go. Without looking back, Alex moved down the tunnel toward the underground lake. This time there was no hurry. He wasn't being chased. Now there was only one thing he needed to think about, and that was getting the Axe of Sundering out of the icy lake. Alex had seen the lake in Jabez's mind, but he hadn't recognized it for what it was, not until the dragon had given him the answer he needed. The spark of magic he'd seen in the lake wasn't Jabez's doing, and it wasn't the dragon's either. The magic came from the Axe of Sundering, and no dark magic could ever hide it. Standing at the edge of the platform, Alex looked out into the darkness. He had seen the magic Jabez had used to hide the axe when he'd looked into Jabez's mind. Now he used that same magic to call the axe back. There was no need to worry about Jabez noticing this magic, because it wasn't his magic. He was using the magic of the Axe of Sundering itself. After several minutes of staring into the darkness, Alex saw what he was looking for. A faint glimmer, like a distant star, appeared above the waters of the lake. Slowly, the glimmer grew brighter as the axe moved toward Alex and finally hung motionless in the air in front of him. Chapter 21. The Axe of Sundering. The Axe of Sundering floated just out of reach, waiting for Alex to take it. For a moment he hesitated, dazzled by the beauty of the deadly weapon in front of him. Without thinking, Alex lifted his right arm, reaching out for the axe with his numb hand. The axe moved away, as if it did not wish to be touched. Alex felt a wave of magic wash over him, magic that came from the axe. It was searching his mind, testing his power, and deciding if he would be the one to wield it. Alex couldn't take his eyes off the axe as he stood waiting. Slowly, words formed in his mind, words he had heard before. "Will you pay the price? Will you give up all that you are to wield this weapon?" Alex's mind spun wildly. Did he really have to give up everything he was? Could he only wield the axe if he gave up being an adventurer, a wizard, a dragon lord? Did the magic of the axe want him to give up being a dragon? Alex didn't know if he could give it all up. He wasn't sure it would be possible to meet the price the axe was asking. His mind raced through all his adventures, everything he had done, and all that he still hoped to do. The Axe of Sundering didn't move as Alex thought. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted to the evil that was being done by Jabez and the Brotherhood. If he failed to win the axe, all of Westland, all of Jarrow, would fall into evil. If he didn't win the axe, the Brotherhood would soon take over all the known lands. Alex moved his hand toward the axe, his mind made up. Yes, he thought, I will give up everything to stop this evil. The Axe of Sundering moved down and forward, and when it touched his hand, the numbness vanished. Magical warmth flowed through him. The axe had chosen, but Alex wasn't sure what would happen next. He pulled his arm back, looking at the magical markings on the axe. Now that it was in his hand, Alex realized what was so special about this weapon. Made by magic, Alex whispered. Unlike Moonslayer, which had been made by hand and then had magic added to it, the Axe of Sundering had been made completely by magic. No hammer had ever worked the metal of this weapon, and no stone or file could ever make an edge as impossibly sharp. The Axe of Sundering was much more than just a weapon.
You have paid the price, and yet remain yourself,
a voice that Alex had never heard said inside his head.
To freely offer all is payment enough.
A sense of joy filled Alex as he shifted the axe from hand to hand. The balance was perfect, and as he swung the weapon, the axe felt more like a part of him, not just a weapon in his hands. The axe was small and light enough for him to use with one hand, yet large enough for him to use both hands if he needed to. There was powerful magic in the axe, magic that was both the same and different than the magic of Moonslayer. Alex knew that the axe would help him in battle just as Moonslayer did, but it would also help him in other ways. It would take time for him to understand this new power, but at the moment, time was something Alex did not have. He had to find Jabez and end his evil. Alex hoped more than anything that he was not already too late to help his friends. Alex slid the axe into his belt and returned to the treasure room. He bowed to the golden dragon as he passed, but he didn't have time to stop. Surprising Jabez could mean the difference between success and failure. He made his way back up the many flights of stairs and through the hallways until he was close to the throne room. He knew he would need all his strength in the fight that was coming. Even with the Axe of Sundering, it would not be an easy battle. He reached for the throne room door, but then he paused. His sudden appearance would certainly surprise Jabez, but if there were guards or even servants in the room, Jabez might escape. The Dark Wizard would certainly recognize the Axe of Sundering in Alex's hand, and the fact that Alex had it might scare him into running. He forced his mind to focus, tried to think like a dragon, and became invisible. As quietly as he could, Alex opened the door and stepped into the throne room. He closed the door behind him, looking to see what dangers might be waiting for him. The room was empty, and that didn't seem right. He had expected Jabez to be here, giving orders or listening to reports of the war he had started. The fact that the room was empty brought new worries to Alex's mind. A sudden rustle of movement made Alex jump, his right hand grasping the axe in his belt. The massive doors to the room opened wide as Alex moved out of the way, and a pair of gargoyles entered, carrying a wooden chest between them. A dozen goblin soldiers marched close behind the gargoyles, and walking in the middle of the goblins was Waylon Vankin. Alex was stunned. Somehow Jabez had managed to locate Waylon, capture him, and then bring him to Conmar. Waylon looked like he had been badly beaten. His clothes were dirty and torn, and he walked with a limp. A dirty bandage, stained with blood, was wrapped around his head. One of the goblins pushed Waylon forward, and he stumbled as he entered the throne room. Alex wanted to rush forward and free his friend. He wanted to cut down the goblins that were gathered around Waylon, laughing their evil laughter. He wanted to use the Axe of Sundering to hack the gargoyles into pieces, but he knew he couldn't. He had to wait. He moved into the shadows at one side of the room, rage flowing through him. Jabez would be coming soon, and it was Jabez that he had to destroy. The wait was a short one. Jabez came limping into the room, a pained look on his face as he climbed the steps to the stone throne. It took a few seconds for Jabez to turn and sit down. It was clear that he was suffering from the wound Alex had given him. Alex moved closer, his hand ready to pull the Axe of Sundering out of his belt, but he did not act.
"You don't seem pleased to see me, Uncle," Jabez said, a nasty grin spreading over his face.
"Why would I be pleased to see you?" Waylon asked. "You've broken your oath as a true wizard. You've brought war and suffering to Jarrow, and you've dishonored my name."
"The dishonor you brought upon yourself," Jabez said with a sneer. "You always thought that I would be like you. You tried to make me into a copy of yourself, but I was too clever for that. You and your do-good attitude, always using your powers to help others because you claimed it was the right thing to do. Look where all of your good deeds have gotten you."
"I see you've learned nothing," Waylon said. "I tried to teach you the correct path, and you refused to learn."
"Ha!"
Jabez laughed, his face turning red with anger.
"You tried to teach me the fool's path. What I've learned is that the gratitude of the poor and helpless is meaningless. All that really matters in this world is wealth and power."
"You're a fool," Waylon replied.
"A fool?"
Jabez yelled back and started to laugh. He laughed so hard that he suddenly grimaced in pain from the wound in his side.
"Let me show you who the real fool is."
Jabez snapped his fingers, and the gargoyles came forward carrying their wooden chest. They placed the chest at the bottom of the stair that led to the throne, and then stepped away. Jabez's face was full of hunger as he looked down at the chest.
"Leave us,"
Jabez said, waving away the goblins and gargoyles.
"There is little need to fear the great Waylon Vankin now."
The goblins all laughed as they turned and left the room, followed closely by the gargoyles. Jabez didn't say anything more until the throne room doors were closed, but his eyes remained fixed on Waylon. Alex used the time to move closer to Waylon, thinking that he might have to defend his friend from a sudden attack.
"I'm sure you think your plans will find success,"
Jabez began, his voice calmer than it had been.
"You've always been so cunning, Uncle. But this time your plans have all come to nothing."
"You're beginning to bore me,"
Waylon said, sounding much braver than he looked.
"Oh, you find me boring, do you?"
Jabez laughed.
"Then let me tell you about your foolishness. Let me show you how your plans have failed. Let me explain how I will be the greatest wizard in this land and all the other known lands as well. Your council of wizards will bow before me."
"They will never bow to you,"
Waylon said, the anger clear in his voice.
"Just as you would never bow,"
Jabez snapped back. Jabez slowly walked down the stairs, holding his staff for support. Once he was steady, he swung his staff out, striking the wooden chest. The wood crumbled away like dust, replaced by a stone pillar. On top of the pillar was a single stone that shimmered with a silver light, an Orion stone. Alex touched his pocket, reassuring himself that the other Orion stone was still safe in his possession.
"Yes, uncle. Here is the secret that you did not expect,"
said Jabez, his eyes moving from the stone to Waylon once more.
"The Orion stones that you thought had been destroyed. You and your foolish council thought the secret of their making was lost forever. Yet 2 of these wonderful stones were given to me, and now they will be part of your greatest and final defeat."
"The stones may not work the way you wish them to,"
Waylon said.
"Use them if you will. They will do you little good."
"I thought that's what you would say,"
Jabez laughed. He picked up the shimmering stone and walked closer to Waylon. He held the glowing stone tightly in his hand and then pressed it against Waylon's chest, right over his heart. Waylon screamed, his eyes clenched tight. Alex stepped forward, his hand on the axe at his belt, but again he had to force himself to stop and wait. Jabez had a cruel smile on his face as he pushed the stone harder against Waylon's chest. A bright white light surrounded the 2 wizards and the Orion stone. Slowly, the light began to be absorbed by the stone until it was gone. Waylon slumped to the ground with a groan. Jabez lifted the stone high in the air. It now glowed with an inner golden light.
"Now you are powerless. This stone holds your magic that will soon be mine."
"My magic will never be yours,"
said Waylon, weak but still defiant.
"Oh, but it will,"
Jabez replied, a hungry look on his face.
"I know how the stones work as well as you do, uncle. I know that once you are dead, I will be able to absorb all the magical power this stone holds."
"Then kill me and be done with it,"
Waylon snapped.
"Kill you? Oh, it won't be as quick and easy as that,"
Jabez said.
"First, I must show you how foolish you've been. Before you die, you will hear how your warrior was destroyed, how your well-laid plans have come to nothing."
"I don't believe you,"
Waylon said, his voice sounding desperate.
"Oh, but you will believe,"
Jabez answered. Alex moved slowly and quietly to stand just behind Waylon.
"I knew you'd deny everything,"
Jabez said, moving closer.
"You never admit your mistakes, do you? Bringing the sea elves into the battle, a minor inconvenience. Sending your young warrior to try and kill me, foolishness."
"I don't know what you're talking about,"
Waylon answered.
"Lies!"
Jabez yelled, swinging his staff and hitting Waylon in the stomach.
"Lies and deceit from the most honest of all wizards!"
Alex had to stop himself from reaching out to catch Waylon, had to stop himself from taking the invisible axe at his side and attacking Jabez on the spot. He didn't know why he had to wait, but he knew there was a reason to wait. Some reason that was more important than his own desire to destroy the evil wizard in front of him.
"I suppose you didn't send the warrior,"
Jabez said, pacing back and forth in front of Waylon.
"Yes, your young adventurer friend was here. He foolishly used a regular blade against me and not the Axe of Sundering."
Jabez turned and climbed back to the stone throne, bending over to pick up something from behind the giant chair.
"Here is the proof of your failure,"
said Jabez, turning to face Waylon once more.
"Your warrior has caused me a great deal of pain, as you can tell, but it cost him his life."
Jabez threw a blackened sword and a badly burnt magic bag down on the floor in front of Waylon. They were the items Alex had created to go with the false image of himself, and he was more than a little pleased that Jabez believed they were real.
"Your mighty warrior ran into a little pet of mine,"
Jabez said, sounding almost gleeful.
"So you see, uncle, all of your plans have come and will come to nothing."
When Alex saw the pained and troubled look on Waylon's face, he realized that part of Waylon believed what Jabez was saying. Unable to stop himself, he reached out and touched Waylon's shoulder. Leaning close and in a whisper that only Waylon could possibly hear, he spoke. "I am here." Waylon looked surprised for a moment, but Jabez took the look as one of defeat. He laughed at Waylon, who was still kneeling in front of him. Alex thought fast, trying to find a way to free Waylon and at the same time destroy Jabez. His thoughts returned to what Waylon had told him about the Orion stones and about how they were used to steal another wizard's magic. What was it that Waylon had told him?
"You'd better be sure I'm dead before you crush the stone holding my power. If I'm even barely alive, my powers will return to me, and I will destroy you,"
Waylon said, rising to his feet. Waylon's words told Alex what he needed to know, the reason why he was waiting to attack.
"Oh, you'll be dead,"
Jabez said with a wicked grin.
"You'll beg for death first, but you will be very dead before I crush the stone."
Alex knew what he had to do. He moved without making a sound, stepping around Waylon and walking to the pillar where the glowing Orion stone sat. With great care, Alex drew the Axe of Sundering from his belt. Carefully, he positioned the hammer-like back of the axe over the stone.
"You seem so sure of yourself,"
said Waylon.
"Even now, you do not realize the danger you are in."
"Danger?"
Jabez asked.
"What danger? I've captured you and destroyed the warrior you sent to try and kill me. My armies are sweeping across Westland, and it is only a matter of time before I have destroyed the humans and elves that stand against me."
Waylon started to laugh as he forced himself to stand straight. He continued to laugh as he looked Jabez in the eye. Jabez sunk back into his throne in fear. Even when Waylon was powerless and wounded, Jabez was afraid of him.
"Your evil has reached its end!"
Waylon shouted. Alex raised the Axe of Sundering over his head, and with all his strength he brought the blunt end of the axe down on the Orion stone. There was a blinding flash of red-gold light, followed by a thunderous explosion. Alex staggered back a step. The light flowed like water, seeping over and past Alex. Quickly, the glowing water-like magic gathered around Waylon's body. The wizard immediately stood up straighter, strength and light coming back to his face. Jabez looked from Waylon to Alex, who brought up the axe, ready to attack now that his invisibility spell had been broken.
"You,"
Jabez said in a shocked whisper.
"It can't be. You were destroyed by the dragon. This cannot be."
"The dragon fire did not touch me," Alex said, moving toward Jabez. "The dragon you keep as a slave did as I asked. Now it is time to repay the dragon's kindness." Jabez jumped to his feet, but stood frozen in fear for a moment, and then moved faster than Alex expected. A bolt of lightning shot from Jabez's staff, aimed for Alex's heart. Alex blocked the bolt with the Axe of Sundering without thinking. The lightning bolt bounced off the axe, hitting the ceiling above Alex and causing several blocks of stone to fall. Alex stepped to one side so the stones did not hit him. He shifted the axe and moved closer to Jabez. Jabez lunged forward, his hand reaching out, ready to cast a spell. Alex swung his axe, catching the tips of Jabez's outstretched fingers and slicing them from his hand. Jabez pulled his hand away, screaming in pain and anger. A look of fear and unspeakable hate crossed his face as he started to work a new spell. Alex moved, swinging the axe as he went, but Jabez leaped out of the way. Spinning around, Alex continued to follow him, even as he felt Jabez's spell growing around him. Alex's own magic was working as well, forming a protective shield around him as he moved. He swung the axe at Jabez again, making a wide spinning move as he did so. Jabez's magic hit Alex on the shoulder as he spun, causing him to rotate further than he'd planned and slam into the wall. Jabez was quick to take advantage of Alex's disorientation. He rushed forward with his staff, transforming it into a spear with a flaming tip. Alex ducked and rolled away, the spear tip following him as it gouged a line in the stone wall. Suddenly, a magical eagle dove from the ceiling with its claws aimed at Jabez's face. Alex looked at Waylon, who was whispering the words to a spell. Jabez pulled back, throwing his left arm over his head to protect himself. His right hand came up, catching the magical bird by the neck. As the bird vanished, Jabez let loose another spell, sending a curse along the magical thread that connected Waylon to his creation. Alex acted without thinking. His dragon magic caught the thread of Waylon's magic, blocking Jabez's spell like a bead on a wire. The curse hung in the air, and then Alex forced it back along the thread toward Jabez. Alex's magic snapped the thread of Waylon's magic, and Jabez sent his curse into the wall, where it exploded and sprayed the room with bits of stone.
"I see you are more than just a warrior,"
Jabez snarled. "Much more," Alex answered, his voice sounding more like a dragon than a man. Jabez didn't wait for Alex to attack. Faster than Alex thought possible, Jabez sent a curse at him, a second curse toward Waylon, and a third curse at him again. Waylon didn't move. He didn't seem to be doing anything at all. Alex, however, was more dragon than wizard now. A combination of his wizard magic and his dragon magic reached out and caught all three curses at the same time. They bounced away from him and from Waylon, speeding back at Jabez, who was ready, and slapped all three spells back at Alex. Alex reacted faster than he normally would have. At the moment, he was a dragon in a man's body, and there was no need to think. The curses bounced back and forth between Jabez and himself, moving faster and faster as they went. Alex acted on instinct, and he added a fourth and then a fifth spell to the deadly game. "Enough!" Jabez screamed in frustration. Jabez threw himself to the side, and all 5 spells slammed into the wall behind him, exploding like a bomb and shaking the entire castle. A large section of the wall collapsed into the room, filling the air with dust and smoke. Alex tried to keep track of where Jabez was, but it was almost impossible. "Duck!" Alex's Ogash screamed inside his head. 5 feet behind you, 2 to your right." Alex ducked and spun, swinging the Axe of Sundering in a wide arc. Jabez's staff whistled through empty air where Alex's head had been, but the axe found its mark. Jabez screamed and staggered backward, his free hand holding a deep gash across his stomach. Alex closed in on his enemy. Jabez held up his staff to block Alex's next blow, but it did no good against the Axe of Sundering. There was a flash of greenish-yellow light as the axe cut Jabez's staff in two. Jabez looked terrified as Alex moved closer still.
"You may have won this battle, but we shall win the war!"
Jabez yelled, throwing what was left of his staff at Alex.
"Your victory will cost you dearly. I'll take you both with me in defeat, and most of Westland as well." "Do your worst,"
Alex answered, raising the axe for a final strike. Alex heard Jabez working a spell, and he heard Waylon shouting something behind him, but he didn't understand either of them. It was the time to end this evil. With all the strength he had, Alex brought down the Axe of Sundering. When the silver blade hit Jabez in the chest, Alex saw the shocked, surprised look on Jabez's face. Suddenly, a shimmering halo of light surrounded Jabez's body, and Alex saw that each thin beam of light was like a thread connected to and stretching out behind Jabez. Alex remembered that Waylon had told him that Jabez's magic kept him connected to all the people he had done magic for, tying his life force to theirs down through the generations. One by one, the threads of light snapped, each one vanishing with a small popping sound. The ends of the threads still connected to Jabez turned from gold to black, and then were absorbed back into Jabez's body. The links to Jabez's victims were broken. The Axe of Sundering had done its work. Alex pulled the axe free of Jabez's body, which crumpled into a heap of ash on the ground. Alex turned to check on Waylon, but he never completed his turn. A wave of darkness covered him, and a thundering pain washed through his head. For a moment, Alex thought that the castle of Conmar had collapsed on him, as pain beyond any he had ever known surged through his body. He felt the Axe of Sundering slip from his hand, felt the cold stone floor beneath him as he fell. And then everything went black. Chapter 22. A Prison of Ice.
"Alexander Taylor,"
a weak, fearful-sounding voice said.
"I didn't think to see you again so soon, and I'm sure you didn't think you'd see me."
Alex could feel the cold stone floor under him, and he pushed himself up and carefully shook his head. His ears felt like they had been stuffed with cotton, and his mouth was dry. Everything he could see was in shadow, except for a single beam of light coming from a window high above him. The light hit the edge of the Axe of Sundering, making it shine in the darkness. Alex looked around to see who had spoken to him, but as far as he could tell, he was alone. Who are you?" he asked. The weak voice gave a nervous giggle that was quickly cut off. Alex picked up the axe and with some difficulty got to his feet. "Where am I?" he demanded.
"Where you belong,"
the voice hissed back at him.
"In prison."
A shadow moved away from the far wall and limped toward him. It waved its arm, and the light from the window flared white. Alex shielded his eyes from the sudden brightness. As his eyes adjusted, he looked around, trying to find answers. 3 of the walls around him were smooth, made of stone, and had a strange pearl-like color, but the 4th wall was made of gray-black bars. On the other side of the bars stood a man who Alex recognized now that he'd moved into the light. He was an old man with gray hair, wearing a long black robe that reached to the ground. "Magnus," Alex said, "I'm surprised the Brotherhood didn't get rid of you after your failure in Nisa." Another fearful giggle escaped the old man.
"The Brotherhood protects its own. I have been waiting for this day since we last met, Master Taylor."
He sneered the word, making it sound like an insult. "I defeated you once before, and I will defeat you again, you and the Brotherhood."
"The Brotherhood is more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Do you honestly believe that you, alone, can do what no one else has been able to do in more than 2,000 years?
Alex gripped the handle of the Axe of Sundering more tightly. "If I have to."
"So brave, so proud, and so foolish."
Magnus took a step toward Alex's cell, and Alex saw that Magnus's left leg and foot were made out of the same gray-black metal as the bars of his cell. "I see you've recovered from your injury," Alex said, nodding toward Magnus's leg.
"This? Oh yes, a gift from my master, Galen, forged by magic and stronger than true silver. The same magical metal makes up the bars of your cell. And the walls. Well, I'll let you find out about the walls on your own."
"How did I get here?" Alex asked.
"Jabez was connected to many magical people. At one time, he was a member of the Brotherhood. We've been keeping a close eye on Jabez since he turned traitor. When you managed to break his magical connections with the Axe of Sundering, we knew exactly what was happening and where we could find you. Galen opened a portal, and we brought you and Waylon Vanken here, just as our master planned."
"It was a trap?" Alex asked. Magnus shook his head.
"No, it was an opportunity. One we had hoped for, planned for, and then seized when the moment arrived."
"What do you want, then?" Alex asked. Magnus lifted his shoulder in a small shrug.
"You must have figured that out by now. You've seen what the Brotherhood has been working toward. Surely you are not blind?"
"You want to control the known lands," Alex said quietly. "You want power."
"We already have power,"
Magnus answered, laughing at Alex's answer.
"Far more power than you dare guess. Now we will reach beyond the known lands, and you will help us achieve our goals. With you and your pretty little axe, we have the final pieces we need to win a complete victory."
"Whatever it is you're planning," Alex said, "I will stop you." Magnus lifted his eyebrows.
"How?"
Alex let loose his magic, sending a spell of destruction at Magnus and the bars that stood between them. The spell raced forward, but it never got even as far as the cell bars. The magic turned, divided, and melted into the stone walls and ceiling of his cell. Magnus stood, smiling wickedly at Alex, completely unafraid.
"Excellent,"
Magnus said.
"Now you learn the real power of your cell. The walls are made as the Orion stones were made. Your magic is now locked into these walls, and slowly, so very slowly, every drop of your magic will be sucked away.
"You will never take my power!" Alex shouted as he rushed forward and grabbed the bars of his cell. The bars burned his hands as if they were red hot, and he jerked back in pain. Magnus laughed.
"Looks like you need some time to cool off and consider things. Save what little strength you can, wizard. Galen will be along shortly, and if you play your part in our plans, he might just let you live."
Magnus waved his arm again, and the prison fell back into shadow. When Alex's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, Magnus was gone. Alex sat down on the cot that was at the back of his cell. He'd let the Axe of Sundering fall when he'd rushed the bars, and it lay on the floor in front of him. The weak light that filtered into the room made the axe appear to glow. Alex flexed his burned hands, trying to get rid of the pain. The heat from the bars hadn't done any real damage to his hands, but it hurt all the same. Leaning back against the wall, he took a good look at his surroundings for the first time. There was nothing there to help him, or at least nothing he could see. The axe might help, but Magnus had said the gray-black bars were stronger than true silver, and Alex wasn't sure if he dared damaging the axe on them. He could actually feel his magic slipping slowly away, and there was nothing he could do about it. A way out was what he needed, but all that he could think was, where is Waylon? Magnus had said that the Brotherhood had brought both Alex and Waylon here. He had to be close. Alex reached out with his magic to see if he could find Waylon, but the walls of his cell absorbed everything. He shouted for Waylon and thought he might have heard a weak groaning nearby, but he couldn't be sure. He slumped against the wall, his mind racing, trying to make sense of what had happened and seeking a way to escape. None of his thoughts gave Alex much hope, and slowly his mind slipped into a dark blankness where no clear thinking could take place. "All is not lost," Alex's Ogash reassured him. "There is always a way out, even if you don't see it at first." The stone felt cold behind Alex's back, slowly leaching away his body heat. The tips of his fingers and toes began to tingle. Alex hated waiting. He would much rather be doing something, anything, than sitting and waiting for someone else to make the first move. He forced himself to his feet and began to pace around the small cell. The motion helped bring warmth back to his hands and feet, and it was only then that he realized how cold the entire cell had become. He exhaled, surprised to see his breath cloud in front of his face. The shimmering bars appeared to have been coated with a layer of frost, and the stone walls were as slick as ice. What was happening? Was it a trick of the Brotherhood? An attack of some kind? Alex increased his pacing, hoping the extra movement would help keep the cold at bay, but the temperature was dropping too fast. The floor grew slippery under his feet, and the air around him crystallized into small snowflakes. He moved to stand as close to the bars as he could. Ice had begun to build up between the bars, nearly closing in the one open wall to his cell. "Waylon!" Alex called, his voice shaking with the cold. "Waylon! Where are you?" Alex knew that if he didn't do something fast, he would freeze to death. Magnus had told him to cool off. He must have cast a spell. But how did you fight cold? With heat, Alex thought. He returned to the cot and held his hand over the bare mattress. "Inferno," he said, remembering the first spell he had ever learned. Nothing happened. Alex's heart dropped. It was the simplest spell he knew, one that required the least amount of magic. And if he couldn't even make that one work, what hope did he have to work any other kind of magic? "The magic is still inside you," Alex's Ogash said, "even if you can't feel it or access it. It is a part of you." Alex folded his outstretched hand into a fist. His Ogash was right. His magic wasn't something that could be taken away by someone else. It was a part of him as much as his bones or his blood or his mind. It was part of what made him who he was. Alex picked up the Axe of Sundering, placed the head of it on the ground between his feet, and gripped the handle with both hands. If the axe could be used to sever connections to magic, maybe it could also be used to make connections to magic. Alex closed his eyes and turned his thoughts inward, searching for that spark of magic that no spell or wizard or member of the Brotherhood could extinguish. He remembered the fire of excitement he'd felt when he'd first seen the sign in Mr. Clutter's shop, calling him on an adventure. He remembered the blaze of anticipation when he'd been measured for his weapons and learned he could be a warrior and a wizard. He remembered the heat that emanated off Slathbog's body when Alex looked the dragon in the eye. He remembered the magical fire that filled him when he wielded Moon Slayer in battle, the burning sands of Nisa under his feet, the heat of dwarven forges, and the purifying beauty of the Oracle of the White Tower. He concentrated on those memories, reliving them one by one, until the handle of the axe grew warm beneath his hands. He pushed further into his mind. He remembered the intensity of his emotions, his anger at facing down enemies who threatened the innocent people he tried to protect, his determination to uphold his honor no matter the situation, his belief that good would always overcome evil. He grit his teeth and reached for his deepest self, his truest self. Dragon fire roared to life inside of him. Visions of the dragons he'd met filled his mind, Salanor leading the way, and he remembered that he was also a dragon.
"My brother,"
Salanor said in his mind. Alex's body trembled with the force traveling through it. Heat poured off of him in waves, driving back the cold that had threatened to overwhelm him. The magic he had sought rushed back into him, filling him completely. He would never let it go again. He would never let the Brotherhood defeat him. Alex opened his eyes. Steam rose from the floor where the axe rested. The weapon glowed with a bright silver-blue light. Alex braced himself, then lifted the blazing Axe of Sundering up, swinging it over his shoulder. He took 2 steps toward the frozen bars, and, with a roar that began deep in his belly, Alex brought the axe around with all his strength. The white, hot blade cut through the magical metal bars as if they were made of wax, the ice melting at the axe's fiery touch. Quickly, Alex carved a hole large enough for him to walk through. Once freed from his prison, he moved swiftly down a long hallway. There was only one other cell door, and when he looked inside, he saw his friend. With 3 quick strokes of the axe, Alex was inside the cell and by Wayland's side. Wayland's prison wasn't cold like Alex's had been, but Wayland remained motionless. The only clue that he was still alive was that his chest was barely rising and falling. "Wayland," Alex whispered, "wake up." He reached out and touched the wizard's shoulder. The moment Alex made contact, Wayland sat upright on the cot, eyes wide open, gasping for breath. Alex took a step back in surprise. Wayland turned to him.
"Alex, what are you doing here?"
He looked around in confusion.
"Where are we?"
"In the grip of the Brotherhood," Alex answered, "but not for long. Can you walk?"
"I think so."
Wayland stood up with Alex's help, and then squinted and held his hand in front of his eyes to block out the light shining from the Axe of Sundering.
"How are you doing that?"
"I'll explain later," Alex said. "We have to go. Now." Alex slung Wayland's arm over his shoulder and helped the old wizard from the prison cell. Together they stumbled down the hallway, past a dozen other cells, all empty, and through a dark wooden door. They emerged into what appeared to be the common area of the Golden Swan back in Telos. Alex stumbled to a stop in surprise. He helped Wayland sit down at a nearby table before he took a closer look at the room they had entered. The room was nearly an exact replica of the building he knew so well. Tables and chairs were placed around the room, though in the real Golden Swan they would be filled with adventurers gathering to talk and drink. Here there was no one but Alex and Wayland. The room even had the same white walls, large windows, and emerald trim around the shutters. But instead of the image of a swan with emerald eyes hanging over the back bar, there was a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a jaw opened wide, as if to devour everything in its path. Alex felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of it.
"The Gesbeth,"
Wayland said, his eyes fixed on the image of the creature.
"The symbol of the Brotherhood. It is as I feared."
"What is it?" Alex asked.
"I fear we have arrived at the headquarters of the Brotherhood itself. We are in the very belly of the beast, Alex."
Wayland's voice was low. He tapped his fingers on the table and frowned.
"Something's wrong. I don't feel like myself."
Wayland closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his face was gray.
"It's impossible,"
he whispered.
"My magic."
He opened and closed his hands as if he could grasp something that had already been taken away.
"I felt it return to me when you broke the Orion stone, but now the Brotherhood, they haven't taken my magic, but they have blocked me from using it."
"They did that to me as well," Alex said. "Or they tried to, at least." Wayland nodded to the Axe of Sundering Alex had slipped into his belt. It was still bright, but not blazing like the sun.
"You broke the spell. How?"
Alex rested his hand on the top of the axe. "I am Alexander Taylor, adventurer, wizard, and dragon lord." He smiled at Wayland. "And you trained me well." Wayland offered him a weak smile.
"I am not sure how much I had to do with it."
"Nonsense. You have been an amazing teacher and friend." Alex sat in the chair opposite Wayland. "What is our next step? What do we do now?"
"I believe I can answer that,"
a voice said from behind them. Alex and Wayland both turned. Alex half rose from his seat, his hand on the axe at his side. A man stood at the doorway. He was tall and might have been considered handsome if not for the scar that ran down nearly the entire left side of his face. The wound bisected his left eye, leaving it milky white and cold. His right eye was dark and filled with cunning. He met Alex's gaze with a smile. "Galen," Alex said. He had seen the man's face before in a vision. "Head of the Brotherhood." Chapter 23. The Brotherhood. Galen bowed.
"I am pleased to finally make your acquaintance, Master Taylor. Master Vanken."
Magnus stood behind Galen, his hands tucked into his robes, a cruel smile on his face. "What do you want?" Alex demanded. "Why have you brought us here?"
"Rest easy, Master Taylor,"
Galen said.
"I want nothing more than to talk, for now."
He strolled into the room, his black robes sweeping over the tops of his boots. Magnus trailed behind him like a dog.
"I have wanted to talk to you for some time now, so I was quite pleased when Magnus told me you both were in the dungeons below. I was less pleased when I ventured downstairs to find you both gone."
He flicked his hand in the air, and Magnus stopped immediately.
"Magnus here assured me his spell would keep you contained, but, well, clearly he was mistaken."
Galen dropped his hand back to his side, and Magnus crumpled at the same time. He hit the floor with a thud, blood dribbling from his nose.
"Master, please,"
he begged.
I...
Galen made another gesture, and Magnus's words choked off into silence. A horrified expression crossed his face, and he put his hands to his throat as if he could force his words to emerge.
"I am not interested in your excuses,"
Galen said to Magnus.
"Nor your failures."
Alex could feel the power radiating off Galen. He had faced many powerful creatures and wizards in the past, but Galen was something more. An aura of age and assurance surrounded him. Alex suspected Galen had not been defied by anyone in a long time. Galen reached the table where Alex and Waylon were and sat down.
"Please, gentlemen, let us be civilized while we still can."
Alex returned to his seat, slowly moving his hand away from the axe at his belt. Waylon looked between Alex and Galen with a worried expression on his face.
"Now, I believe your question was regarding your next step, yes?"
Galen asked. He placed his hands flat on the table. They were strong hands, but unscarred. Alex wondered if Galen had ever handled a weapon before, been in battle, or if he had always relied on his magic to do the work for him. If so, then perhaps Alex could use that to his advantage. "I'm thinking my next step is going to be to kill you," Alex said.
"Then you would fail,"
Galen snapped. His gaze locked on to Alex and didn't let him go. After a moment of tense silence, Galen's face relaxed into a smile, though the expression didn't reach his one good eye.
"I suspect that would be a new experience for you. Am I right, Master Taylor?"
"What do you mean?" Alex asked.
"I mean that considering all the adventures you have been on, you very rarely have faced a challenge that has defeated you."
"I worked hard," Alex began.
"And you found much success, yes, I know. But I believe one can take the measure of a man by examining his failures more than his successes."
"I thought you weren't interested in hearing about failures," Alex said. Galen waved away Alex's words.
"I'm not interested in his."
He pointed to Magnus, still silently quivering on the floor.
"But I am very interested in yours. Not only have you failed to stop the Brotherhood on multiple occasions, but you still fail to understand what is truly going on here."
He shook his head.
Did you really think that these adventures of yours had no other purpose except to provide you with the opportunity to defeat monsters, gather treasure, and uphold some silly notion about honor?"
"Do not joke about honor," Alex began, hotly. Galen laughed.
"And there is that temper I've heard so much about. I wondered when it would appear."
Alex clenched his jaw and tried to get his anger back under control. He needed to stay calm and level-headed. He could see that this battle with Galen would be won with words and not weapons, at least not yet. "Honor is more important than treasure," Alex said, quoting one of the first truths he had learned about in the Adventurer's Handbook.
"No, power is more important than treasure."
The scar along Galen's face twisted as he spat out the words.
"I would think that you, of all people, would understand that. But once again, you have failed."
Alex opened his mouth, but Waylon put his hand on his arm and spoke instead.
"You know we are powerful. We escaped from your prison, and we know you are powerful. We saw what you did to Magnus. You wanted to speak like civilized gentlemen, Galen, so dispense with the games."
"Master Vanken, I am surprised that you would lie to me."
Galen clucked deep in his throat.
"Claiming to be part of a we, when we all know that you are blocked from accessing your magic. You are useless, and you did not escape from my prison."
He pointed at Alex.
"He did. He is the one who managed to summon his magic despite the wards placed on the cell and the spells that should have entrapped him. How did you do that, by the way? I'm honestly curious."
Alex kept his mouth shut.
"Ah, I see. Silence is to be your strategy,"
Galen said. He leaned back in his chair.
"A wise move. Very well. Then, if you would please follow me."
Galen stood up from the table and walked toward the tall windows along the far wall. He didn't look back, as if he expected Alex and Waylon to follow without question. Alex glanced at Waylon, then, after a moment, they both joined Galen at the windows. Galen threw open the shutters and spread his arms wide as if embracing the view. On the other side of the glass lay a shifting kaleidoscope of colors. It made Alex dizzy at first, but the more he looked at it and studied it, he saw that what he had thought were just colors and shapes were actually small images of places, each one exquisitely detailed. Some places he recognized immediately: Mr. Clutter's shop, the Oracle's White Tower, the Tower of the Moon, Albrecht's tomb. He also saw images that looked to be bird's-eye views of Elucia, Vargland, Norseland, Thraxon, Nisa, Varlo. Other images flashed before his eyes, but they weren't of places he recognized.
"The known lands,"
Waylon murmured, standing beside Alex.
"All of them. But how? Why?"
"Gateway magic," Galen said. "You have only just begun to discover it, but I have had centuries to perfect its use."
He reached out his hand, close enough to touch one of the swirling pictures, but he pulled back at the last moment.
"One touch, and I am instantly transported exactly where I want to go."
"That is how you and the other members of the Brotherhood can travel through the known lands so quickly,"
Waylon said.
"And without much notice," Galen said. "It's beautiful. I designed the system myself."
"If only we had known what to look for," Waylon said, "we might have discovered your headquarters earlier."
Galen laughed.
"I very much doubt that."
"Why do you say that?" Alex asked.
"Because this place,"
Galen gestured to the building they stood in,
"does not exist anywhere in the known lands. It is impossible to find unless you're a sworn member of the Brotherhood.
If it doesn't exist in the known lands, then where does it exist? Alex asked. Galen nodded.
You are finally starting to ask the right kinds of questions, Master Taylor. It exists in a place between the known lands, a reality that is next door to the worlds that you know. By anchoring this place to the actual Golden Swan, I am able to eavesdrop on the adventurers who come and go from that place, learn the news of the different lands, keep an eye on my enemies, and evaluate who might be beneficial to my plans. You would be amazed at the amount of information I have been able to acquire without ever having to step foot out of this place.
He turned on his heel and headed for the windows on the opposite side of the room. He left the shutters open behind him. Alex was tempted to grab Wayland's arm, touch one of the pictures, and escape while Galen's back was to him. He had even extended his hand toward Wayland when Galen spoke without looking around.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Seeing as how you're not part of the Brotherhood, the gateway magic would split your soul into tiny fragments and scatter them to the winds. You would be lost before you ever arrived at your chosen destination.
Alex and Wayland exchanged a look. Alex lowered his hand.
Now this, Galen said, this is my favorite view of all.
This time, when he opened the shutters, he did so reverently, as if what was on the other side was something so precious that it required the utmost protection. Alex approached cautiously. The view was remarkably unimpressive. The perspective was as if they were standing on a hill, and the land that spread out behind the window was barren of life, the sand a soft gray color. Nothing moved. Alex could imagine the silence from that place seeping through the window and into the room. He took a step closer. In the distance, though, was something that Alex thought he recognized. A low stone wall stretching from horizon to horizon. A wall? He whispered.
The wall,
Galen corrected.
The wall between life and death. I believe you've been there a time or two yourself.
Alex swallowed. You created a gateway portal to the wall? He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't. You're insane.
I'm a visionary, Galen said. I did not rise to be the head of the Brotherhood by having small aspirations.
Traveling to the wall like this? Alex shook his head. Every bone in his body screamed in protest at what he was seeing. It is an abomination.
Which is why I've never done it,
Galen said. What? Alex turned to look at him in surprise.
Oh, the portal isn't for me to travel there. It is for someone there to travel here.
Galen's smile stretched across his face, pulling his scar out of alignment. A strange silvery sheen appeared in his blind left eye.
But the amount of magic it would take to make that possible,
Wayland shook his head.
It is beyond the ability of any one man.
Precisely,
Galen said, carefully closing the shutters. Alex breathed a sigh of relief at not having to see the gray lands in the wall. He remembered all too well the pull of the wall, the desire he had to cross over into the Shadowlands. He would have been lost there once had his elf friend Callisto not pulled him back.
Where did you get the power?
Wayland asked quietly, not looking at Galen.
How are you harnessing it?
Galen regarded Wayland for a long moment, then turned his attention to Alex.
What do you think our purpose is? The Brotherhood, I mean.
To sow unrest in the known lands, to wage war and rule over them, Alex answered. He and Wayland had spoken many times about their theories regarding the Brotherhood. Galen shook his head.
Again, you disappoint me, Master Tailor. Such narrow vision, such small goals.
He sighed.
Yes, controlling the known lands is important, even necessary, and the power we gain from that is certainly worthy of our time. But our goals in the known lands are not merely to sow unrest. We are looking for very special people to help with our very special project.
He nodded toward the closed shutters behind him. Wizards, Alex guessed.
Not just wizards, though they are high on our list. We search for magical people of all kinds, of all abilities and talents. We find them, bring them here, and we, persuade them to relinquish their magic to us.
The Orion Stones, Alex said, feeling numb. You were using the Orion Stones.
They really were quite handy, Galen said. When Jabez stole them from me, it slowed us down considerably.
He stole them from you? Alex asked.
Jabez had once been my most faithful servant, Galen said. I trusted him like my own son.
He stopped and then looked at Waylon.
Oh, but then he was originally your family, was he not? I should have known that he'd one day turn on me, just as he turned on you. It seems neither of us could teach him the concept of loyalty.
Galen reached out and gripped Alex's shoulder.
I must thank you for killing him.
Alex knocked away Galen's hand. I didn't kill him for you.
Are you sure about that?
What are you saying?
Waylon asked. His face had gone pale.
You and Jabez were linked mentally, because you were both wizards. But for many years he hid himself from you. And then one day that link was restored and you began to realize how evil he had truly become. It was almost as if he was challenging you to come find him. Does any of this sound familiar?
It did to Alex. Waylon had told him those same details in what seemed another lifetime.
That was you?
Waylon asked. Galen smiled coldly.
Again, you failed to properly estimate my powers. By then, Jabez had stolen the Orion Stones and had hidden the Axe of Sundering from me. I needed them back. I didn't have time to do it myself, so I enlisted your help.
He gestured to Alex and Waylon.
However unwittingly, it was offered. And now I have everything I need to complete my spell and split open the wall.
You're going to destroy the wall? Alex asked in disbelief.
Of course. The Axe of Sundering is the only object powerful enough to break the barrier between life and death, and the wall must be split asunder. How else will my true master finally return from beyond the Shadowlands and assume control of all lands, known and unknown? How else will those of the Brotherhood achieve the immortality we were promised?
You're wrong, Galen, Alex said. The Orion Stones were destroyed along with Jabez, and the axe has chosen me as its master. It will not work for you.
But it will work for you, he said, and that is all I need. Well, that and the impressive amount of magic you can wield, even when pitted against my own. I'm looking forward to adding your power to mine, and once I have your power, the Axe of Sundering will obey my command.
He reached out his hand. A dark black shadow gathered around his fingers. Small flashes of lightning streaked through the blackness.
Now, this will not hurt at all.
At the last moment, Waylon roared and pushed Alex out of the way. Alex hit the ground hard. He felt something in his side snap, and an intense pain shot through his chest. Galen's hand, already so close to Alex's forehead, touched Wayland's head instead. Wayland screamed, and the blackness spread down over his body, covering him completely. A flash of lightning lit up the room, temporarily blinding Alex. When he could see again, there was only a black smudge on the floor where the wizard had been. Wayland was gone. Chapter 24. Beyond the Wall. Galen cursed. "Where is he?" Alex gasped. He tried to get to his feet, but the pain in his side kept him on his knees. "What did you do to Wayland?" Galen clenched his jaw in anger.
"The old fool. The spell is intended to absorb magical power, but if there is no power to absorb, or if the magic is blocked, then the spell kills. He is beyond my reach now."
Alex's blood ran cold. "You killed him? He's dead?" He couldn't imagine a world without Wayland Vankin. It was impossible. Galen shrugged.
"His selfless act to save you is merely a minor setback to my plan. I still have you and the axe."
He turned toward Alex and flexed his fingers again. Alex's breath pulled at the pain in his side. Sweat ran down his face. He couldn't let Galen touch him. "My power is my own. No one will ever take it from me." He scrabbled away from Galen, crawling along the floor. Alex needed his magic. His broken ribs were slowing him down too much. But the moment he turned his thoughts inward, he heard a clear sound, like the tolling of a bell, and Wayland's voice ringing out, repeating the same two words over and over. "Find me! Find me!" Alex gripped the axe at his belt, and the contact with the magical weapon only seemed to strengthen the connection. The sound of Wayland's voice rumbled through Alex's mind and body. Galen continued to advance toward Alex, unstoppable as the tide. "Wayland?" Alex asked in his mind. "Where are you?" "I'm here. I'm here." The sound seemed to occupy a physical presence inside Alex's mind. He looked up at Galen's scarred and cruel face, but what he saw was an image of a single golden thread shimmering in the air. Alex realized that his connection to Wayland was still intact, master to apprentice. The back of Alex's head hit the wall. He had crawled across the floor to the other side of the room, trying to get away, but now there was nowhere for him to go. He was trapped. Galen crouched at Alex's side. His long fingers rested on his knees.
"You should be honored, you know," he said. "Not everyone is offered such an opportunity to serve the Brotherhood."
"I will never serve you," Alex spat out between clenched teeth. "I die first." Galen raised his eyebrows.
"If you insist."
He lifted his hand and smiled. Alex's eyes darted between the dark shadow gathering around Galen's hand and the golden thread that only he could see. He knew his link to Wayland was mental, but perhaps with some effort it could be physical as well. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. He would only have one chance to get it right. If he missed and Galen didn't, then Alex's power would be drained, and the axe would be used in the service of the darkest evil Alex could imagine. He took a deep breath, hissing at the pain in his side, and concentrated all his magic and power and will into a single point, the end of the golden thread. "Hold on, Wayland," he sent his thoughts ahead of him. "I am coming." Then he grabbed the golden thread and held on. He felt a sudden lurch deep in his belly, and his breath was knocked out of his lungs. His bones burned and his blood began to boil. He screamed, but he couldn't hear himself scream. Alex opened his eyes in time to see the confused look on Galen's face. Galen's hand had not yet reached Alex's skin. "Alex!" Waylon's voice reached him one last time. "Alex!" He held on as the golden thread pulled him away from Galen, and everything around him disappeared. Alex woke in darkness. He knew that he was awake because of the pain. It felt as if he'd fallen down a long flight of stairs, hitting every step on his way down. He tried to sit up, but the pain was too much, and he slumped back to the ground once more. "Where am I?" he thought. "How did I get here?" Even thinking hurt, but now that the questions had started, there was no way to stop them. He tried again to get up, and failed. All at once, his body moved without his even thinking about it. He scrambled to his knees, looking around wildly. He knew he was trying to find someone, but who? "Vankin," Alex said softly. "Yes, Waylon Vankin should have been close by, but why? Who was Waylon Vankin? Why should he be close?" Alex tried and failed to find a face in his mind, the face that went with the name Waylon Vankin. His failure troubled him. His mind wandered for a time, going completely blank, and then a new question came. An important, urgent question that he had to answer. "Who am I?" For a moment, the question didn't make sense. He thought about the answer for a long time, slowly forming the words in his mind before speaking. "I am Alexander Taylor, adventurer, wizard, dragon lord, and—" "Say it again," a voice inside his head demanded. "I am Alexander Taylor, adventurer, wizard, dragon lord—"
"Again, louder,"
said the voice. "I am—" Alex started, but stopped as a new pain ripped through his brain.
"Again,"
the voice demanded. "I am Alexander Taylor, adventurer, wizard, and dragon—"
"Again, again, again,"
the voice screamed over the growing pain. "I am Alexander Taylor, adventurer, and... The words came slower, and the pain in his head pounded like a giant hammer every time he spoke them. Alex didn't know why, but he had to keep repeating the words. "I am Alexander Taylor, adventurer, wizard, dragon..." Each time he said the words, the pain grew. It felt like pieces of his brain were being torn away, and he put his hands on his head to try and protect himself from the pain. He continued to try to say the words, all of the words, but with each attempt he knew that something was forgotten, something was lost. "I am Alexander Taylor. I am Alexander. I am Alex. I am..." His mouth continued to move, but there was no more sound coming out. The pain was so bad that he hardly noticed when he fell back to the ground and curled himself into a ball. Darkness closed in around him once more. When he woke again, all of this would be forgotten, but there would still be one question to answer. Out of the darkness came light, and with the light came pain. The pain was terrible, but it seemed to be fading. He moved slowly, unsure of himself and unsure of everything around him. His eyes felt out of focus, and the small lights above him were dim and seemed to be winking off and on. He reached out for them, trying to touch them or capture them in his hand, but he could not. His pain wasn't as bad when he put his arms down, and it was easier to breathe as well. For a long time, he stood looking up at the little lights, trying to remember what they were and why they were there, but he couldn't remember. Eventually, he noticed that the strange little lights above him were going out and staying out, but things were becoming clearer. He looked around and faced a blindingly bright light that appeared from nowhere. It confused and comforted him at the same time. He struggled toward this new light, and it grew brighter as he moved. He thought he must be getting closer to the light because it was getting warmer. Everything he could see had changed from darkness to gray and then to brilliant colors. The colors all had names, but he couldn't remember what they were. Staggering forward, too weak and worn to worry about forgotten names, he watched the bright light climb into the sky. It was warm, and it would have filled him with hope, but he had forgotten what hope was. All that he knew was he had to keep moving to where the light had come from. He tried to think of why he needed to move, but there was no answer. There was only a desperate need to keep going. As the light moved higher into the sky, he stopped looking at it. He touched his side once, trying to force more air into his lungs. The searing pain forced him to his knees, and it was a long while before he could get up and move forward once more. He avoided touching his side as much as he could after that, holding his arm across his chest to prevent it bumping him and bringing back the pain. As the bright light was sinking behind him, he rested for a moment, looking into the bag he was carrying. It was empty, but he felt that there should be something there, if only he could remember what it was. This bag was important, but he couldn't remember why. The bag didn't matter. It was light enough to carry, and its straps helped him to keep his arm from bumping his side. Times of darkness and light passed almost unnoticed. His only thought was to keep moving to where the bright light had first appeared. The dark times were worse than when the bright light was above him. There were noises in the darkness, noises of things moving around him that he could not see. They were like ghosts in his mind, reminding him of things he had forgotten and could not remember. Finally, after what felt like forever, he reached his end. Unable to struggle forward another step, he leaned against a large object that grew out of the ground. He was finished, and whatever force had driven him to move forward for so long was gone. There was nothing now, nothing but to sit and wait for darkness to cover him. Perhaps the darkness would take away his pain, and he could finally rest.
Are you real?
Alex felt someone poke him in the shoulder, pulling him from the dark fog that had filled his mind.
You are real. How did you get here?
Alex blinked and looked around. He was leaning against a stone wall that rose up from the ground behind him. In front of him was a vast expanse of rolling hills and plains. Crouching next to him was a young man in leather armor, his face shadowed by the hood of the cloak he wore.
"Where am I?"
Alex asked. His mouth felt sticky, and his body ached as if he had walked a long way in a short amount of time.
You're beyond the wall.
the man said.
The wall?
Alex repeated.
Between the living and the dead,
the man said.
which is impossible, because I think you're still alive. How did you manage that?
I'm looking for someone,
Alex managed. The pain in his side was still there, but it had lessened to a dull throb instead of a sharp stab.
Who?
The man asked.
I don't remember,
Alex admitted.
Wait, you said we were beyond the wall?
The man nodded and extended his hand to help Alex to his feet.
I've been here a long time, and I've seen a lot of people come here, but never anyone like you. What's your name?
I don't remember,
Alex said again.
Who are you?
Zane Blackridge.
He said it as though he expected Alex to have heard of him. He pushed back his hood, revealing a young face with blue eyes and blonde hair. When Alex shook his head without recognition, Zane's friendly expression hardened a little.
I'm sorry, Alex said. I'm still trying to get my bearings.
Zane folded his arms across his chest and looked Alex up and down. His gaze seemed to linger for a brief second on the Axe of Sundering.
You said you were looking for someone.
Might that someone be a wizard? A memory rushed into Alex's mind. Yes, a wizard, exactly. But he still couldn't conjure up a face to go with the memory. Was the wizard young? Old? He didn't know. He just felt that he would recognize him when he saw him.
I suspected as much, Zane said. He must be someone pretty important and powerful to have you come looking for him in the Shadowlands.
He's the most powerful wizard who ever lived, Alex said without thinking. The friendly smile returned to Zane's face.
That's good to know. Can I ask, what are your plans for when you find him?
I need to help him, Alex said. I came here to help him, to bring him back if I can. Zane's smile grew.
You sound like a good friend to have when trouble shows up.
Alex's memory was still shattered, but it felt like a voice was murmuring to him, low, in the back of his mind, and urging caution, perhaps even distrust.
You know, since I know this place probably better than anyone else, I could help you look for your friend,
Zane said.
Be careful,
the voice in Alex's head said again. It sounded familiar, but Alex didn't know from where. How long have you been here? Alex asked.
Zane shrugged. Longer than I would have liked. When we find your friend, maybe you could help me too?
Help you? How? Alex took a step back from Zane. Zane licked his lips and looked down at the axe.
You know how to use that?
Alex touched the axe and hesitated.
Can I see it?
Zane stepped closer to Alex.
The workmanship looks incredible.
A rush of wind blew past Alex, materializing into an old man in worn wizard's robes.
Stop, Alex, the wizard said. Step away from him.
Alex obeyed without question. Memories flooded his mind like a wildfire burning away dry grass. He put his hand to his forehead. Waylon? He gasped.
Stay out of this, old man!
Zane snarled, all traces of friendliness gone from his face.
This is none of your business!
Actually, it is.
Waylon glanced at Alex.
Send him away, Alex. Now!
Alex shook his head. I don't know how. He could feel a well of power inside of him, but he couldn't remember how to use it. Waylon took his hand, and the golden thread that had connected them once before appeared again.
I know the spell. You have the power. Now, banish him!"
Unknown words filled Alex's mind, and he spoke them automatically. The power obeyed his command, shooting out of his fingertips like a tornado. It swallowed Zane in a cloud of dust and carried him away. Waylon released Alex's hand and pulled him into an embrace.
"It's good to see you. I'm glad you got my message. I wasn't sure it would work. Galen didn't touch you, did he?"
"No. Well, I don't think so. Are you dead?" Alex asked. Waylon felt real, but so much in this place was not what it appeared to be.
"Yes, but it doesn't matter,"
Waylon said.
"We don't have much time. He'll be back soon."
"Who was that man? Zane?"
"He is the dark wizard Galen hopes to free from death. He is the original founder of the Brotherhood, and if we don't stop him, evil will overtake the known world."
"But he is dead. He cannot cross the wall. Nothing can."
"He could if the wall was broken."
Waylon looked at the axe at Alex's belt.
"If it was sundered."
Realization dawned on Alex. This was Galen's plan, to use the axe so Zane could break free of death and return to the land of the living.
"Yes,"
Waylon said. Alex looked at the wall beside him. The top only reached to his waist. Over it, he could see the gray lands and the rolling hills that were familiar to him from his previous trips to the wall, though he had never been on this side of the wall before.
"Zane must not put his hands on the axe,"
Waylon said.
"The wall must be protected. It must remain unbroken."
"And the dead must stay on this side of the wall," Alex whispered. Waylon put his hand on Alex's shoulder.
"Yes, I know you want to help me, but you cannot bring me back to the land of the living without opening the way for Zane to follow. That must never happen. He must stay here."
"I can't leave you here," Alex said. "You can't be dead."
"It is too late for me,"
Waylon said.
"If I had been able to access my magic, perhaps I could have stopped Galen another way. But at the time, I didn't have any other choice. Dying to save you was one of the best things I have ever done with my life. I am an old man. I have lived a good life. You still have things you need to do, adventures to go on, knowledge to gain, people to help. Go now. Take the axe far away from here, defeat Galen, and never come back here. It is the only way."
"I won't leave you," Alex said.
"You must."
"How am I even supposed to return to the other side of the wall?" Alex asked. "Climb over the top? I can't use the axe."
"No, you must return the same way you arrived, by using your dragon magic."
Alex nodded. His memories had returned, and he knew the spell that would take him back to Galen.
"I am so proud of you, Alex. You are a fierce warrior and a powerful wizard, but most of all, you are a good man."
Alex embraced Waylon. "Thank you," he said. "I will never forget you." A gust of wind blew past the two wizards, and Alex looked up. Zane had returned with a storm of his own. Power rolled off him in waves. Anger had turned his blue eyes to ice, and his cloak billowed behind him like a dark shadow.
"Give me the axe!"
Zane thundered. He strode toward Alex, his hand outstretched. Alex pushed Waylon behind him to protect him. "Never!" Alex shouted back.
"You dare to deny me, you worthless, pitiful, embarrassing excuse for a wizard?"
Zane gestured wide with his arm. and a bolt of lightning shot out of the clear sky and scorched the ground inches in front of Alex's feet.
"You think you can defeat me? You can't kill me! I'm already dead!"
Alex held his ground. He kept his hand on the axe, determined to keep it from Zane no matter what.
"We have all the time in the world here,"
Zane said.
"Eventually you will wither and die of old age, and I will still be as you see me."
Zane circled Alex, his footprints lined with fire.
"I suppose I could simply wait and then take the axe from your cold corpse, but I've never had much use for patience."
Alex moved in a circle as well, always keeping his eyes on Zane.
"I fear I cannot help you,"
Wayland murmured to Alex.
"Without my power, and if I stay here, I know you will try to protect me, and that will distract you from this battle that you must not lose."
"Wayland," Alex began, but then he felt a gust of wind behind him and knew that Wayland had vanished, moving away to a safer place.
"Do you know how long I have worked and waited for this moment?"
Zane said. "You'll have to wait even longer," Alex said. He worked a spell, and a ball of ice flew from his fingers, heading straight for Zane's chest. Zane's body suddenly became transparent, like he was a ghost, and the ice flew through Zane's body, crashing against the stone wall and shattering on impact. Zane laughed.
"As I said, pitiful."
He returned to his more solid form and summoned a cloud of green gas that enveloped Alex.
"And useless."
Alex coughed and gasped as the toxic gas filled his mouth and lungs. His eyes burned. He summoned a rain shower, and the gas evaporated with a hiss as the water washed it away.
"Better," Zane said.
"What else can you do, I wonder?" Alex's mind raced. Zane was dead, and any weapon or spell he crafted to attack his body wouldn't work. The ice ball had proven that. Alex changed tactics. He drew on his magic and created an illusion of himself, multiplying copies of himself until there were a dozen identical versions of Alex, holding a dozen identical versions of the axe. The illusions raced around Zane in a circle, trying to disorient the wizard. When they stopped, Alex had his back to the stone wall. He held his breath, hoping that his trick would work. Zane shook his head.
"As if I could be fooled by something so primitive as an illusion spell. The dead can see more clearly than the living. I know exactly which one is the real you."
His eyes suddenly glowed red, and he swung his arm in an overhand throw as if releasing a dagger. But instead of a steel blade, he threw a shaft of red light sharpened to a point. It pierced Alex's shoulder, pinning him to the wall. Alex slumped against the shaft of light. It was the only thing holding him upright. The illusions around him vanished as if they had never existed. Zane dusted his hands together as if wiping away a layer of dirt.
"There is nothing you can do to stop me, so why don't you just give me the axe and all of this can be over? You can die and be with your friend Wayland, and I can return to claim the power that is rightfully mine."
Alex struggled to pull the shaft of light out of his shoulder, but it was wedged tightly into the wall. He couldn't pull it loose. Zane stood in front of Alex and smiled.
"Galen began as my apprentice 2,000 years ago. You've seen his power. You know what he can do. I am far older and so much more powerful. You will fail, and I will win. Accept it."
Alex released his grip on the shaft of red light, and unsheathed the axe in nearly the same motion. He held it across his chest, blade glowing with a fierce inner light. Zane was too close for Alex to manage a proper swing, but all Alex needed to do was get the edge of the weapon as close to Zane as possible. Before Alex could move, Zane lunged forward and wrapped his hands around Alex's wrists. Alex struggled to maintain control of the axe, but Zane had better footing, better positioning, and better leverage. Alex was still pinned to the wall. There was nowhere he could go. Slowly, Zane pushed forward, twisting Alex's wrists until he feared they might break. Sweat beaded on Alex's forehead. He could feel himself losing ground. The pain in his side was overwhelming, and with one arm pinned to the wall, he was not strong enough. He gritted his teeth and redoubled his efforts. Zane bared his teeth in a grimace and leaned more of his weight forward. He pushed Alex's arms up as far as they would go until the axe was past Alex's chest and head. Slowly, so slowly, Zane forced the blade of the Axe of Sundering toward the edge of the wall. Alex gathered all his strength and roared with one last effort to stop Zane. But it wasn't enough. Zane drove the Axe of Sundering into the stones at the top of the wall. A tremor ran down the shaft of the axe. The weapon quivered in Alex's hands, and then a blast of white light exploded from the axe. The earth rumbled beneath Alex. Zane took a step back, triumph in his eyes. The shaft of red light vanished, and Alex slumped to the ground. He twisted on his knees and saw a crack splitting the wall from top to bottom where the axe blade touched the wall. "No," Alex whispered through numb lips. He looked around, hoping to see Waylon, hoping there was something he could do to stop what was happening. The crack widened and spread as the stones surrounding it began to crumble to dust. Zane began to laugh madly. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex saw a dark cloud begin to gather. He thought Zane had summoned another storm, but as it drew closer, he saw that the darkness was filled with spirits of the dead. They were pushing forward, racing forward, each one eager to be the first one through the crack in the wall. "No!" Alex shouted, but his voice was lost in the roar of the oncoming wave of the dead. "Stop!" If the spirits heard him, they ignored him. Zane caught Alex's eye, inclined his head in a nod, and then he stepped through the crack in the wall and was gone. Chapter 25. A New Name. Alex groaned. How could he have failed so terribly? He had been rash and foolish and angry, and now the wall was broken. Zane was free, and the Brotherhood would soon be in complete control of the known lands. This was not what he had intended, not what he had promised to do, but everything had happened so fast, and he had been all alone. On his other adventures, he'd often had his friends with him to help him fight the battles or solve the problems, but this time the burden sat squarely on his shoulders. He scrubbed the sweat from his eyes with his good arm. The one that had been pierced by the shaft of red light hung limp by his side. He coughed, the motion tugging at his broken ribs, and blood filled his mouth. He spat it out and shook his head. He had failed. There would be no calling back the spirits of the dead. There was no way to mend the wall. He had unleashed a terrible fate into the world of the living. He was not fit to be a warrior or a wizard, and worst of all, he didn't feel fit to claim the title of Dragon Lord. All his training and experience and knowledge had not helped him in the moment when it mattered the most. A single decision to try to use the Axe of Sundering, even knowing the danger it carried, and all the good he had done, had been turned to evil. "I cannot make this right," he muttered. "I don't know how."
I have never known you to be a liar, Alex, not even to yourself,
a deep voice said nearby. Alex lifted his head, and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Salanor stood on the other side of the wall, his true silver scales shining against the softer gray landscape behind him. He drew himself up to his full height, towering over Alex, who was still crouched by the wall, and snapped open his wings with a sound like a thunderclap. "Salanor?" Alex asked weakly. "How did you get here? You were hidden away on the Isle of Bones."
A dragon may go wherever he is needed, and at this time, I am needed here.
He folded his great wings back against his powerful body. He snaked his head down to Alex's eye level.
I am here to help you.
"No one can help me," Alex muttered. "I have failed you. I have failed Waylon. I have failed myself. I destroyed the wall." He pointed at the cracked stones around his feet. "I let Zane back into the world."
You know I have no love for Zane or Galen or the Brotherhood, but Zane did say one thing that was true.
"That he will reclaim his power and rule the known lands?" Alex asked bitterly.
No, that he will never do. Not as long as there is a true silver dragon drawing breath. Never, so long as the Guardians remain.
"What then? What did he say that was true?"
That you can take the measure of a man from his failures better than from his successes.
Alex gestured to the empty shadowlands around him. "Then take my measure, Salanor, because I find I have come up short." Salanor shook his head.
Everyone fails at some point. It is what you do next that matters.
Alex scrubbed his hand through his hair. "There is nothing I can do." Salanor remained silent. The moments stretched out between them. Then he said with a kind curiosity,
Do you truly believe that?
Alex bowed his head. He thought back over his adventures. He had defeated trolls, bandits, and goblins. He had befriended elves, dwarfs, and oracles. He had helped his friends with their problems, sometimes even saving their lives. Even when a situation had seemed hopeless, he had always found a solution. He had been in dark places before, and had always managed to find his way to the light.
Is this really so different?
Salanor asked, as if reading Alex's thoughts.
Your adventures, your choices, have led you to become a man of honor. What would an honorable man do now?
He would not give up, Alex said quietly, no matter what. Salanor nodded solemnly.
Will you give up now when the need is so great?
Alex reached out to grasp the stone wall. He used it for support as he pulled himself to his feet. He was broken and bloody, but he lifted his eyes to meet Salanor's piercing gaze. No, I will never give up. Salanor threw back his head and roared in triumph. The silver sheen to his scales grew brighter and brighter until Alex had to shield his eyes from the glare.
Alexander Taylor,
Salanor said, his voice deep and his tone formal.
You have proven yourself more than a man, more than a wizard, even more than a dragon lord. You are a true silver dragon, and now it is time for you to accept your destiny.
Alex swayed on his feet, but he forced himself to remain upright. What must I do?
True silver dragons are guardians of people, places, ideas. We guard the world and protect it from evil in whatever form it takes.
And I am to be one of these guardians? How?
You always had the potential to be a guardian, but it was your choices, your successes and your failures that brought you to this point. At this moment, you are a nameless dragon. If you are willing to take your true dragon name and accept your role as a guardian, you can mend the wall and set things right.
I can fix my mistake? Alex asked, hope filling his heart. Salanor nodded.
It will not be easy, but yes, it can be done.
Then I accept, Alex said. Tell me my dragon name, and I will do whatever I must to stop Zane, Galen, and the Brotherhood.
I cannot tell you your dragon name,
Salanor said.
You must find it within yourself. It is powerful and personal. When you find it, you must keep it a secret, because those who know your true dragon name would then have some power over you.
I understand, Alex said. He remembered when Salanor had entrusted him with his true name and the feeling of power that had swept through him. How will I know when I have found my true name?
You will know,
Salanor said. Alex nodded and closed his eyes. He reached deep into himself, looking for the path that would lead him to his true dragon name. Alex stood on a path that led through a dark wood. He knew he hadn't really gone anywhere, that his body was still standing by the wall between life and death, and that what he was seeing was only an illusion, a kind of vision that would help him find what he needed.
Quickly now,
Salanor's voice said in his head.
Stay true.
Alex stepped forward, and the trees around him seemed to draw closer, forcing him to stay in the center of the path and narrowing his choices. He walked faster until he was almost running. The path rolled out in front of him, leading him deeper and deeper into the forest. The tall trunks that lined the path rose up and over his head, the branches tangling together and turning it into a tunnel. Still, Alex pressed on. He could sense the urgency. He needed to find the name. He had no other choice but to go forward. He followed the tunnel as it twisted and turned until it eventually led him to a small clearing. A bonfire with true silver flames burned in the center of the clearing. Alex stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the fire. He had reached the deepest part of himself, a secret and private place. He looked around. The tunnel had closed behind him. He was alone in the clearing. A great peace settled over him. He couldn't feel his wounds any more. He had shed his doubts and fears, and all that was left was a calm confidence that he was doing the right thing. I am Alexander Taylor, he said to the flames. They flared at the sound of his voice. I am a true silver dragon, and I have come to accept my destiny as a guardian of the good. The flames sparked and twisted. I have come to claim my true name." The silver flames spread out in thin tendrils along the ground, moving and twisting as though drawn by an invisible hand. They blazed with a white, hot light, and then faded in a flash until only a line of coals remained of the bonfire. The glowing lines spelled out a name on the ground. Alex took a step back.
"Invictus,"
he whispered. As soon as the name passed his lips, he felt power like he had never known before surge through him. It mended his broken ribs and healed his wounds. It filled him with a light so tangible he wondered why it wasn't seeping through his skin. His true name echoed inside of him, melding into his bones and muscles. He was whole. Without a thought, he transformed into his truest self, a giant, true silver dragon. His claws gouged great trenches into the ground beneath him. His tail broke through the tunnel behind him. His wings snapped open, and he launched himself into the air. His roar shattered the sky. Alex opened his eyes, surprised to see he was eye to eye with Salanor. He thought his transformation had been part of the vision quest, but now he saw he had changed in reality as well. In his true silver dragon form, he was nearly as tall and as large as Salanor, the most ancient of all dragons. Salanor bowed his head.
"Welcome, brother,"
he said in Alex's mind.
"Salanor,"
Alex replied,
"I would have lost myself today if you had not shown me the truth. Long ago, you trusted me enough to share your name with me. I wish to do the same."
"It is not necessary."
"It is," Alex said. "My name is Invictus."
Salanor bowed his head again.
"I am honored to meet you, Invictus. Darlach est messer."
He spread his wings, and his shadow fell over Alex.
"I name you guardian of the wall between the living and the dead."
Alex's breath left him in a rush.
"You want me to guard the wall, even after I cracked it?"
"It is because you cracked it that you are the only one who can restore it to wholeness. The power is within you. As guardian, you need only reach out and make whole what was broken."
Alex looked down at the crumbling section of the wall. It seemed such a small crack, but it had resulted in great damage. If he could fix it, he would. He had to.
"But first,"
Salanor said,
"you must return the evil that has escaped to the Shadowlands, where it belongs."
"How?"
"Defeat Galen, defeat Zane, destroy the Brotherhood. Then you will be able to mend the wall."
Alex nodded.
"I will not fail you, my brother."
Alex gathered all his strength and his dragon magic, and then sprang into the air, his wings spread wide. He soared over the wall and saw a black streak of ash marking the grey lands below him. Zane had left devastation in his wake, which made it easy for Alex to follow the path toward a distant hilltop, where a speck of light was twinkling like a fallen star. As Alex drew closer, he saw that the light was actually coming through the open shutters leading into Galen's headquarters. He remembered the two large windows on either side of the room, and that the one connected to the grey lands was only one way. The glass separating the portal had been shattered, blown through by Zane as he crossed over. As Alex flew through the same portal, he transformed from his dragon form back into a man. He landed hard and rolled to his feet, one hand on the axe at his belt, the other stretched out in front of him, a defensive spell tingling in his fingertips. The spell remained uncast. The room appeared empty, although Alex knew it was not. Galen and Zane had to be hiding somewhere. Shards of glass from the broken portal lay scattered across the floor of the main room. Alex took a step forward, careful not to step on any of the glass. He didn't want the sound of a crack to alert his enemies of his arrival. A door near the back of the room was ajar, and Alex made his way toward it. He positioned himself near the entrance, but didn't enter.
"My lord,"
Alex heard Galen say,
"I am at your service."
"You have done well," Zane said. "The Brotherhood has flourished under your leadership and care."
"Thank you, my lord,"
Galen said.
"I am honored by your trust in me."
Alex tightened his grip on the axe. Anger rose up in his chest. Galen had killed Waylon. Zane had plans to destroy the world. The Brotherhood had brought nothing but misery and evil to the known lands. Every bit of power that Alex possessed screamed at him to rush into the room and put an end to this once and for all. But he waited. He knew from experience that it wasn't always wise to be led by his anger. It appeared he still had the element of surprise on his side. That was an advantage worth holding on to.
"There is still one more service you can render for me,"
Zane said. His voice sounded strange to Alex's ear. It was thin and whispery, as though Zane was merely a shadow of his former self. Alex moved closer to the door and peered through the opening. He was careful not to reveal himself to the men inside the room. Galen knelt on the floor, his robes spread around him like a black puddle of oil. Zane hovered in front of him. Alex blinked and looked again. Yes, Zane was actually hovering. When Alex had confronted Zane on the other side of the wall, Zane had appeared solid. He had fought and attacked like a real person, but the Zane on this side of the wall was more ghost than man. The edges of his body were fuzzy and indistinct. He seemed to drift on a breeze that Alex couldn't feel. The faint light in the room shone through him.
"How may I serve you, my lord?"
Galen asked, bowing his head.
"Ask, and I will obey."
"My soul has escaped death, but my body has long since turned to dust. Without a new one, I am not nearly as powerful as I need to be."
Galen looked up at Zane.
"My lord?"
"You are young and strong. You are powerful in your own right. Together, we would be unstoppable."
Alex's anger turned white-hot. Everything about this felt wrong to Alex, dangerously wrong. He had to put a stop to it. Now. "Wait!" Alex's Ogash said with sudden clarity. Alex looked down at the axe in his hand. He had grown accustomed to its weight and to its power. He felt connected to it in the same way he felt connected to Moonslayer and to his staff. It was a part of him, and as he felt the power in the axe surge into his body, his mind cleared and a plan began to form itself in his mind.
"I understand, my lord,"
Galen said. He threw back his head and opened his arms wide. Zane's eyes glittered, and a cold smile crossed his face. He nodded, and then his ghostly form swooped down and melted into Galen's body. Galen screamed, and his body shook. He fell forward, bracing himself against the floor with his hands. His head dropped, and Alex saw blood trickling from his mouth.
"My lord,"
Galen's voice rasped in his throat.
"I am here."
Zane's voice emerged from Galen's mouth. Alex shuddered. He had never seen anything like this on any of his previous adventures, and there was a terrible wrongness to it that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up.
"Sleep now," Zane said. "I will summon you if I need you, but for now I must learn how to control this new body of mine."
Galen's head bobbed as if he were a puppet on a string, and then his eyes rolled back in his head. When they cleared, they were glowing red, just as they had been when Zane and Alex had fought. "Now!" Alex's Ogash yelled, and Alex burst into the room. Zane turned his head in surprise.
"You!" he spat. "You can't be here! You should be rotting on the other side of the wall!"
"So should you," Alex said. He summoned his newfound power as a true silver dragon guardian and channeled it all into the Axe of Sundering. Chapter 26. An Honorable Man. The weapon responded immediately, bursting with a white light. A low hum filled the room as energy crackled from the blade's edge. Zane lifted his hand and pointed it at Alex, but Alex was faster. He gestured with his free hand, curling his fingers into a fist and then using his magic to throw Zane back against the wall. The dark wizard hit the wood with a thud and then fell to his knees on the floor. He looked up at Alex, his red eyes glowing brighter than before. He pulled his lips back in a snarl.
"You are a persistent little fly, but my patience with you has worn thin."
Alex took a step forward, his hand still pointing at Zane, keeping him pinned to the floor.
"You couldn't defeat me when I was a spirit on the other side of the wall. Now that I have Galen's body and have added Galen's power to my own, I am indestructible. No one can defeat me now."
Alex clenched his teeth and tightened his hold on Zane. He could feel Zane using his own magic to test the limits of the binding spell. He was strong, stronger than Alex thought possible, but if Alex had learned anything during his adventures, it was that honor and goodness were always stronger than evil.
"I'm not sure if I thanked you properly for breaking the wall for me,"
Zane said. The veins in his neck throbbed with the dark wizard's efforts to find a weak spot in Alex's spell.
"With the spirits of the dead now free, I will be able to add them to the Brotherhood, and my army, my power will grow."
Alex took another step forward. The axe still blazed in his hand, and the power it contained both anchored him and strengthened him. The plan Alex had in mind would work. He was sure of it.
"You are nothing,"
Zane spat.
"You are nobody, and I will crush you beneath my boot heel."
Alex finally spoke one simple word. "No." The red light flickered in Zane's eyes, and an expression of uncertainty crossed his face. "You believe that because you are powerful, that you will win," Alex said. He stood in front of Zane and looked down at the dark wizard on his knees. "You believe that because you want something, that you should get it. You believe that because you hold yourself in such high esteem, that you can force others to bow to your will." Zane tried to scuttle away from Alex, but he couldn't move. His red eyes lost their glow and returned to a normal shade of blue. Alex shook his head. "But let me tell you what I know. I know that power should be used for good. I know that an honorable man is willing to make sacrifices for others, and I know that helping others creates strong friendships and lasting loyalty." Zane opened his mouth, but no words came out. His shoulders slumped as Alex tightened his spell around the dark wizard. Alex locked the binding spell and then held the Axe of Sundering with both hands. "And I know that evil will never win, so long as there are good men willing to stand up for what is right." He felt a deep calm in the center of his being. He had faced many enemies and fought in many battles, but this fight was different. This one felt more important than all the others. The fate of the known lands hung in the balance, and Alex knew what he had to do. One last time, he swung the glowing Axe of Sundering in a wide arc. A loud crack sounded in the small room, and Zane's head rolled to a stop at Alex's feet, his body falling to the ground. Both the head and the body began to turn gray, then black, before they disintegrated into powder and ash. Even the wizard's robes were gone. Galen's body had been destroyed. Zane's soul had been destroyed. Alex had cut off the head of the snake that was the Brotherhood, and the evil it had spread across the known lands would now wither and die. He slipped the axe into his belt and bowed his head. Alex thought he would feel a sense of triumph at the victory, but he mostly felt sad inside. He was sad that Galen and Zane had spent so much of their lives and their energy pursuing power. He couldn't help but wonder what they might have been capable of if they had decided to be men of honor instead of men of evil. The ground rumbled beneath Alex's feet. A crack appeared in the floor, zigzagging its way towards the door and up the walls. Dust and bits of plaster rained down from the ceiling. Alex looked around in alarm. Galen's recreation of the Golden Swan began crumbling around the edges. Alex wondered if the actual tavern was experiencing the same damage. He hoped not. Alex ran back into the main room. The cracks in the floor and the walls continued to spread throughout the building. Alex saw a pile of gray ash on the floor. It was where Magnus's body had fallen after Galen had punished him. Alex smiled grimly. It appeared he had been right in thinking that the power of the Brotherhood had been broken, and those who had served its evil purposes would suffer the same fate as Galen and Zane. The building was collapsing around him. He had to find a way to escape. The two large windows on either side of the room trembled in their frames. The one leading to the Shadowlands was already shattered and fractured, but the one holding all the gateway images of the known lands was still intact. Just as Alex took a step toward it, the window exploded, showering him with sharp shards of colored glass. He twisted away and put his hands up to protect his face and head. Some of the shards still cut into him, and he felt small trickles of blood on his back and legs. He looked up, and his gaze was caught by the scene he saw through the window that connected the tavern to the Shadowlands. Alex could see the silvery sheen of Salinor's scales in the distance, and next to the dragon was a long, flowing shadow pouring through the cracked wall. The spirits of the dead were returning to the Shadowlands. Alex smiled. Here was more evidence that the Brotherhood's evil had been broken.
"It is time,"
Salinor's voice spoke in Alex's head.
"Time to mend the wall."
Alex nodded, even though he was alone in the room. He ran towards the window. Galen had said it was one way only, but Galen had never anticipated the power of a guardian. Alex jumped through the window and immediately transformed into his dragon form. He loved the feeling of freedom that came with the change. He pointed his snout toward the wall and beat his huge wings once, twice, 3 times. gaining speed with each downward thrust. In no time at all, he had reached the wall and touched down next to Salanor, folding his wings against his body.
You made swift work of the Brotherhood, I see,
Salanor said. There was no time to waste, Alex answered. He looked over the wall. Have all those who belong to the Shadowlands found their way home? Salanor nodded.
I believe so.
Then it is time for me to fix my mistake and mend the wall. He had reached his claw out to gather the scattered stones when Salanor spoke.
A moment, if you please.
What is it? Salanor nodded at a figure approaching the wall from the Shadowlands.
Perhaps there is one last task for you to do.
Alex looked down and saw it was Waylon. My friend, Alex said, I am glad to see you are safe.
Safe, yes, Waylon said, and grateful that the Shadowlands have been set to rights again.
Waylon, I cannot thank you enough for everything you have done for me. I wish Galen had not... Alex stopped, sadness filling his throat. You sacrificed your life for me.
I would do it again,
Waylon said. You are a loyal and true friend, Alex said, and a powerful force for good. Waylon inclined his head.
I simply tried to do the right thing whenever I could.
It's not fair, Alex began, then stopped, an idea sparking in his mind. He looked from Waylon to Salanor. Salanor, what exactly do my duties as guardian of the wall require from me? Salanor seemed to smile, as if he knew what Alex was thinking.
You must protect the wall from any and all evil that might seek to break it. You must preserve the balance of light and darkness, and protect those who serve the light. You must swiftly answer any summons from any of the other guardians who call for you, and help them to the best of your abilities. You must fight for honor, loyalty, and goodness the rest of your days.
Alex nodded slowly. I can accept those responsibilities. He smiled. I learned how to do most of those on my adventures, after all. Salanor laughed.
And I suspect you will learn even more on the adventures yet to come.
Alex tilted his head. I thought being a guardian meant I couldn't go on any more adventures.
Not at all. Being a guardian simply means you have more responsibilities,
Salanor said.
But there is nothing stopping you from choosing to undertake another adventure.
Alex nodded. I understand, and I am glad to know that I can still go on adventures, though I think I will be taking a break from them for a while. I would like to spend some time learning how to be the best guardian I can be.
I think that is wise,
Salanor said.
Now, ask me what you really wish to know.
Alex looked back to Waylon. As guardian of the wall, am I allowed to make an exception if I feel it is warranted?
You are,
Salanor said. And how might I make that happen if I happen to find a soul worthy of granting access past the wall? Salanor grinned and looked down at Waylon.
You simply invite that soul to join you on this side of the wall.
Alex nodded and turned to Waylon. Master Waylon Vankin, you are the noblest, strongest, best wizard I know. The known lands still need you. If you wish to continue fighting alongside me, I will grant you access to cross the wall. Waylon stood up straight with pride.
I do wish it, Alex. I believe there is much more for you to do, and I would be honored to continue to be your mentor and your friend.
Then cross the wall, Master Vankin. Alex gestured to the crack, glad for once that it was there. Waylon nodded and made his way through the broken stones. When he crossed the barrier, his wispy, ghostly form solidified back into a solid, normal man. Waylon looked down at his body, flexing his fingers and stretching his legs.
"I feel like a new man," he said with a laugh. "And my magic, it's back. I am whole again."
Alex smiled, glad his friend had returned.
"The wall?"
Salanor prompted gently. "Oh, yes," Alex said. He reached out his giant silver claws and scooped up the scattered and broken stones. He stacked them back into place on the wall's foundation and sent a surge of power through his dragon's leg and into his claws. The stones fused together, stronger than before. When he removed his claw, no hint of a crack remained. Alex transformed back into his human form and turned to Waylon. "That's done."
"And done well,"
Waylon said. Salanor nodded his approval.
"Farewell, Master Taylor, Master Vankin,"
he said.
"until we meet again."
The great dragon leaped into the air and flew away without another word. Alex watched until Salanor was a mere silver speck in the sky, and then even that disappeared from his sight. Waylon slapped him on the back and smiled.
"I believe our work here is done, Master Taylor. Wouldn't you agree?"
"For now," Alex said with a smile. "For now." Epilogue. Stories for another time. Alex stood at the end of a stone dock in the harbor of Valora. The sun was just rising in the east, and a gentle breeze was blowing out to sea. He could feel when Waylon approached, but he didn't move or speak.
"Early or late?"
Waylon asked. "Early," Alex answered, knowing what Waylon meant. "A little more than 2 hours ago."
"Darthon and his people will be happy to see that you're back,"
said Waylon. "Any word of Joshua and the other hostages?" Alex asked.
"They reached the city 3 days ago. Joshua's been asking about you, where you were and when you'd be back. He was very worried about you going off to the Black Lands alone. I think he's planned a mission to rescue you."
"There was no danger," Alex answered. "I made a vow to return to the Black Lands, and I had to keep it. Besides, I needed to retrieve Moonslayer."
"And?"
"The shadows are free at last," Alex said. "The sea elves are free to return to their ancient homes."
"And your other friend, the dragon Jabez had enslaved?"
"Flying south. It seems there are some fairly large islands there that the men of Jarro haven't yet discovered."
"Good. That's very good,"
Waylon said softly, and fell silent. The two wizards stood in silence, watching the sea until the sun was fully up. Dock workers started to appear near the shore, and the city behind them began to wake.
"So,"
Waylon finally said,
"what's next, then?"
"For you? Or for me?"
"For both of us, I suppose,"
said Waylon. "I imagine you're ready to go home, at least for a time."
"Yes, I am, even knowing what's coming."
"What's coming?"
"There will be a lot of questions, Alex. Wild rumors, nervous talk, fear even. You've destroyed the Brotherhood, Alex. Powerful people all over the known lands have mysteriously vanished. People will want to know what happened."
"There may not be as many questions as you think," Alex said, rubbing his chin. "And I think that most, if not all, of the questions should remain unanswered."
"Unanswered? How would that help?"
Alex shrugged. "Powerful, well-known people have gone missing. What good could come from telling everyone that those who have gone missing were, in fact, evil? The Brotherhood was hidden for a reason. People won't want to hear that the people they trusted were evil.
No, I'm sure they don't want to hear that,
Waylon agreed. The Council of Wizards will need to know the truth, even if they don't believe it. But other than that, I just don't see any good coming from telling everyone what really happened.
You're right, Waylon said. This adventure of ours should remain mostly secret.
Good. Very good.
When do we start for home?
Waylon asked. I'm not going home. Not yet, anyway.
Oh?
Jabez left many evils and scars in Westland and in Jarrow. They need to be healed.
Time will heal them, Alex. It isn't your task to undo all that Jabez did in this land.
No, it's not my task, but sometimes healing needs a little help. I think the Sea Elves will also need some help.
Yes, I think that's true,
Waylon said, a faint smile crossing his face.
I know of at least one elf who would be happy to have you stay for a time.
What?
I was just thinking, if you intend to stay in Jarrow for a while, you might think of returning to Midland. Perhaps you could escort your friend Lupo to the Oracle. I'm sure that would please him, and improve his chances of seeing the Oracle.
That would make Lupo happy, Alex said, and it would give me a chance to explain why I had to lie to him. That would make me feel better, I think.
Yes, I'm sure that explaining things to Lupo would help you both,
Waylon replied, running his hand across his beard. There is much to be done, here and in other lands. If the Sea Elves are to become Dark Elves once more, and if Westland and Jarrow are to be at peace, well,
there is indeed much to do, and many new adventures as well,
Waylon said. Oh, I still plan to go on adventures. I am an adventurer, after all.
And going on adventures isn't an easy thing to give up, Waylon added. Not even for an old man like me.
You're not that old, Alex said, smiling at his friend. Waylon laughed.
I hope I live long enough to hear the stories of your future adventures told.
Stories for another time, Alex said, as he and Waylon walked down the dock toward the city. There will always be stories for another time. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Adventurers Wanted, Book 5, The Axe of Sundering, by M.L. Forman. Performed by Kirby Hayborn. This program was produced by Kenny Hodges. Executive producers Chris Schobinger and Heidi Taylor. Copyright 2017 by Mark L. Forman. Production copyright Shadow Mountain. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.